On a cruise ship, the best student in school, Gao Qinyu, confesses to Ellen, the school goddess. Everyone cheers them on. Meanwhile, an uninterested student, Qin Tian, watches Master Talk's wilderness adventure vlogs. Just then, the weather turns stormy, and everyone panics and goes back to the cabins. Qin Tian wonders who mentioned Titanic before. He knows it is too late to go back to the cabins and runs off somewhere. He tries to grab a float, and the ship capsizes. Everything turns dark and the wilderness system activates. Qin Tian got washed up on the shore and woke up. He survived, but he can't see anyone on the island. There might be a rescue team, but he must hold out first. He discovers coconuts in the area, and he is glad that he can use the knife now that he bought after falling in love with Master Talk's vlogs. As he drinks coconut water, he remembers hearing a system when he was unconscious. Just then, the system presents the novice package. He gets surprised by the system window and clicks on the package. He acquired 2 books about common plants and animals. The books got absorbed in his head, and Qin Tian gained some weird knowledge. He notices that he can see the information on the coconuts. Just then, he hears a loud scream and realizes that there is someone else on the island. Qin Tian runs in the direction of the scream and discovers Ellen being attacked by a venomous snake. Ellen screams for help. Qin Tian grabs the snake and slams it against a tree. He then tells Ellen to cover herself first. Ellen gets embarrassed. She feels thankful to Qin Tian but wonders if she is not attractive because he didn't even look at her. They both introduce themselves to each other, and Ellen is glad she got to meet a companion from the shipwreck later. They eat coconuts and drink the water. Qin Tian asks if Ellen has a phone, but she claims that all her stuff is gone. However, Ellen is optimistic that rescue teams will come. Qin Tian tells her first to prepare a fire to drive away insects and snakes. Ellen wonders how they can start a fire, and Qin Tian suggests looking for something useful on the beach. They have been walking for an hour, but the beach is too clean. While Qin Tian is thinking, Ellen finds something. She discovers a plastic bottle and plans to throw it away. Qin Tian stops her. Ellen wonders how it will be useful. Qin Tian gathers some wood and grass. He uses the bottle with water like a magnifying glass, and he successfully starts a fire. Later at night, Ellen wonders if they are going to starve to death while waiting for rescue. Qin Tian reassures her that rescue will come in a few days, and they can survive for a week with the resources they have. He needs to lie in order to calm Ellen's mind. Qin Tian then brings out the snake and starts butchering it. Ellen asks if it is their dinner, and Qin Tian confirms. Ellen swears not to eat it. Qin Tian cooks the snake meat and later eats it while exclaiming that it is delicious. Ellen tries to ignore her, but Qin Tian keeps saying that it is delicious. Ellen stops him and grabs a stick of snake meat. She happily eats it. Qin Tian is glad to encounter the snake and wonders what happened to the system. Just then, the system grants him points for lighting a bonfire, surprising Qin Tian in the process. He notices that only he can see the system. Ellen worries, and Qin Tian wonders if he can tell her about the system. He thinks he might be dissected and experimented on. Once people find out about the system, he checks more details and sees that the system is like those in games. He wonders where to use the points, and an exchange store appears. As he scrolls, he notices something that might be useful. Almost everything is expensive and he doesn't have that many points yet. He closes the exchange store and lies down on the ground. He plans to collect stranded fish and shrimp to give their bodies nutrients. He then notices that Ellen is already sleeping and plans to talk about it tomorrow. Few hours later, Qin Tian wakes up due to the cold weather. He sees Erin shivering and he wakes her up. Qin Tian is glad that she's fine. Erin gets surprised and panics. Qin Tian tries to explain, but Erin keeps shouting about her misunderstandings. Qin Tian turns around and tells her to get near the fire to avoid freezing to death. Erin feels the coldness and gets near the fire. Qin Tian finds the temperature between day and night weird. The two only got thin clothes considering they were cruising near the equator. The shivering Qin Tian then suggests that Erin and she hug each other to survive the night. However, she disagrees. Even with the campfire, Erin still feels cold and almost numb. She worries about getting close to a boy. However, she sees Qin Tian, her savior. Shivering, she stands up and tells Qin Tian to close his eyes. Qin Tian wonders why she is undressing, and Erin embarrassingly mentions the scenes she saw in movies. Qin Tian claims it only happens when you have thick clothes. They have thin clothes that are enough to transfer heat to each other. Qin Tian then wraps his arms around Erin and they find it warmer now. The next day, Erin wakes up and sees that it is already daybreak. She finds the scenery beautiful. Seeing that it is low tide, Qin Tian runs to find stranded crabs and shrimp. Despite Erin struggling to catch crabs, they manage to acquire breakfast. Later, Qin Tian starts preparing the crabs. Erin wonders why he throws away the carapace with meat, and Qin Tian explains that crabs are cold, which can make your stomach uncomfortable while grilling their catch. Qin Tian suggests building a refuge in the forest. The beach is colder at night and they are at risk. Qin Tian also mentions that the forest has more resources. Before leaving for the forest, they need to have some water and leave a signal for help. They look up at some coconuts and Qin Tian removes his belt. He turns it into a bipedal rope and uses it to climb the tree. He tells Ellen to get away and starts plucking out the coconuts. He is glad the fresh coconuts got more water and pours it into the bottle they found. Qin Tian tells Ellen to throw away the coconuts she is carrying. Ellen finds it a waste, and Qin Tian tells her that she will vomit if she drinks too much coconut water and has diarrhea. They left the beach with a help signal. The two traverse the forest and take a break afterward. While replenishing their liquids, Ellen asks Qin Tian why he keeps observing small bushes along the way. Qin Tian then mentions that the snake from yesterday usually lives in freshwater. Erin gets excited knowing that there is freshwater nearby. She wonders how they can find one, and Qin Tian points out a path free of grasses and branches. Ellen realizes that animals are like humans, so the animals might have taken the path to get water as they continue traveling. Ellen asks if Qin Tian is a person who loves outside activities. Qin Tian claims he is someone who loves outside activities without practical experience. Just then, Ellen hears something. Qin Tian hears it too and drags Ellen somewhere. They find a free-flowing body of fresh water. Ellen gets excited and Qin Tian washes his face with the water. Ellen also picks up the water and Qin Tian stops her. The two later move a bit further and Ellen suggests taking refuge on the riverbank. However, Qin Tian reminds her that wild animals will bump into them. They find a flat area, and Qin Tian tells Erin to collect large leaves and branches while he finds wood for the campfire and tent building. Qin Tian finds some dried wood and quickly makes a campfire. He remembers passing by some trees that he can use for a tent. However, he only got a knife. He remembers something and goes to the riverbank to find a rock, which he turns into an axe later. He uses the stone axe to cut down a small tree. Later he ties up the small trees he cut and returns to their refuge. Ellen greets him with some banana leaves. She claims there is a banana field near the riverbank. They now have materials, so they start constructing their tent. Qin Tian plans to make a one-sided tent. He sharpens a tree branch and sticks it to the ground. He finishes building the tent, but Ellen looks disappointed. Qin Tian claims it is helpful to expose the fire's warmth in their direction. Just then the system rewards him points for building a trash tent. He laughs. Seeing the system laugh at his work now that they have a tent, the next problem is food. The seafood and coconuts are quite far from their current location. He then plans to visit the banana field Ellen discovered. However, their new problem is jungle mosquitoes that can cause fever if bitten too much. Ellen asks for help and Qin Tian attracts the mosquitoes with a whistle. He burns some leaves so he can smoke out the mosquitoes. Their condition is better now and Qin Tian suggests keeping watch on wild animals. However, Ellen is already fast asleep. She lays her down and decides to keep watch. Instead, he uses the time to make some rope using tree bark. Morning comes and Ellen wakes up from her refreshing sleep. She finds the rope Qin Tian made and the latter threatens her to do the night watch next. She apologizes and offers to do the night watch, but Qin Tian doesn't trust her after seeing that she can easily sleep while sitting. He then asks where the banana field is and she points out the direction. Qin Tian notices the nearby bushes and discovers raspberries. Ellen tastes them, but they are too sour. It seems like they are not ripe yet. They later find the banana field and Qin Tian ties a rope to a rock. He throws it at the banana stalk and tries to pull it down. The banana tree breaks instead and falls on Qin Tian. He pulls out a banana and offers it to Ellen because Ellen refused. He peeled the banana and ate it himself. However, the banana is hard and Ellen mentions that it might be raw. Qin Tian claims that they can't eat it because it is a wild banana with huge seeds. Seeing as the tree hasn't gone into mutation, the bananas are inedible. Qin Tian then suggests eating meat instead. Ellen wonders what it is, and Qin Tian shows the banana leaf with a worm. He claims that the banana worm has 6 times the protein content of a buffalo's meat. They return to their camp and they grill the worms. They ate them and Ellen enjoyed them. She finds it more satisfying than the snake meat. She then discovers Qin Tian changing the bottle's shape. He claims it is for catching fish. He saw some fish in the stream and he can use the bottle to trap them. He explains how the trap works. The system awards him some points for creating the trap. Ellen wonders what to use now to drink water, and Qin Tian suggests using coconut shells. Ellen worries that the coconut shell will break when boiled. Qin Tian suggests using heated stones in it. He plans to leave the trap first before setting out to the seashore. They leave the trap with banana worms in a shady area. Ellen suddenly smells something and walks away while Qin Tian finds the smell familiar. Ellen finds something and they are bushes of mint. Qin Tian decides to get some to repel the mosquitoes in their camp. Ellen gets surprised by the new knowledge and starts collecting a bunch of them. After getting a lot of mints, they return to their camp and plan the mints around the camp. The two sat down and Qin Tian told Ellen to take her time to rest. Qin Tian creates a stone hammer and gets system points. He realizes he can get more points by making survival tools. Ellen wonders why he is happy. Later they discover the coconuts they left on the seashore have been opened. He notices how the coconuts are broken by a strong force not belonging to a human being. Ellen gets scared thinking it might be tigers, but Qin Tian confirms that they don't eat coconut. He sees a trail and thinks of other coconut-eating creatures present. Ellen remembers the coconut crabs. He points out the small trail that a crab can leave. They follow the trail and discover the coconut crab climbing another coconut tree. Ellen drools at the massive claws of the crab. They prepare to catch it and Ellen notices that it has already come down. Ellen hurries, but Qin Tian tells her not to worry because it has nowhere to go. Ellen gets scared seeing Qin Tian's expression. Ellen can't believe a coconut crab can crack open the coconut like a banana. Qin Tian menacingly approaches it and grabs the opened coconut. The crab angrily opens another coconut and Qin Tian grabs the coconut again. The crab gets mad and Ellen realizes Qin Tian's real motive. Qin Tian then easily ties down the coconut crab. They later walk back, but Ellen requests a break. She mentions that it is already the 3rd day and there are still no rescue teams. Qin Tian gets worried, however. Ellen reassures herself that it might take them a week instead. She walks again and Qin Tian also worries. They return to the stream and discover that their fish trap worked. He tells Ellen to return to the camp while he prepares the fish. He plans to place the trap again, and the system rewards him with points for catching fish. He already had enough points to buy something from the shop. He returns to the camp and discovers Ellen building a stove with rocks to cook the coconut crab. They cook the crab and eat it satisfyingly. Qin Tian goes to sleep first and he will change to night watch with Ellen at midnight. Ellen nervously does her night watch and suddenly a hand taps her. Surprised, she tries to hit Qin Tian with the hammer. She claims that she hasn't called him yet. However, Qin Tian tells her to get some sleep already. Ellen goes to sleep and Qin Tian wants to use this chance to check the shop. But first Qin Tian tries to boil water using a heated stone. However, the ashes make the water unclear. Still, boiling it will remove the bacteria and the mint is also helpful to keep him awake. Just then, Ellen screams in her dream. She dreams of the rescue team rescuing them. It looks like she is really not a positive person at all. Qin Tian thinks Ellen hypnotized herself to get over the tragic accident. If no one comes within a few days, then she will despair. Qin Tian then checks the shop and discovers books that he can buy with his current points. He chooses the book about manufacturing tools and the knowledge is immediately delivered to his head. Qin Tian quickly learns things and he can use them to live on the island longer. He then notices the lucky wheel and gets a free spin for his first purchase. The wheel doesn't have a free space and a prize is guaranteed. He spins the wheel and wins a prize that is worth 10,000 points in the shop. He gets to choose to use it now and is scared that he is lucky today despite being an unlucky person. He chooses to use the prize. Later warning comes and Ellen wakes up. She looks for Qin Tian and the latter arrives with freshly caught fish. Ellen tells him to tell her the next time he leaves. While the fish are being cooked, Ellen shyly tells Qin Tian not to go to the stream. Qin Tian then advises her not to pollute the water. Ellen shouts that she will only take a shower. Qin Tian realizes that they haven't taken a bath since being stranded on the island, and he can smell himself. He then shouts at Ellen that he will go look for other resources. Qin Tian looks around and finds wild oyster mushrooms. He is glad that he has the system to identify resources around him. However, some resources don't appear in the book he bought from the store, so he is not sure if they are edible. Qin Tian finds a rabbit. He uses his hammer as a distraction and tries to catch it. However, the rabbit is so fast he remembers Ellen and goes back to the campsite. Just then he hears Ellen scream. He quickly runs over and Ellen claims that there is a snake. Qin Tian runs and grabs the creature, which turns out to be an eel. Ellen then tells him to get out. Qin Tian is more focused on getting a new type of food to eat. Ellen finishes her bath and sees Qin Tian waiting for her. She tells him to stop staring, and Qin Tian, blushing, claims that she looks beautiful. Ellen gets embarrassed and returns first to their camp. She gets mad at herself for getting shy over Qin Tian's words. Qin Tian also didn't expect such words. Qin Tian then removes his clothes and plans to check for more eels. He finds holes in the wet mud and covers one of them. He can't use his bare hands because some crabs or poisonous snakes might also live in the holes. He remembers grabbing a water snake instead of an eel when he was young. Eels are attracted to watergrass. So Qin Tian uses a watergrass stalk to lure out the eel. He feels a bite and pulls out the eel. He later returns to the camp with more eels. Ellen worries that they can't do everything at once. Qin Tian suggests smoking the meat to preserve it. He smokes the eel so the meat can last for weeks or months. Ellen asks if she can help with anything because Qin Tian is the one who does almost everything. Qin Tian will teach Ellen how to make ropes out of tree bark so they can finish the windshield. He leaves Ellen to check the trap in the stream. The trap can only catch 2 or 3 fish each time. He makes a small lake beside the stream to store the fish he catches so they won't worry about food. Night comes and the two cook the eel meat with berries. Ellen takes a bite and drowns in the appetizing taste. Qin Tian finds her weird. Now 2 days later, Qin Tian returns to where he got the mushrooms. They already ran out of eels and he needs to catch some wild rabbits today. In a flashback, Qin Tian breaks the old windshield to create a bigger one. With Ellen's help they made a better version that feels safer to live in. Qin Tian tries to recall the path where the wild rabbit ran. He tries to find a place with less grass and finds trees with burrows. He covers the holes he found and leaves 2 open. He places burning horseshoe fungi near the holes to smoke the rabbits out. Just then a rabbit comes out and Qin Tian easily catches it. However, it is an offspring. Another rabbit runs out and Qin Tian recalls that rabbits live in herds. He checks the hole and discovers more small rabbits. He catches everything and brings them back to their camp. Ellen gets excited over the rabbits. Qin Tian is impressed that Ellen made a lot of ropes. He then claims to butcher them, but Ellen disagrees because they are too cute to eat. However, Ellen claims it is better to fatten them up first before they get eaten. Qin Tian didn't expect that side of Ellen. She knows that they don't have a choice but to kill them for survival. Qin Tian later butchers the biggest one and sets aside the fur for future use. The two eat dinner and find the rabbit meat stinky. Qin Tian asks Ellen why she is cheerful and Ellen claims that the next day is the 7th day. She still thinks that a rescue team will come and Qin Tian tries to act happy too. They are done eating and Ellen wonders what Qin Tian is doing. Qin Tian plans to start a fire using a different method based on the camping book he got from the store. There are various ways of starting a fire. He tries using a wooden bow and he is successful in starting a fire. The next morning they leave the camp and arrive at the shore. Qin Tian knows they will be waiting until night, so he starts preparing. Dusk comes and Ellen asks Qin Tian why the rescue team is not yet here. She starts despairing and Qin Tian gets worried. Ellen grabs his hand and cries out that they will die on the island by themselves. She continues to cry as she despairs. Qin Tian slaps her and Ellen asks why he did that. Qin Tian tells her to cry everything out. Ellen hugs her while crying out loud. Qin Tian tells her not to worry because he is with her. The night passes by. The next morning Ellen slaps Qin Tian as revenge for the previous night. She also thanked Qin Tian, but Qin Tian didn't hear her. She then tries to change the topic and asks him to check the low tide. Qin Tian corrects her saying that it is not yet time. They have a meal first while waiting. Ellen read in a book that a person missing for 2 years is considered legally dead. Qin Tian mentions that a rescue team will give up after a month of no results. Ellen gets mad at him for being negative. Qin Tian then suggests creating a boat and escaping the island themselves. Ellen thinks Qin Tian is cool right now. Qin Tian then tells her to get some seafood now that it is low tide. They later return to the camp and Qin Tian is glad that the rabbits didn't run away. They cooked the seafood they collected. Qin Tian tells Ellen to eat first, but she must not throw away the shells because they will be useful later. The seafood is only temporary and Qin Tian must find another source of food. Ellen can notice Qin Tian's darkened eye bags. Qin Tian later takes a nap and asks Ellen to wake him up at midnight to switch to night watching. Ellen thinks it is her fault that Qin Tian didn't get enough sleep last night. The morning comes and Qin Tian is surprised. He gets mad at Ellen for not waking her up. But Ellen just wants him to fully recover from his sleep. Qin Tian then tells the sleep-deprived Ellen to rest for the day. Qin Tian sets out to find more resources. Qin Tian has been searching for 2 hours, but he finds nothing. He then decides to go to the shore instead to get seafood again. Just then he notices something. He runs and comes across a bamboo forest. Bamboo is a multifunctional plant. Qin Tian has a hard time cutting down a bamboo tree. Qin Tian runs one down and remembers that there might be bamboo shoots nearby. He cuts the bamboo into pieces and loads them up. He returns to the camp and Ellen tells him to eat what she cooked. Qin Tian stares at a burnt fish and Ellen asks how it is. It doesn't taste good, but Qin Tian says otherwise. Ellen tries it, and she complains about how hard and bitter it is. Ellen apologizes for wasting food and Qin Tian claims that it is still edible. Qin Tian tells her to eat the oysters instead, but Ellen keeps eating the burnt fish. The night deepens and Ellen asks what Qin Tian is doing with the bamboo. He plans to make a fish trap to replace the plastic bottle. Ellen then helps cut some bamboo to create water bottles. Qin Tian is glad that Ellen is willing to work and finish it on her own. Based on the survival book, Qin Tian creates a fish trap and he gets points for it. Ellen shows what she made and Qin Tian compliments her work. She asks if Qin Tian has anything to do tomorrow and she plans to go with him to help. Qin Tian is impressed with how Ellen changed and plans to make good use of her. The next day, the two go to the bamboo forest. Ellen finds the place next to the bamboo forest more suitable for a camp. However, Qin Tian points out that food is their priority right now. Ellen is tasked with looking for bamboo shoots and she finds a bunch of them. After she collected bundles of them, she discovered a herd of wild boars. She stays silent and runs over to Qin Tian. Qin Tian gets surprised and Ellen points in the direction of the boars. Qin Tian grabs Ellen's hands and tells her to run and leave the place quickly. Though they are carnivores, wild boars can attack ferociously. However, more wild boars appear on the side where they came out. Qin Tian signals Ellen to be quiet, but the wild boars smell them. The two then quickly ran away. However, the boars are fast. Ellen is tired, but she can't hold back Qin Tian. Ellen tells Qin Tian to go and leave her. Qin Tian gets mad at the movie glitch /U00E9. He then faces the herd of boars and shouts out loud. The boars freeze in place and Qin Tian continues making loud noises. It works well and he throws his stone axe at the herd of boars. The herd runs away and Qin Tian falls to the ground in relief. Ellen gets worried and Qin Tian tells her that he is fine and they need to move now. Qin Tian notices a boar left alone and notices that it is wounded. A boar left alone will feel terrified and become more aggressive. Qin Tian throws his axe at the boar and baits it. He tells Ellen to go back to their camp. Qin Tian then activates his skill and he gets faster like a leopard. He gets far away, but the skill drains too much of his energy. He falls to the ground thinking that he escaped from the boar already. Just then, birds create a ruckus nearby. Qin Tian wonders if it is the boar, and yes, it is. Qin Tian gets surprised and climbs a nearby tree. As he feels lucky that the boar can't climb, the boar starts striking the tree. Qin Tian grabs properly at the tree until the boar gets tired and stops as it walks away. Qin Tian remembers how precious pork is. He jumps off the tree and confronts the boar. The boar charges at him, which Qin Tian quickly dodges. The boar hits the tree, making it unconscious. Qin Tian finishes it off, but the boar had too much vitality. Qin Tian continues attacking it until it falls dead. He receives points for hunting the wild boar. The wild boar is too heavy, so he plans to get it back the next day after resting and recovering. He hopes that no other predators will find the boar. Meanwhile, Ellen is in a hurry to make a stone axe to help Qin Tian. She rips her dress and collects ashes. Qin Tian asks what she is doing, and Ellen claims that ashes can blind the boars so they can escape. Ellen then realizes that she has been talking to Qin Tian and he appears with a fish in hand. Ellen looks glad and hugs Qin Tian. She was afraid that she wouldn't see him again. She notices that he is wet and he claims it is a long story. It got awkward when Qin Tian started stripping. Ellen tells him that they are not kids anymore and reminds him to dry his clothes first. Just then, Qin Tian flashes himself to Ellen. Ellen quickly covers her eyes and Qin Tian claims he was wearing underpants. That night Ellen feels bad about leaving the bamboo shoots behind. Qin Tian tells her that he killed the boar. Ellen worries about encountering the boars again and Qin Tian can only think of making a bow and arrow to fight back. The next morning Qin Tian quickly returns to the boar he killed and discovers that other animals found it. Luckily, there are more parts left. He notices a scratch mark from another animal. He starts butchering the boar and brings it back to the camp with bamboo. Meanwhile, Ellen is making a needle from a rabbit's bone and Qin Tian surprises her. Ellen gets mad and notices the meat Qin Tian brought back. Ellen wonders how he will use the fat and Qin Tian claims that it can be used to make a fat-based oil. However, they don't have a container. Qin Tian then asks Ellen for help making one. He plans to do pottery and he feels lucky that the clay nearby is usable. He remembers the steps from the survival book. He tries to make one but it looks like something unusable. He throws it away. He then makes a small bowl and discovers Ellen made better looking ones. He then asks her to make one big enough for cooking. Qin Tian makes a kiln for drying the clay until it gets dark. During dinner Qin Tian feels glad that they won't have food problems for the next month. Ellen notices Qin Tian smiling and claims that he is just happy to be alive. Qin Tian compliments Ellen's ability to mend. Ellen claims she must learn how because they don't have any clothes to change into. Qin Tian then tells her not to worry because they can change their clothes soon. The next day Ellen wonders if they can actually brush their teeth with the wood ash. Qin Tian mentions some science shit stating that it's a good substitute for real toothpaste. Later they begin preparing the pottery bowls and Qin Tian mentions that it will take 5 hours to harden. This surprises Ellen and Qin Tian tells her that they must control the heat properly. Otherwise the pottery will develop cracks. After the first batch of bowls is completed the success rate is disappointingly low, prompting Qin Tian to think of new techniques they could try instead. Later that night during Ellen's shift the success rate gradually improves, indicating that they could make more if they could control the heat. The next day as rain is approaching Qin Tian cooks the pork fat while Ellen wonders why he is adding water to it. Qin Tian explains that water helps reduce the risk of the fat getting overburned. They also prepare by grinding clamshells into powder to make soap. Qin Tian emphasizes the importance of making soap since there are no drugs on the island, and if they get sick it could be life-threatening. Using soap reduces that risk. As they let the soap formulate throughout the day they prepare for the impending downpour. Luckily the duo has finished building the tents, otherwise they wouldn't have anywhere to stay. Qin Tian opens the system and with the pottery and soap he made he now has over 6,000 points. However he still needs another 500 points to buy the power of any creatures. Ellen appears and questions Qin Tian about what he's thinking but he reflects on the situation and asks her what took her so long. He also asks if the soap works. Ellen calmly mentions that it does the job and expresses their luck in having the soap. Qin Tian prepares to make the bamboo bow and attempts to create a multi-layered structured bow to improve efficiency. He places some stumps in the ground as a makeshift mold since he has no other options. Suddenly the sky begins to thunder and the duo quickly rushes into the tent together and goes to sleep. During the night Qin Tian wakes up upon hearing a sound and quickly wakes up Ellen. He tells her that they have to disband the tent and urges her to climb up the tree. Ellen wonders what's going on when suddenly a group of wild boars run through their campsite. Ellen wonders if a few of the boars are dead. As it appears they are wounded, but it turns out they are just taking a nap. The rain continues to pour and the boars are not leaving yet. Qin Tian uses his shoe to distract the boars and they run away. Qin Tian tells Ellen to get down and the girl slips down. She falls on Qin Tian. Look at Qin Tian blushing. Morning comes and Qin Tian is surprised to get 3,000 points for surviving the rainy night. The two start fixing their camp. Ellen is glad that the rabbits are still caged. Qin Tian hopes the wood sticks they have will dry sooner. Later Qin Tian asks Ellen to remove her underwear. He plans to wash clothes and bathe at the same time but Ellen refuses. Qin Tian notices the stream's water is higher than before. Luckily the first trap is still usable as the clothes must first dry. Qin Tian wears leaves. In the meantime that night Ellen worries that the boars will return and Qin Tian offers to do night watch first. Seeing Ellen feel unsafe Qin Tian wants to make more weapons to fight the boars. He creates the bow and uses a boar's muscle as a string. Qin Tian proceeds to make arrows. He burns the tips of wood sticks and sharpens them. He can also use sharp stones as arrowheads. He gets points as he finishes the bow and arrows. Qin Tian now has enough points for a new skill between speed and strength. He chooses the former and he now feels stronger than before. The next day Qin Tian suggests working on the ceramics after the boars destroyed them. Qin Tian and Ellen remake the ceramics and their skills have improved. Qin Tian practices using the bow but his aiming skills stink. He keeps training until his skills improve. Following that, Qin Tian goes deep into the woods. He notices some tadpoles and he finds the ecosystem interesting. He later picks up some bamboo shoots. He hears bird sounds and discovers wild chickens. He shoots an arrow but he misses. He notices that the chickens are not afraid of him and don't move. He swears not to miss a shot but he didn't hit them even once. He tries one more time and finally hits one. He hits two more but he has already used all of his arrows. The other chickens ran away after that. That night the two had chicken soup. Ellen is overjoyed with the new menu. Qin Tian also finds it tasty with bamboo shoots. However, he claims that it will be better with salt. Ellen gets excited and suddenly remembers that they are in the middle of nowhere. Qin Tian then tells her that they will go to the beach the next day to make some. They went to the beach and prepared to boil seawater. While the water is boiling, the two make a sundial so they can keep track of their time. They successfully created one and Qin Tian asked Ellen to watch the shadow while he checked the seawater. Seeing the salt still wet, Qin Tian dries it out under the blazing sun. They made enough for half a month, but it is full of impurities. Qin Tian prepares another pot of seawater to boil and Ellen calls for his attention. Qin Tian asks for another bamboo. He knows that crude salt is not meant for consumption. He plans to saturate and purify the salt. Using his survival knowledge, Qin Tian made a filtration device. However, it took a long time. Ellen feels overjoyed with the dinner again. Qin Tian comments on how Chinese cuisine should have seasonings. He laughs at Ellen for overreacting. They also realize that it had been 20 days since they came to the island. Ellen wonders what kind of boat Qin Tian is planning to make. He needs a fishing boat that will help sustain them during the trip. Ellen suggests making a better tent first and Qin Tian claims it is better to find another place to camp. For days later, Qin Tian finds a meadow with a nearby cave. He stays alert thinking that something is living inside. He fires an arrow but nothing reacts. He goes inside and discovers animal remains. Just then Qin Tian senses an attack and dodges it using his cheetah speed. A panda attacked him and Qin Tian wondered why it looked a bit strange. He tries to distract it with a bamboo branch but the panda just crushes it. Qin Tian wonders what is happening and why it looks different compared to a normal panda. Qin Tian runs away and climbs a tree. As a Chinese, he hesitates to attack it but he needs to take over the cave. The fired arrow just bounces off its fur and the panda discovers Qin Tian. He quickly keeps his distance and uses a rock arrow. This time it works but the panda is still fine despite the bleeding. It confronts a surprised Qin Tian. Qin Tian dodges its attack and runs away again. That night Ellen suggests ignoring the panda and the cave and looking for another area to move to. Qin Tian plans to use his arrow belt's tie to make an arrowhead. They need a furnace to melt the iron so they start to plan to make one. They created a wind fan and the two started blowing air into the furnace to melt the iron. They manage to melt the iron and Ellen falls out of fatigue. Qin Tian pours the melted iron into Ellen's molds and he immediately cools them down. That night Qin Tian sharpens the arrowheads and hopes that they work. He puts it on the arrow and he is now confident in beating the panda. He tries to buy the animal encyclopedia but the system offers a better option for a bargain. He buys books about animals and how to tame them. The books also give tips on how to fight different animals. However, Qin Tian finds them ridiculous. Ellen wakes up to see Qin Tian making breakfast. Ellen insists on seeing the panda but Qin Tian refuses. Qin Tian can see that Ellen is getting used to living on the island. Later Qin Tian goes back to the cave and fires arrows inside. He notices that the panda is not there. He climbs a tree to wait for it, and it appears after some time. The system shows that it is an ancient panda. It further explains that panda started as carnivores which humans domesticated until they turned into bamboo-loving pandas. In 2 months Qin Tian can tame it. He plans to herd it to the point that it can't find food by itself. Qin Tian injures it, retrieves the arrow and runs away. He kept repeating the process for many days. On the 4th day, Qin Tian can't find the panda. It ambushed him and Qin Tian noticed that the panda was learning it breaks an arrow and Qin Tian runs away. On the way back to the camp, Qin Tian discovers poison dart frogs. He now had a solution to his problem. He captures one and plans to use its toxin for his arrows. He goes back to the camp and Ellen rushes to hug him. Qin Tian apologizes for making her worry, but Ellen denies being worried. Ellen notices the poison frog and Qin Tian plans to use it against the panda. The next morning, Qin Tian heats the frog until bubbles form on its skin. Qin Tian applies the toxins to the arrowheads. Ellen gives him the grass balls he asked for and wonders what their uses are. Qin Tian claims they got their use. Qin Tian later returns to the cave. Seeing the footprints, he knows that the panda is inside. He burns the grass balls and throws them in the cave. The panda gets smoked out and roars. It chases Qin Tian and the latter plans to tire the panda out inside the forest. The panda looks for Qin Tian. Qin Tian finds a chance and fires an arrow with the toxins. However, the stone arrowheads are ineffective. Qin Tian dodges the panda's attack. Qin Tian fires an iron arrow this time. The toxin should take effect soon. Qin Tian shoots again and the panda attacks him. However, the panda falls. Qin Tian is glad that the toxins have already kicked in. He observes the panda for 3 hours and the panda wakes up. The next morning, Qin Tian prepares fish and bamboo. He goes to the cave and sees the exhausted panda. He inserts a bamboo shoot into a fish and throws it at the panda. The panda growls and notices the fish. It hastily eats and Qin Tian shows it more food. It eats the remaining fish with bamboo shoots. Qin Tian wonders what name fits the panda. He notices how idiotic it is to relax knowing that it is poisoned. He then decides to call the panda Shan, by which means dumbass. Night comes and Qin Tian and Ellen eat dinner. Ellen finds out the name of the panda and she gets worried about whether to compliment his naming sense or not. Ellen puts down her food and claims that she is not in the mood. Qin Tian guessed that it was that time of the month. Ellen tells him to be quiet. She claims it should have started days ago, but it is kind of late for her. It must be because of stress and a lack of rest. Qin Tian then thinks about making paper. However, making a good quality product needs a lot of processes. The next morning, Ellen wakes up due to the smell of urine. Qin Tian claims it is needed to make paper and Ellen calls him crazy. Qin Tian asks Ellen to make square-shaped meshes and they easily create some. Things suddenly go to chemistry class and is impressed that Qin Tian is doing it on an isolated island. The two continue with more steps and processes to make sodium hydroxide. Ellen comments that it is better to work on it with electricity. Qin Tian claims it is possible with lightning strikes. The two later collected wild grasses to make paper. The grasses are soaked in sodium hydroxide for hours to obtain pure white cellulose. Qin Tian washes it next to the stream and washes it with clear water to get the paper powder. The powder is then put into the mesh frames. They dry the mesh with paper powder and they successfully create paper. Qin Tian is glad that his bottom is not at ease with paper. Ellen says not to mention it during meals. She finds Qin Tian talented at making paper. Days later, Qin Tian sees Shanbai looking comfortable. It wakes up after smelling the food that Qin Tian brought. It looks tame now and Qin Tian is feeding Shanbai. Domesticating Shanbai won't take long anymore. Qin Tian leaves Shanbai and walks along the stream. He finds wild gingers and brings them back to the camp. Ellen is experiencing cramps and claims that it didn't hurt like that before. She also had heating pads and a cup of yolk with red sugar to calm her cramps. Qin Tian then shows the ginger tea he just made. He claims he just accidentally discovered them. But Ellen can see proof that Qin Tian made an effort to do so. Ellen drinks warm ginger tea. The next day, Qin Tian visits Shanbai again. Shanbai now considers Qin Tian as a friend. A month later, she starts feeding Shanbai with pure bamboo shoots. Seeing Qin Tian's menacing aura, it accepts and eats the bamboo shoots. However, Shanbai is liking it. The system gives Qin Tian points for domesticating a panda. He gets an animal training seal that he can use on Shanbai. He applies the seal to Shanbai and Qin Tian can now see Shanbai's status using the system. That night, Qin Tian tells Ellen that she can meet Shanbai now. He brings her to Shanbai the next day and the two easily become friends. Shanbai also changed its diet to regular bamboo. Two later decide to leave the camp with Shanbai. They made a new camp in the field with the cave where Shanbai lives. Ellen enjoys looking at the starry night sky. Qin Tian tells her to continue watching while he sleeps, but Ellen suggests sleeping together because there's no need for night watch with Shanbai with them. Qin Tian gets surprised and asks Ellen to be his girlfriend. Ellen gets flustered as Qin Tian approaches her. Qin Tian teases her and Ellen gets mad. The two do some cleanup before sleeping. The next day comes and the two dig for nearby clay to make more ceramic. Qin Tian leaves with Shanbai to retrieve the fish traps in the stream. On the third day they collect bamboo easily with Shanbai's help. However, the pet is distracted by eating. The fourth day comes and the two start to build a bamboo house kitchen. After a week, they have now finished the kitchen. All the effort is worth it because Qin Tian got so many points and bought a new book about plants. They go to the stream to take a break. Qin Tian is happy to see Ellen having fun now. After some time Ellen steps on something. She checks her foot and discovers a rock crystal. Qin Tian checks on it and claims that it is quartz, an ingredient in making glass. On closer inspection it is of high purity. The two go upstream to look for more resources. They later discover a tree of honey locusts and Qin Tian claims that the pulp is an ingredient in making shampoo. Ellen hopes they can make one. However, the tree is full of thorns and Ellen doesn't want to put Qin Tian in danger. Qin Tian activates his power and jumps onto the tree. Ellen tells him not to put himself in danger for her. However, Qin Tian claims he is only procuring food, making Ellen embarrassed for overthinking. Qin Tian cuts some pulp and notices something from afar. He immediately goes down and asks Ellen if they can make shampoo now. Ellen gets embarrassed and tries to act like she is not interested. Qin Tian then decides not to make shampoo, making Ellen flinch in shock. Ellen tells him to be decisive, but Qin Tian wants to think about it later after going to the sugarcane field. Ellen is surprised to see a field of sugarcane. However, Qin Tian notices that it looks like someone has grown the field. Ellen gets fascinated and Qin Tian stops her from touching them. However, Ellen gets hurt by the sharp leaves of the sugarcane. Qin Tian cuts down one cane and the three of them savor the sweet taste of it despite it being hard. Ellen notices a sour taste and Qin Tian explains that it is not the right season for its harvest. Qin Tian plans to take some cane home so he can make brown sugar. They go back home and start to process the honey locust pulp. Qin Tian uses the extracts to make porridge which Ellen enjoys eating. Qin Tian later finished squeezing the sugarcane stalks. Ellen surprises him with a basket full of mushrooms. Qin Tian pats her head. However, most of the harvest is poisonous. Ellen is discouraged that only a few are edible. Qin Tian tells Ellen to collect the resources listed on the blackboard to create shampoo and toothpaste. Qin Tian later proceeded to process the collected resources and in the end, he successfully created shampoo. Ellen is sad that she can only try it tomorrow because it is already dark outside in the middle of the night. Qin Tian wakes up hearing weird giggles thinking it was a ghost, but it was Ellen who was sleep talking about the shampoo as thunder rumbles in the distance. Ellen wakes up and realizes that it's also raining heavily. Shanbai, the panda, starts growling and Qin Tian uses his skill on the panda. He wonders if it's wild pigs again and instructs Ellen to stay inside while he goes to investigate. His prediction proves correct as it turns out to be wild pigs. Shanbai lunges at them, attacking one of the pigs before getting attacked in return. While Shanbai distracts all the pigs, Qin Tian remains unnoticed. Shanbai rages on as he bites one of the pigs, just as another pig is about to attack him from behind. Qin Tian protects Shanbai and defends him by using his poison arrows to attack the rest of the pigs. However, a few of the pigs notice Qin Tian's presence as he is spotted by the pigs. Qin Tian quickly devises a plan to lead them away from Shanbai. He utilizes his skill, dashing away from the pigs and finding refuge in a tree. While hiding, he wonders how Shanbai is holding up. Shanbai roars fiercely, causing the pigs to scatter in fear. Qin Tian reunites with Shan by giving him some reassuring head pats. Together they make their way back to the camp. Upon their return, Ellen expresses concern over the scratches on Shanbai's body. However, Qin Tian reassures her that Shanbai has endured worse. They store the wild pigs in their shed for future food. Qin Tian mentions that he will find some bamboo for Shanbai as a reward for his bravery. Continuing through the forest, Qin Tian collects sprouts along the way as he ventures deeper into the woods. He suddenly panics upon noticing tracks on the ground. He is certain that it couldn't be from a steamroller and decides it's best to retreat for safety. However, his panic intensifies when he hears a noise and catches sight of a Titanoboa, the largest snake ever known to exist and believed to be extinct. As Qin Tian flees, he is shocked by the sight of the Titanoboa and wonders if he will encounter a dinosaur tomorrow. Seeking guidance, he turns to the system for information. Surprisingly, the system advises him to jump directly into the Titanoboa's mouth, make his way down its throat, and use a small knife to kill it from the inside. Qin Tian is taken aback by the absurdity of the suggestion and continues running away, dismissing the idea entirely. In his desperate escape, he spots A and slides down, successfully evading the Titanoboa's line of sight. However, panic sets in as Qin Tian contemplates his next course of action. Suddenly, the Titanoboa catches his scent and closes in on him. Qin Tian instinctively uses his dagger to stab the snake, but he realizes that the dagger is too short to reach the heart. In a thrilling turn of events, he finds himself being taken for a ride by the Titanoboa. Desperate to survive, he considers staying silent in hopes of escaping. Then a foul odor reaches his nostrils and he realizes he has stumbled into the boar territory. The snake notices a boar nearby as the Titanoboa engulfs the boar. Qin Tian seizes the opportunity to escape, lunging away from the chaotic scene. However, the encounter ends sooner than he anticipated. He stumbles and continues running, desperately hoping to find something useful in the system to aid his survival. Qin Tian realizes that the available rewards have changed and he regrets missing out on an option. Nonetheless, he decides to give the horse superpowers option a try. Unfortunately, the system malfunctions, granting him an animal charm feature instead. Panic sets in as he turns around and spots a group of boars. Hoping they won't notice him, Qin Tian's anxiety intensifies as the boars draw nearer, and eventually, he is spotted. In a moment of desperation, he activates the superpowers bestowed upon him by the system, experiencing a sensational burn in his legs as he utilizes them to run, worried that his legs might give out soon. He notices a pile of feces and decides to dive into it, hoping to lose his scent and evade the boars. As the day progresses, the boars begin to rest in front of Qin Tian. He ponders why the pile of feces is warm and realizes that the released carbohydrates are preventing the heat from escaping slowly. He loses sensation in his arms and legs, but he fights to keep his mind alert. Fainting in this situation would spell the end for him since they are in the territory of the boars. Qin Tian doesn't have to worry about other animals. However, he remains concerned about the potential reappearance of the snake. Suddenly, he spots a flame and hears someone calling his name. At first, he wonders if he's hallucinating and hearing Ellen's voice, but to his shock, he discovers that it's actually her, accompanied by Shan by the panda. Ellen notices the herd of boars and questions why Qin Tian is among them before scaring the boars away. Ellen inquires about Qin Tian's well-being, and he assures her that he is fine but very dirty at the moment. He advises her not to approach him. However, Qin Tian's legs give way, but Ellen catches him just in time. Blushing, she insists that they must move quickly. They both climb onto the panda and Ellen tells Qin Tian to hold on to her. Causing them both to blush, they return to camp and Qin Tian washes himself while Ellen does the same, playfully instructing him not to peek as she stands behind the panda after drying off. Ellen goes to bed while Qin Tian checks their food storage and notices signs of an attack. He wonders if there is a wild animal nearby, but it turns out that Ellen used pig fat to make a torch. Qin Tian attempts to crouch down but feels pain in his bruised knees from using the cheetah superpower to escape the boars and Titanoboa. Earlier, the system rewards him with 7,000 points for successfully evading the Titanoboa. Qin Tian offers Ellen some porridge but she is still asleep. He is shocked that Ellen saved him and never expected her to do so as they both rest and wake up later to eat. Qin Tian informs her that the tracks she saw belong to a Titanoboa, which frightens her. She wonders if they need to relocate from their hideout. Qin Tian assures her that if they stick to the forest edge while walking, they will be safe. He also expresses his gratitude for her saving him, which brings a smile to Ellen's face. Later in the day, Qin Tian begins slicing the meat in preparation. They set it up on the smoking rack as Ellen asks if it's safe to leave the meat outside. Qin Tian explains that they have no other space available. The following day, Ellen screams Qin Tian's name, informing him that their bacon has disappeared. Shocked, Qin Tian wonders what could have stolen the meat, especially since Shanbai didn't react to it. He prepares to guard the meat that night and catch the culprit as he rests during the day to prepare for the night shift. Ellen offers him some mint tea, urging him to quickly figure out the situation before they face serious trouble. As dawn approaches, the thief has yet to make an appearance. Suddenly Qin Tian spots a golden eagle swooping down towards the meat. He attempts to protect the meat but is unsuccessful. Later in the day, Qin Tian informs Ellen that the thief is a golden eagle. He shares his plan to trap and tame the eagle, explaining that they need to keep things normal and hang the meat outside so the eagle won't suspect anything. Qin Tian prepares a basic trap, but when they test it, it doesn't seem to work. Determined, Qin Tian exerts more force on the trap, causing the bamboo shoot to smack him in the face. He then instructs Shanbai to test the trap, as the panda's thick skin will protect him. As Shanbai pushes on the trap, it breaks, making Qin Tian realize that he needs to make a few more adjustments before it's ready. Later in the day, as Ellen wakes up from her nap, she questions whether Qin Tian is certain the eagle will return suddenly. The eagle appears above them. As the eagle swoops down toward the trap, the rope manages to catch onto its leg. Ellen wonders why Qin Tian isn't approaching the trapped eagle, and he explains that it's not the right time yet. The golden eagle has a deadly beak, and if they get too close it will attack them. So they decide to wait until the eagle becomes exhausted. They discuss what to name it, and Qin Tian suggests the name Desert Eagle. The eagle looks like it doesn't like the name Sand Eagle. However, Qin Tian thinks otherwise. Ellen wonders how they can domesticate the eagle. Qin Tian then asks if Ellen knows what a night owl is. Ellen exclaims that staying up all night is unhealthy. Qin Tian suggests taking turns watching the eagle and making it awake all the time until it gets tamed within the week. He tells Ellen to keep watch during the day while he does the night shift. The afternoon of day 1 comes, and the eagle tries to escape. However, Ellen is keeping watch, so it won't have a chance to escape. Day 2's night comes, and Qin Tian finishes creating a toothbrush during his night shift. He tries to ask the eagle's opinion, but it ignores him. Day 3 comes, and the eagle is tired. Shanbai also helps keep it awake while Ellen is making a shirt for Qin Tian. Day 4 night comes, and Qin Tian is cooking glue. He smacks Shanbai for neglecting his task. Shanbai gets mad at the eagle instead. Day 5's morning comes, and look at this dead, tired eagle. It gawks out loud out of frustration. Qin Tian tells it to surrender already. The eagle then willingly surrenders to Qin Tian using the pet seal. Qin Tian tames the eagle and successfully domesticates it. He then sees its memories and discovers that there is a chick back in its nest. The eagle recovers its health, and Ellen is surprised to see it domesticated already. Qin Tian claims that the eagle has a child. Ellen wonders how he knew, but Qin Tian claims it was just a hunch. It is also the eagle's mating season in the spring. Ellen then suggests raising the young eagles. Qin Tian agrees, and tells her that he will set out the next day. The eagle lands on Qin Tian's arm protector, and Ellen is fascinated by how cool the sight is. However, the eagle doesn't like Ellen yet. She cries and wonders why it behaved differently toward her. When the two of them domesticated it, she walks out telling them to watch her. Just then, the eagle notices something. It walks like a chicken after seeing the fish on Ellen's hands. Qin Tian and Ellen took the day off to refresh their energy. They then set out to look for the young eagle in the mountains. After some walking, they set up camp because it was getting dark outside. During dinner, Ellen wonders if they can find the young eagle. The forest is too wide and it might take them some time. Seeing that the forest is wide, Qin Tian wonders if it stretches more and if the island is really an undiscovered island. Ellen wonders what he was thinking, and Qin Tian makes up a story of wild animals attacking them during the night. The group later sleeps, and in the middle of the night Qin Tian senses something. Ellen also wakes up and notices Shanbai on guard from the nearby bushes. Wolves come out to attack them. Qin Tian tells Ellen not to panic, because Shanbai is with them. Shanbai roars at them, but Qin Tian reminds him not to be aggressive. Qin Tian assesses the situation and says that if Shanbai loses, he and Ellen will be attacked for sure. Just when Qin Tian thought that they were really unfortunate, the wolves got scared of the nearby flame. Qin Tian totally forgot about wild animals being scared of fire and asked Ellen to light up a torch. He tells her to move forward. Qin Tian throws his torch and scares off the wolves a bit. He orders Shanbai to attack. Shanbai then scares off the wolves. Knowing the wolves' deviousness, Qin Tian claims that the wolves might still be nearby. The morning comes, and the group hurriedly gets out of the forest. They can see the eagle acting up. It seems like they are nearing their destination. The group climbs up the mountains and Ellen feels like giving up. Qin Tian lets Ellen rest while he looks for the young eagle. He climbed the mountain and almost fell. He reaches the top and gasps for air. He enjoys the scene as if he is on top of a skyscraper. He then notices a volcano where plants are growing along the foothills. He plans to look for resources in that area later. The eagle then gets his attention after Qin Tian forgets their initial purpose. Qin Tian then drops a rope on a steep hill to let the baby eagle perch on it. Using the pet seal, Qin Tian communicates with the eagle, and it relays the instructions to the baby eagle. Qin Tian was able to pull up the baby eagle. The two birds reunite. Qin Tian immediately grabs the bird and brings it down with him until they reach the bottom. He sighs as Qin Tian swears not to do some climbing again. He then looks for Ellen. Qin Tian discovers writings on the ground that Ellen left to look for resources. The weather gets bad and Ellen arrives while riding. Shown by Qin Tian suggests moving fast because the weather might cause landslides. Just then, Ellen notices something. An airplane passes by. Qin Tian thinks something happened. Ellen panics because she heard an explosion, but Qin Tian tells her to calm down. Qin Tian wonders how an airplane comes to a deserted island. They come out of the forest and arrive at a dead end. Qin Tian suggests stopping first and planning what to do next. Qin Tian mentions how they don't have enough food if they go to the plane's crash site and get back to their campsite. Ellen then suggests replenishing in the camp first and returning. However, Qin Tian disagrees and claims one person will do. Ellen realizes that she can return to the camp alone while Qin Tian will have enough food if he goes alone. Qin Tian worries, but Ellen is confident that she can go back alone. That night, Ellen plays with the baby eagle. She wonders what to name it. Qin Tian suggests an absurd name again. Ellen sweetly calls it Xiao Bai, but names like Shan Bai and Sand Eagle are better for Qin Tian. The next morning, Qin Tian discovers that Ellen procured some pine oil. He claims it can be useful for many things. Ellen tells him to take care while alone. Qin Tian uses his superpower every hour, heading to the north. He suddenly arrives in a wetland and orders Sand Eagle to scout the area. He synchronizes his eyesight with that eagle and sees a body of water. He then prepares to head out and check. Qin Tian later arrives at a swamp. He tries to go around it, but the swamp covers a lot of the area. There are also a lot of mosquitoes in the area, making Qin Tian worried about infections. He also can't step into the swamp, seeing that it is unmoving, meaning it is an area for bacterial development. In the end, Qin Tian traverses the swamp. He starts running again to find the plane. He suddenly got caught in quicksand. He changes his position to limit the speed of drowning. He orders Sand Eagle to look for a branch. He brings out ropes and Sand Eagle starts dropping branches. Qin Tian asks for more and starts tying up the branches until he creates a frame of them. He forces himself to climb on the frame of the branches. It took him an hour to escape, and he decides to be more careful in this kind of swamp. He recalls the main character of a movie he has seen before. He disassembles the frame and chooses the driest branches. He bundles them and places each bundle on his feet. Seeing that it works on the swamp, Qin Tian starts moving again on top of the swamp. As he gets near the landing area, he wonders if there are crews on the plane. Meanwhile, on the plane, a blonde-haired woman wonders where she landed. She recalls encountering a storm, losing control, and getting stuck in the turbulence. She was lucky enough to adjust her landing route before crashing. She is glad enough not to have been injured after her accident. She thinks she is in South America. Because of the swamps, she wonders if someone is living in the area. She starts calling for anyone, but no one is answering. She realizes no one will live on this deserted island. Just when she decided to sleep for the night, she hears some rustling nearby. Not far away, Qin Tian is shouting and looking for someone, thinking that the crew might be injured. Qin Tian is in a hurry to check on them. Just then, Sand Eagle sees a big white bird and Qin Tian asks her to lead him there. Qin Tian finally finds the aircraft and shouts out loud for anyone. He hopes nothing scary happened. Upon checking, he doesn't see any bleeding signs. The plane looks brand new, but it is an old model. Just then, Qin Tian hears someone shouting and sees the blonde-haired woman running away from something. She exclaims that there are crocodiles. Qin Tian can see some mugger crocodiles chasing her. He goes inside the plane and extends his arm. The woman grabs his hand and climbs the plane. They stumble down inside the cockpit, and Qin Tian can't help but blush in front of a beauty with her cushions stuck on him. The crocodiles shake the plane with their tails, and Qin Tian feels the woman's cushions again. They look at the ground and see the crocodiles attacking the plane. Qin Tian wonders why they are so aggressive. He tries to attack them, but rock arrows are ineffective against their hides. Qin Tian then tries to target their eyes, but they are too small as a target. His attack just made the crocodile angry, and it won't take long for the plane to get destroyed. Just then, Qin Tian uses the system. He got tons of points now and looks for a suitable power for the current situation. Just when he decided to buy the Sagittarius talent, the woman suggests burning the crocodiles. Seeing alcohol, Qin Tian stops her and claims that alcohol is extremely important. Qin Tian asks for the lighter, and the woman willingly gives it away. Qin Tian then proceeds to buy a superpower. He activates it, but he can't feel anything compared to the cheetah skill. The crocodiles are getting rowdy again. Qin Tian applies pine oil to the arrowhead and lights it up. He uses his skill and it looks like he is in a FPS game. He also got a sight marker and a ruler. He adjusts his position and fires the arrow, hitting the crocodiles. Qin Tian continues shooting as the woman helps him with the arrows. He shoots the rest of the crocodiles and the beasts scamper away. The woman shouts that Qin Tian is her hero. Qin Tian introduces himself and asks for the woman's name. She introduces herself as Jessica Hathaway. She asks where they are. Qin Tian asks her to slow down because his English is not good. Jessica wonders what kind of Asian Qin Tian is and thinks he might be Chinese, but all she met before got long braids. Qin Tian if Jessica has a mobile phone, but Jessica only knows the telephone. The two just realize that communication is hard. Night comes and Qin Tian finds canned food on the plane. Jessica opens it in an old manner. Qin Tian discovers the expiration date goes back to 1928. Jessica wonders if there is anything wrong and Qin Tian hopes he can tell that it is expired. Jessica tells him not to worry, because it is beef. Qin Tian can taste that the food is okay. The two got full with a spoonful. Feeling tired, they retire for the night. The morning comes and Qin Tian notices Jessica boiling water. He can't believe she has a lot of things in her bag like doorman. Qin Tian brings out meat and suggests cooking pork soup. After their meal, the two try to converse, but a language barrier exists. Qin Tian can only show Jessica the rough mapping of the island. Qin Tian thought of having Ellen talk to Jessica, so he invited her to their camp. He feels bad leaving usable parts of the plan out. Just then Jessica notices the sand eagle and panics. Qin Tian tells her not to worry because it is his pet. They start traveling but encounter thick smoke midday. Even Sand Eagle doesn't have any idea. Jessica then asks for a break. While Qin Tian wonders when the smoke will go away, Jessica falls unconscious. Qin Tian can also feel that he is getting tired. There might be something in the smoke. Qin Tian crawls toward Jessica. Jessica's symptoms are quite severe. While Qin Tian can still move his hands, he grabs Jessica's lighter and rummages through her bag. A medicine box is among the things in the bag. However, Qin Tian can't read English. He then notices an electric box. He also brings out some other things along with his bamboo tube. Qin Tian connected everything and came up with an electrolysis apparatus. The oxygen produced from the process is then passed to Jessica through a tube. Jessica soon regains consciousness and Qin Tian mentions that the smoke is methane. The two alternately use the oxygen tube as they traverse the methane fog. They see the end point and finally get out of it. They finally get to breathe fresh air. It is getting late and the two are still not fully recovered, so they set up camp. Meanwhile, at the camp, Ellen is having trouble with the raccoon's fish, for Xiaobai's meal is now less plentiful. Xiaobai chirps and Ellen gives it a fish. Ellen worries for Qin Tian and decides to look for him the next day. Just then Xiaobai chirps as it sees its parents. Seeing Sand Eagle, Qin Tian is back for sure. Ellen gets excited to see Qin Tian, but seeing Jessica surprises her more. Qin Tian wonders if Ellen misses him. After 3 days, Qin Tian introduces Jessica to Ellen and asks her to communicate with the foreigner. The two immediately kick off a conversation in Chinese. The confused Qin Tian wonders why Jessica is speaking in Chinese. Now Jessica blames Qin Tian for trying to speak in broken English and not revealing his nationality. We all agree that Qin Tian is at fault. That night, the three had a long discussion. The two Chinese learn that Jessica is a paleontologist who travels around the world. She heard of a nose-walking beast and immediately flew off toward the South Pacific. However, she encountered a storm and crashed on this island. It turns out Jessica is not from a rescue team. At least Qin Tian can now pinpoint their current location with Jessica's information, and they can start making a boat. Ellen wonders why Jessica is not worried about crashing on a deserted island. Well, the paleontologist's spirit is burning with passion and excitement. Her scary eyes are enough to cut open Shan Bai and study him. Qin Tian asks this time if Jessica is not worried. She claims not because the two mention making a boat to escape the island and the discovery of Haunong cats and individuals on this island is one of the greatest discoveries of the 20th century. Ellen corrects her, saying that it is the 21st century. Jessica claims that would be 70 years ahead of them and wonders if the Republic of China is using a different calendar. Qin Tian claims that it is now the People's Republic of China. Jessica wonders if it is a change of regime again. The two Chinese get offended. Jessica apologizes and asks to be corrected instead. Qin Tian then tells her about the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949. Jessica claims that it is still 1927. Qin Tian and Ellen are shocked. Qin Tian can see that Jessica is not lying, taking into account the old plane and the canned foods manufacturing date. Jessica then asks what year it is and Qin Tian surprises her by telling her that it is 2020 for them. Jessica then elaborates on what happened until she encountered the storm. Ellen claims that they also encountered a storm. Qin Tian thinks the storm might be a passage of time and space. The topic of time travel is heavy for them because they want to know the way back. Knowing that there are prehistoric and dangerous animals out there, Qin Tian suggests focusing on protecting themselves and improving their quality of life. Jessica wonders if Xianbai can also time travel, but Qin Tian finds it impossible since he has also seen a Titan python as a paleontologist. Jessica knows that such creatures should have lived in a different era and couldn't live in the forest's refreshing temperature and conditions. Ellen then explains that they have encountered two heavy rains, which can explain how a Titan python can live in the area. Qin Tian and Ellen just hope it won't come through their front door. Ellen then tells Qin Tian and Jessica to rest while she does the night watch. Jessica wants to make it clear if Qin Tian and Ellen are lovers. The two shyly deny and Jessica asks if Ellen is pursuing Qin Tian because she is interested in sleeping in the same bed as Qin Tian. While Ellen also sleeps on a separate bed, Jessica claims she already likes Qin Tian after seeing his heroic acts during her rescue. Ellen is clearly jealous and frustrated. Qin Tian then tells Jessica to calm down and explains how everything should start purely with getting to know each other based on Chinese culture. Jessica then starts flirting with him. A flustered Qin Tian then retires for the night and encloses himself in a sleeping bag. Ellen feels glad but suddenly gets threatened by Jessica's stripping. She is surprised at how open Americans are. She then checks on something and sees Qin Tian watching everything. Jessica says hi to her audience. Ellen scolds Qin Tian while the pets know how their master should be punished. Warning comes and Ellen gives Qin Tian a humble breakfast. Jessica wonders if Qin Tian upset her, but Ellen is only teasing our poor boy. Jessica can see that Ellen also likes him. Jessica knows the Chinese people are polygamous and she offers the first wife seat in big room to Ellen. Jessica feels this is a bit tricky. Ellen goes to Qin Tian and asks for a big room. She gets flustered after saying that. The three later discuss their future plans. The first stage is they need to explore and learn about the whole island. With Qin Tian's talent, he made barricades against the feisty boars. He also intends to capture some boars and raise them in captivity to ensure food for winter. They also need more resources, especially iron, to create nails to hold the boat in place. The second stage is shipbuilding, which might take years to achieve. Jessica then brings out the contents of his bag to check if there is something useful. Ellen notices a dress and Jessica tells her to try it on. Jessica also has iron tools that are useful. The next day, Qin Tian checks the bamboo forest with Xianbai. Just then, Sand Eagle discovers something. Jean arrives at the Dang Hill site and still can't believe he dove into it before he tests it out and discovers soil nitrate. He collects some dung to make black powder in the future. He goes back to the camp where Jessica prepared a container for the nitrate soil. While preparing things, Qin Tian tells Ellen to guide Jessica around the camp. With a lot of nitrate soil prepared, Qin Tian starts cooking them and the evaporated water and viscous nitrate start precipitating on the bottom. They filter out what is needed until they obtain potassium nitrate. It was a tiring day, so they had their fill first. After that, Qin Tian now obtains potassium nitrate, charcoal and sulfur powders. He estimated the amount for each component and mixed them together. Ellen wonders what Qin Tian is doing. Qin Tian lights up the mixed powder and it explodes. They succeeded in making black powder. Jessica then suggests making a bomb immediately. They start preparing dried soil and dried bamboo for the bomb. Black powder is wrapped in a slightly damped paper and Qin Tian starts making layers in the bamboo. Here is the anatomy of their homemade bomb. The girls are surprised at how Qin Tian can easily make a bomb. He laughs as he recalls the pranks that he was a part of when he was still a kid. Unbearable memories indeed. Soon after, Qin Tian tells the girls to back off and he throws a lighted bomb outside of the camp area. It explodes and Qin Tian gains points for successfully creating a bomb. Seeing that the explosion is not powerful, they wonder how much black powder should be put into the bomb. Qin Tian claims he just needs a bomb that can scare off wild animals. Just in case. They later made more lethal bombs but were limited to only 3 days. Later the group starts cooking bricks and kills. Seeing that it takes a day to dry one, they gave up. They then decided to use wood and bamboo instead. The summer heat arrives and it is getting into the hardworking Qin Tian. He takes a break and drinks some water. He realizes he hasn't moved the potassium nitrate for a while now. He then decides to use it to make ice. He puts a pot of drinkable water in a pool of water with dissolved potassium nitrate. He then starts preparing some raspberries. He pours out the water from the pot and discovers the accumulated thin ice. He tops it with crushed raspberries and the dessert is done. Ellen and Jessica come back, and Ellen happily presents a grape to Qin Tian. Jessica claims that Ellen wants to surprise Qin Tian. Qin Tian then presents them with their reward. The girls are excited to see an ice smoothie. The girls enjoy the dessert, making Ellen feel like surfing in the ocean waves. Jessica wonders if Qin Tian used some Chinese sorcery to make it, but Qin Tian explains that he only used potassium nitrate. Embarrassed by the compliment, Qin Tian suggests putting in some grapes too. However, the glutton is already eating the ice smoothie as it is. In order to make better ice, Qin Tian and Ellen make some pottery similar to a matryoshka doll. The new tools can be used to greatly improve the cooling, and creating the ice will be more efficient. Meanwhile, Jessica is focused on making wine using the grapes they foraged. They make sure to cover it in tight containers or it will turn into vinegar instead. Jessica then checks on what Qin Tian is doing. He claims he is making fan blades, not the fan itself. However, he claims that it will be automatic. He will put it on a long stick and the other end will be pushed by steam from boiling water. Ellen suggests adding a condenser and Qin Tian agrees. Midsummer arrived and the group managed to improve their steam-powered fan. They made it to reuse the water being condensed. They also created raspberry popsicles. Xiaobai also got addicted to it. Ellen worries for Xiaobai and Sand Eagle. Qin Tian suggests giving them iced water. A storm suddenly comes and Ellen is worried that the boars will topple down their incomplete fence. Qin Tian assures her that it will be different this time because they have the bombs. Rain continues pouring down and the boars come out of the forest. Jessica has wanted to see this scene since she heard about it. Ellen wants to help too. Qin Tian can't believe how much the rain pours. He starts shooting arrows at the rampaging boars. Seeing that the boars are divided, Qin Tian asks Xiaobai and Sand Eagle to take care of the ones on the left. The two pets start obliterating the boars. Qin Tian and Jessica start taking care of the boars on their side and find out that they are increasing. Ellen suddenly shouts to move away. She tells the other two to be careful as she tosses a bomb. The bomb lands in front of the boars and the explosion is enough to make them panic. The boars on the other side are also escaping. Qin Tian doesn't want to let them get away and starts firing arrows again. Xiaobai and Sand Eagle are also doing their jobs very well. They come out victorious as the rest of the boars escape. Seeing that they killed a lot, Qin Tian knows that the boars can't reproduce for a while now. He needs to be careful or they will lose their source of meat. With this amount of meat, they will have food for 6 months. The group then starts focusing on strengthening their fence during rainy days. During the 2 weeks of rain, they no longer worried about the boar raids. The island continues to experience the rainy season. Qin Tian wonders if the wine they brewed is now fine. The girls are excited but get disgusted seeing the insides of the pot. Jessica wonders if she brewed it wrong. Qin Tian explains that this is a normal phenomenon during fermentation. Qin Tian filters the impurities and presents their homebrewed wine. However, it is too sour to taste. Qin Tian then realizes that they should wait a bit longer. He then tells the girls that they will make distilled spirits. He tells them how the ends. Ellen arrives with brown sugar and baking soda. Qin Tian concocts something and after refrigeration he lets the girls taste it. Ellen can't believe she is tasting Jian Li Bao, a Chinese carbonated drink. Jessica is reminded of Coca-Cola. Well, Jian Li Bao is Chinese Coke. A month later the camp is completely perfect, with a grocery room, pottery room and washing block. Qin Tian is awarded system points. Summer ends without anyone knowing and Xiaobai can now fly on its own. Qin Tian thanks Ellen for the clothes she made for him. She is glad after spending too much time making it. However, Qin Tian is too focused on functionality. Instead, Qin Tian plans to investigate the surrounding areas, especially the plane's crash site, for 3 days. Right now Qin Tian can do it with enough food packed in his bag. Qin Tian and Xiaobai continued running the whole day. He finds a place to camp and uses Jessica's camping tents and sleeping bags the next day. Qin Tian arrives at the volcano he has seen before. It's a good thing he wore jeans because of the thick shrubs in the area. He notices Xiaobai feeling unwell. It might be because of the smell of sulfur. Qin Tian tells Xiaobai to wait for him and he climbs the volcano alone there. He finds a sulfur mine. With this amount they can make more bombs. He also checks the surrounding rocks and minerals. He doesn't know what type of rock it is, so he purchased an appraisal skill to check it. He finds out it can be used to create colorless glass. After finding a ton of ore and minerals, Qin Tian camps for the night. He tries excavating the volcano's surface the next day, but it's really hard, causing him back pain in the process. The sand eagle arrives with a letter from Ellen. She tells her to be alert and careful. With love, Qin Tian blushes as he plans for his next actions. He then asks Sand Eagle to scout for him and Qin Tian synchronizes with it. He needs to figure out the methane fog's duration. Sand Eagle reports that there are two-legged animals nearby. Qin Tian runs as he tells Shanbai to stay. He uses his superpower and asks Sand Eagle if he is getting near. He continues running until he finds people. A group of Viking-looking men is chasing a little girl. The cornered little girl tries to fight the men, but they have shields to block her attack. Still, she manages to target their vital points. She is alert enough to dodge the attacks of the other men. She didn't notice that she was surrounded. She shouts as she keeps fighting them. Qin Tian can see that they are really killing each other. He feels like he needs to save the little girl. He starts concocting a bomb right on the spot. He created a smoke bomb. He is nervous about using the bomb against people, but the island is lawless in the first place. To save the girl, he fires an arrow at the men. The little girl takes the chance to escape from the distracted Viking men. Qin Tian fires more arrows to distract the men. The escaping girl just noticed Qin Tian. Qin Tian throws the smoke bomb and it immediately explodes. The girl stopped and watched the smoke. Qin Tian tells her to run and the girl follows him. The smoke clears out and the men start chasing them. Qin Tian knows it is hard to win against them and running away is the only option. He can see that the girl is bleeding a lot and tells her to get on his back. However, the girl tells him to go alone instead. She plans to fight the men so Qin Tian can run away. Qin Tian sighs and grabs her. He uses his superpower to gain speed. Just then, Sand Eagle reports that the Titan Python is nearby. The Titan Python appears, scaring the Viking men despite the crowd in front of it. The Titan Python chases after Qin Tian. He wonders if it has a grudge against him. Qin Tian dodges its attack and the girl leaps on it. Qin Tian is impressed to see the girl maneuver on the python's slippery body. She stabs it and it makes the python hiss in pain. She falls from the python which starts attacking her. Qin Tian saves her using his superpower while throwing a bomb in its mouth. They get pushed aside by the python's body and smoke starts coming out of the python's mouth. It tries to attack Qin Tian and the girl, but the bomb inside explodes. It falls to the ground and Qin Tian and the girl escape the area. Qin Tian and the girl continue to run away. The Titanoboa gets back up and chases after them. Qin Tian promises to pray to God every day if he saves them. The girl exclaims that there is no use in fighting a snake while the two hide in a bush. The Titanoboa's senses should be busted up after the bomb explodes in its mouth. Qin Tian sees the chance and orders Sand Eagle to attack the huge snake. Sand Eagle is now distracting the Titanoboa. However, Qin Tian was actually holding the girl's chest all this time. Qin Tian claims it is time to move later. The two meet Xian Bai. The girl quickly stands on guard, seeing a beast. Qin Tian tells her that Xian Bai is a pet and they can ride him. The girl bows down to Qin Tian. Qin Tian puts her on Xian Bai and they travel until Qin Tian notices that he needs to tend to the girl's wounds. The girl is surprised to see a lighter that can easily light up a fire. Qin Tian then brings out medicine and uses sign language to tell the girl that it will be painful. The girl puts up with the pain and her arm gets bandaged. The wounds on her thighs are next and Qin Tian brainwashes himself first that she is wearing something colorless. The girl moans in pain and she finally gets treated. After setting up the tent, Qin Tian tries to move the girl inside, but her wildlife alertness kicks in, and she attacks Qin Tian. Qin Tian narrowly dodges the blade, causing the girl to bump into him and they both fall. The girl apologizes, but Qin Tian understands her nature inside the tent. The girl's stomach growls embarrassed. She pats her stomach vigorously. Qin Tian gives her some dried meat, and she humbly accepts it. Later, they sleep in a comfortable position. In the morning, Qin Tian wakes up to the sound of the girl screaming. He stops her from fighting with Sand Eagle. Qin Tian expresses gratitude to Sand Eagle for luring away the Titanoboa. Unable to communicate well with the girl, Qin Tian decides to take her to the camp. Ellen and Jessica, who had received a letter in advance through Sand Eagle, meet the girl. Jessica now doubts Qin Tian's taste in girls. The girl asks a question and Jessica replies that they are not witches. They continue their conversation. Ellen wonders what they're talking about and Jessica explains that the girl is Nikhani, a member of the Lada tribe from Yemen. The Lada tribe was self-sufficient, but they mysteriously disappeared in August 1939. Soldiers haven't seen any signs of their departure. Qin Tian wonders if their situation is similar to theirs, traveling through time and space. Jessica asks Nick for more information and learns that they have been on the island for 3 years. However, a year ago, a group of men on ship started capturing them. Qin Tian recalls the pirates. Ellen suggests aligning with the Lada tribe and Qin Tian agrees. Nick shares that they have been surviving by hunting and foraging. They referred to the area covered in methane fog as the land of the dead since no one has returned after entering it. The fog stretches throughout the island and only disappears for 2 days a year during winter. Qin Tian states that they have 3 months remaining. Nick also expresses a desire for wizard Qin Tian to help them. Qin Tian wonders why he was called a wizard. Jessica explains that Nick saw his actions yesterday as mysterious and now reveres him as a chosen wizard by the saint. Qin Tian asks Jessica to clarify to Nick that he is not a wizard. However, Jessica suggests using this as an opportunity to connect with the Lada tribe. Qin Tian thinks it's a great idea and they start planning, scaring Ellen with their laughter. Later, Nick starts worshipping Qin Tian. Jessica suggests learning Arabic in 2 months, but Qin Tian refuses, fearing it will overwhelm him. However, the system suggests buying a book on world languages. They all divide their tasks. Ellen will cook, Qin Tian will bathe in the river, and Jessica will babysit Nick for now. Jessica helps Nick take a bath to prevent her from getting sick. Ellen finishes cooking later, presenting an extravagant dinner for the first time. They all praise Ellen's improvement in cooking. Nick remarks that it's the first time she has seen so much food on a table and finds it delicious. She cries, expressing her hope that her tribe can also enjoy such food. Later, Qin Tian sets up a tent to sleep outside after explaining Nick's situation to the 2 girls. Nick sleeps in the corner of the cave while holding her knives. The next day, Jessica teaches Ellen and Qin Tian the Arabic language. After their lesson, Ellen wonders if Qin Tian will search for the Lada tribe. Due to the fog, Ellen suggests building a boat to go around it. Qin Tian agrees and goes to search for wood. Nick tries to help Qin Tian cut down trees, but he tells her not to because she is still injured. She shouts and demonstrates her strength by easily chopping down a tree, leaving Qin Tian shocked. They manage to gather enough wood in 3 days. The following day, the smoke from melted pyrite is sufficient to scare away nearby animals. Qin Tian does more processing and finally obtains iron. However, pyrite can only yield a small amount of iron. While melting the iron, Qin Tian notices that Nick fits the lolly standard. Nick gets confused and coughs. Later, they pour the melted iron into a mold during dinner. Ellen reports that their area has limited resources, specifically fruits, and expresses concern about winter. Qin Tian suggests making mixed canned fruits. To store the canned fruits they need glass, so they all go to the river the next day to collect silicon, a material used for making glass. Qin Tian comments on the clarity of something he found and Jessica covers her white shirt. Just then, Ellen discovers something sparkly. Luckily, she finds gold. Nick appears with a handful of gold as well. Jessica wonders where she found it and they all stumble upon a gold haven. Jessica also finds a piece of diamond. They celebrate the potential wealth they will have. However, they realize something and decide to focus on finding silicon instead. Afterward, they leave with baskets filled with silicon, gold, and diamonds. If they manage to escape the island one day, they will be rich. Later, Qin Tian prepares some shell powder and galena to reinforce the glass. He melts the materials together with Nick. Meanwhile, Ellen and Jessica make a blowing tube for shaping the glass. Afterward, Qin Tian demonstrates glass blowing, leaving Nick surprised and thinking it's magic. The girls continue to give instructions on forming the glass. However, They encounter some failures and Qin Tian warns the girls to be careful unlike him. Ellen attempts it in one go and with Jessica's support she starts shaping the bottle. The glass cools down but Ellen isn't satisfied with the result nevertheless. She appears cool in front of the others earning their praise. She wonders what to do next and Qin Tian instructs her to dip it in water and use a knife to cut it. Ellen suggests creating a rotating round table for making crystal wares. Qin Tian polishes the glass made by Ellen and shows it to Nick. Nick exclaims that Qin Tian is truly a wizard and Qin Tian can now understand her thanks to the system. In the following days the girls focus on making more glass bottles while Qin Tian and Nick gather materials for making bombs. During their meal, Qin Tian proposes the idea of making a telescope for searching and investigation. He plans to create a Keplerian telescope with convex lenses. The next day Qin Tian makes the lens molds with Ellen. Starting to produce 5 of them, they pour liquid crystals onto the molds and wait for them to cool down. Qin Tian then assembles the lenses in a bamboo frame and they finally have a telescope. They all try it out and Nick is particularly amazed by it. Additionally, they also make magnifying glasses. With everything prepared, the next step is building the boat. However, they have limited sources of wood and iron. Based on the encyclopedia, Qin Tian decides to construct a 2-hull boat with a sail. Jessica suggests making paddles as well in case the wind blows them in the wrong direction, so they won't rely solely on the sail. Ellen is impressed by Jessica's knowledge. They immediately start working on the boat and Qin Tian also installs a cabin as a precaution. After a week, the boat is completed and floating. While enjoying the night sky, Nick promises to save her father and tribe. Ellen wonders what Qin Tian is contemplating deeply. Qin Tian expresses his concerns about their first voyage, but Ellen tells him that it is exciting and thrilling. Instead, she assures him not to worry because Jessica is now with them. As Ellen tells Qin Tian to be careful, the two blush. Jessica wonders if this is a lover's conversation and asks if she can join in. The two are surprised and Ellen tells Jessica to wear more clothing. The following morning it's time for them to depart. Qin Tian gives Ellen some precautions and asks Shanbai to protect her. Qin Tian and Jessica assure Ellen that they will return soon. Ellen swears to protect the camp. Meanwhile, Qin Tian is relieved that he doesn't get seasick. Nick is now ready to save her people with Qin Tian and Jessica. Jessica is the one who will navigate the boat, but her arrogance irritates Qin Tian. Noon arrives and the wind calms down, which continues into the afternoon. Paddling becomes the only solution, but they need to take occasional rests. Night falls and they are almost reaching the other side of the island. However, they still need another day to reach their destination. Jessica starts her night watch, but after 2 hours Qin Tian wakes up. Jessica tells him to go back to sleep, but Qin Tian decides to stay awake and listen to Jessica's field of study. Jessica clings to him and tells the story of the Megalodon. The ancient king of the seas. Qin Tian gets scared and requests a different topic. Jessica suggests the Mosasaurus, but being at sea makes Qin Tian afraid of hearing about sea creatures. Jessica then suggests turtles and Qin Tian agrees to that. Like a child, Jessica shares her knowledge about ancient creatures until morning comes. Nick shouts as she sees a coastline. They land and set up a camp for the night. Nick reveals that the pirates are also in the coastal area. The next day they travel through the forest and vegetation until they reach the village. However, Nick suggests hiding first because she finds it strange that there are no guards at this time. Sand Eagle reports that there are many humans around. Qin Tian plans to scout the area first, but Nick starts running toward the village. Everyone was actually in a meeting to convince the elder to save Nick, who had gone missing. Suddenly Nick appears and surprises everyone. She learns that the men, including her father, are also missing. The elder, Hamel, explains that they had been searching for Nick, who had been missing for days. Some men offer to search for the others who are missing, but Nick stops them. She then tells them that she crossed the deadly area and reached the other side of the island. She claims to have met the Mighty One. However, everyone considers her delusional and suggests that she rests from exhaustion. A man named Kata dismisses the idea of relying on a non-existent entity. Nick insists that the Mighty One exists and Sand Eagle suddenly flies by. Panic ensues as Sand Eagle tries to scare them. Qin Tian makes his entrance with the help of Sand Eagle. Nick refers to him as the Mighty One and everyone gathers around Qin Tian. Aware that they find him suspicious, Qin Tian decides to take action. He ignites the lighter and everyone is astonished to witness what they perceive as magic. The lot of people immediately kneel before him. Kata rudely demands to test Qin Tian. Nick exclaims how strong Qin Tian is, igniting Kata's fighting spirit. Qin Tian showcases his superpower and surprises Kata with his speed, leaving everyone in awe of his inhuman swiftness. A stunned Kata breaks into a cold sweat. Qin Tian declares that he will use only 2 fingers and instructs Kata to stand. Despite Kata's efforts, he is unable to move. Qin Tian smirks at him and everyone is amazed to see their strongest warrior rendered weak. Before Qin Tian realizing that Kata cannot fight, Qin Tian removes his fingers from Kata's forehead. Kata springs up and glares at Qin Tian before ultimately leaving. Qin Tian is relieved that his plan worked. Elder Hamel requests Qin Tian to save their tribe and Jessica suddenly appears. The elder refers to her as the mighty woman. Seeing Qianqian's superpower, Jessica comments on the reality of the Chinese term hidden dragon and claims that men keeping secrets are more attractive. The crowd cheers as the mighty Qin Tian offers his assistance. Elder Hamel then leads them to their tent, which functions as a church. Qin Tian wonders about Nick's whereabouts, and Jessica informs him that she is outside, sharing stories about the mighty Qin Tian. She also mentions how the telescope gives her remarkable vision. Kata states that he admires genuine strength, not magic. Qin Tian expresses concern for the tribe, which consists of the elderly, women, children, and injured soldiers. A girl named Abby Lu approaches them and offers some fruits. She tearfully implores Qin Tian to save their tribe. Qin Tian reassures her and gives her some dried meat. Hungry, Lu eagerly devours the meat, revealing that the tribe is experiencing a food shortage. The presence of another group on the island has made it difficult for their tribe to acquire sufficient food. Qin Tian realizes the severity of their situation. Elder Hamel arrives and scolds Lu, but Qin Tian intervenes, assuring him that it's fine. He observes the amount of food Elder Hamel has brought and politely declines. Acknowledging the food shortage, he emphasizes that he was merely fortunate to be chosen as the Mighty One and requests to be treated as a fellow human. Qin Tian retrieves his bag containing smoked meat and offers to share it with the lot of people. Elder Hamel becomes emotional and expresses his gratitude to Qin Tian. The lot of people rejoice, believing that the gods have answered their prayers by sending the Mighty One to rescue them. Elder Hamel is relieved that the Mighty One is a kind-hearted person. Qin Tian feels the weight of his title, but Jessica assures him that everyone is supporting him. She reminds him of the Chinese saying that changing the world is possible with everyone's help. The next day, Qin Tian and Jessica search for the others. Nick explains that they went to find food. Elder Hamel offers fruits to Qin Tian once again. Qin Tian inquires about the other fighters, but Elder Hamel insists that the Mighty One alone is more than capable of dealing with the brutes. Jessica clarifies that the Mighty One has exhausted much of his powers to descend. Qin Tian feigns weakness and states that he can only investigate now. Elder Hamel becomes emotional, believing that Qin Tian has made significant sacrifices. Fortunately, Nick knows the enemy's location and leads Qin Tian to a coastal encampment. Upon realizing that they are Vikings posing as pirates, Qin Tian deems it impossible to establish peace with them. Nick notices the lot of people being held as slaves. Seeing the guards around the perimeter, Qin Tian assumes the presence of an enemy. Sand Eagle reports that someone is approaching, prompting Qin Tian and Nick to hide. A group of armed pirates appears and they discuss a near-death encounter with a Titanoboa. One survivor shares their experience, causing some of them to feel fear. However, another pirate claims they can defeat the Titanoboa once they obtain the Fountain of Youth. Following the Titanoboa, they believe the lot of people have hidden it. Continuing their patrol, Qin Tian can hardly believe he heard something fantastical. Realizing that these pirates intentionally arrived on the island, Qin Tian suspects they possess a map showing the way home. Nick expresses surprise that Qin Tian understands the pirates, and he explains that he can easily learn any language. Determined, the two set off as Qin Tian plans to discuss a strategy with Jessica. Meanwhile, a group of tribesmen is being pursued by the pirates led by Kata. He instructs Ragna to leave behind the injured Aruba so they can escape. Aruba pleads not to be abandoned, But Kata reminds him that he is a courageous soldier and leaves him behind. Ragna feels guilty, but it is for the sake of the tribe's survival. Suddenly, Nick appears, and an arrow strikes one of the pirates. Kata warns against sounding the horn. Nick struggles in her fight against the pirates. Kata charges forward with a spear, taking down one of the pirates. However, they are outnumbered and Kata calls for Ragna's assistance. Surrounded, Nick whispers to Kata, advising him to conserve his energy. Qin Tian arrives and saves Aruba, while Kata and Nick keep the pirates occupied. Aruba weeps as Qin Tian conceals him in a nearby tree. Qin Tian then communicates with Nick through Sand Eagle, signaling her. Nick becomes focused and starts eliminating some of the pirates. Kata follows suit. One of the pirates panics as the tide turns against them. Nick and Kata move to finish off the remaining pirates. Kata throws his spear to kill the pirate with the blowhorn. They start running away, knowing that the other pirates are now alerted to the horn. They ask Qin Tian what to do next. He suggests waiting for the night. Pirates start coming to the area and finding their dead comrades on the ground. They laugh at the dead while calling them weak. They see some blood traces and plan to follow their target. Meanwhile, Qin Tian just finished applying first aid in Aruba. Aruba apologizes for being a burden. They travel through the forest until they settle in a cave for the night. Nick wonders if the pirates know their tribe's location, but Kata says they don't. Ragnar explains that they only ventured further to look for food. Just then their stomachs growled in unison. Qin Tian gives them some dried meat, but Kata is still hesitating to trust Qin Tian. Aruba claims Kata's share, but Kata swipes it away while blaming Aruba for the recent issue. However, Qin Tian can see that they don't really hate each other. The next morning they continue traveling through the forest and arrive at their tribe camp. Qin Tian asks them to take care of the injured Aruba. Qin Tian meets Jessica and reports about the Vikings. Jessica sighs as she finds it better to see their bones instead of the ones in the flesh. Qin Tian shares what he heard from the Vikings about the Titanoboa and Leviathan. Jessica claims that a Leviathan is just a huge whale and tells Qin Tian not to worry about it. Qin Tian then asks about the Fountain of Youth. Jessica claims that it is a famous myth among the Vikings. A fountain contains water that can help a pirate live forever. However, another pirate uses a chalice to hide the fountain and disappears. Qin Tian then asks her about the tribe's situation, and Jessica claims that the Lada tribe situation is very bad, especially in food matters. Qin Tian needs to come up with a solution for it and wonders if they can borrow some food. Jessica gets confused, and Qin Tian explains that the pirates should have a storehouse that has food in it. They can distract the pirates on one side and sneak in to steal their food. Jessica worries about the plan, but Qin Tian swears to make it successful. However, Jessica remembers that there are a lot of people chained up in the pirates' camp. Qin Tian claims he also has a plan for that. The next day, Qin Tian asks Elder Hamel if there are any craftsmen in the tribe. Elder Hamel remembers Alex and immediately introduces her to them. However, she is too focused on creating a spear. Qin Tian is amazed at how intricate Alex is. Alex finishes her spear and just notices the others beside her. Qin Tian asks Alex if she can make a container and small pipes, basically a catheter and reagent bottle. Alex proudly swears that she can make anything. Qin Tian then asks Elder Hamel if there are any leftover bones. Elder Haim gets excited, assuming that Qin Tian will do voodoo magic. But Qin Tian refutes what he said. Jessica steps in and tells the elder that they will only make a useful tool. Hamel then claims that they have collected the bones in one spot as a form of respect toward the earth spirit. Qin Tian then asks Elder Hamel to leave them for now. Jessica wonders what Qin Tian will do. Qin Tian explains that he will produce phosphorus. He then writes a request to Ellen for silica and sends Sand Eagle away. Qin Tian then asks Jessica to help him look for food. As they look around the forest, they discover Aruba while looking for food despite being injured. Qin Tian wonders where Aruba found the huge leaf on his arm. Aruba shows it and claims that they are using it as a hat. Jessica and Qin Tian shout as they recognize the taro leaf. Qin Tian asks Aruba to lead them to where he found the leaf. They later arrive in a taro field. Jessica exclaims that they found food, but Aruba tells them that the leaves are inedible. Qin Tian claims that taro is edible once cooked. However, Aruba can remember how his mouth burned for a day after eating a leaf. Aruba trusts Qin Tian for now and starts plucking leaves. Qin Tian stops him and claims that they won't eat the leaves. Jessica shows that the flesh growing underground is edible. The three of them started harvesting and brought a lot of taro back to the tribe. Qin Tian and Jessica start boiling the taro in a huge pot of water. After some time, Qin Tian uncovers the lid and the delicious smell fills the air. After checking that they are cooked, the boiled taros are shared with the tribe. They start munching on the taro, but Qin Tian tells them to peel the taro first. Elder Hamel cries as he realizes that they won't starve anymore. Qin Tian and Jessica can only smile. They all thank Qin Tian. Elder Hamel is even kneeling. The other lot of people arrive as the smell leads them into the area. Qin Tian tells them that he is cooking food for them. They get excited as they see huge pots of it. Nick and Kata wonder what is happening, and some of them explain the situation. Elder Hamel gets their attention to thank the almighty Qin Tian. Qin Tian then makes a speech just to open the lid so the food can be served. While everyone enjoys the taro, Nick and Elu approach Qin Tian and Jessica. Elu gives Qin Tian a handmade necklace as thanks for saving their tribe. Ragna comments on how down-to-earth Qin Tian is, but Kata still can't accept him. After their community meal, Qin Tian announces that the food supply might run out soon. He suggests building a boat as soon as possible to leave the area and rescue the captivated lot of people. They soon go to the coast where Qin Tian and the others landed. Qin Tian then asks Alex for his request. Jessica is impressed by Alex's craftsmanship, but there is still not enough for Qiantian's needs. Later, Qin Tian starts collecting seashells to ground them later and gain calcium hydroxide. Jessica boils seawater to acquire salt brine. They mix the two together and go through different processes until they acquire magnesium powder. Seeing that it is ready, Jessica suggests testing immediately. Qin Tian lights up a bit of the powder and the flashy spark is enough to be called witchcraft by the lot of people. The tribe later stops working and takes their dinner. Alex reports to Qin Tian, who asks her to create a tenant and gives her a blueprint. Alex is impressed by how things get connected without ropes. She claims it will take a long time if it will be done on the boat. Jessica explains to Alex that it will not the boat as a whole and marks the parts to focus on the blueprint. Alex claims that it will just take 3 days and Qin Tian leaves the job to her. The next morning, Sand Eagle is back with a package. Qin Tian is glad to see new tools and commends Ellen's craftsmanship. She even has a note to warn Qin Tian of his safety. With the animal bones, Qin Tian grounds and mixes them with some of phosphorus. They can obtain a safety match soon. What Qin Tian wants is the red phosphorus match because it is safer. He continues working on the processes. While at it, he and Jessica prepare tree bark for the matchsticks. They soon finished all the components for the safety match. Qin Tian starts mixing things until Jessica asks him if he is ready. Qin Tian strikes the match and it successfully lights up. Jessica gets excited and hugs Qin Tian. Qin Tian then moves over to work on Aquaregia. The two later return to the coastal camp. Nick proudly shows how her wounds are now healed. Alex shows how they have already made 6 boats. Qin Tian is impressed by how sturdy they are. Alex wonders when they are going to save the captivated ones, and Qin Tian tells her that it will be in 4 days. 4 days later, Qin Tian and Jessica give out 1 safety matchbox per person. Qin Tian then demonstrates how to use it and Lu immediately tries it out. Everyone is amazed by the magic, but it is only chemistry for modern people. Everyone is amazed that they can light up a fire easily by themselves. Everyone finds them convenient, especially arts under a kata. Qin Tian then, it is almost time to rescue the captive tribe members and everyone cheers for their success. Qin Tian then announces the members of the rescue team. He chooses the twins Bakuma and Bahama, who are both good with bows and knives, and Vera, who is the oldest dual-wielding warrior. Nick, Kata, Aruba and Ragna will also join them. Qin Tian tells them the plan, and dismisses them. Jessica worries that Qin Tian doesn't have the determination to kill a person yet. She reminds him that even animals kill each other for survival and points out that the pirate's hands are already bloodied from killing people. Qin Tian calms down as Jessica hugs him. The next night in the pirates' camp, guards complain about how cold the weather is outside. Just then one of them notices a light in the forest and thinks that it must be the fountain of youth. Everyone panics as they see the divine light. Everyone then moves out. Meanwhile, a man is fishing in the nearby area. He notices a shark taking the bait and pulling it up. He then throws a harpoon to capture it. Just then someone calls him. The guard reports to Captain Suamong, but the captain reminds him not to disturb his fishing time. The guard then points at the diving light from the forest. Suamong commends him and claims that a bright light will surely attract a lot of fish. Everyone runs toward the light to get the treasure and gain a reward from their captain. Suamong wonders who will be the fish or catcher tonight. The pirates are surprised to see the light move. They continue chasing it. Meanwhile, Qin Tian can see that the pirates are following the flashlight. Seeing that they are leaving the camp, Qin Tian orders Bakuma and Bahama to stay behind and give them support when necessary. Nick and Kata move toward the camp wall. Kata nimbly crosses over the tall wall. Nick follows Kata's move. Qin Tian didn't have a choice but to use his superpower. The three successfully infiltrated the camp and entered a room. They find Nick's father and other captured Lotta people. Qin Tian tells Kata to stand guard as he makes the Aqua Regia. He uses it to easily melt the iron chains that lock the cages. Just when they almost finish releasing everyone, they hear the pirates' horn blow. The pirates start moving in their direction and Bahama panics about what to do next. Bakuma reminds her about the magic powder left for them. The twins then start firing flame arrows at the pirates. The food warehouse gets caught on fire. Suamong orders the others to put out the fire while he goes somewhere with other men. Just as he expected, he sees the Lotta people escaping. Qin Tian can't believe there is someone smart among these brutes. Seeing their slow progress in escaping, Qin Tian lights up a bomb. He throws it toward the pirates and causes a huge explosion. Qin Tian tells everyone to hurry up. He hopes they can hold out before the pirates can catch them. A pirate suddenly flies toward them and Kata immediately defends themselves. Suamong appears and breaks Kata's spear. He fights as he wonders how he will torture them. Seeing that the pirates are gaining their senses, Qin Tian worries that he and Nick are not enough to stop them. Suamong then offers 200 gold per tribal head for his men. It was enough to revive the pirates' senses. Qin Tian throws another bomb, but a pirate with claws deflects it to the side. The clawed pirate tries to attack Qin Tian, but Nick blocks him in time. Nick asks Qin Tian to leave the pirates to her. More arrows from the twins rain down on the pirates. Their shields and clothes easily caught because of the substances Qin Tian added to the arrowheads. He also pulls his bow and shoots at the pirates to incapacitate them. They all became wary of him. A pirate tries to attack Qin Tian from behind, but Chief Rasong defends him. Qin Tian gets help to get over the wall. Chief Rasong shows how much of a fighter he is and easily fights the armed pirates with his bare hands. Qin Tian realizes that Chief Rasong doesn't need any help at all. Everyone tries to mob him, but Chief Rasong scatters sand around. Qin Tian worries that only Kata is having a hard time because he is injured. Kata continues fighting Suamong, but his spear is not holding out. The remaining bomb pirates are also getting back up now. Qin Tian can see that it is time to go and light up another type of bomb. He throws it and orders his allies to close their eyes. It was a simple flash bomb enough to blind the pirates. He tells Nick, Kata and Chief Rasong to hurry and escape. After they got over the wall, Qin Tian threw a smoke bomb to buy some time for their escape to the forest. Suamong orders his men to hurry and follow the Lotta people. However, the forest is too dark for them to travel. Suamong gets mad at his men for letting the fish escape. Everyone panics as they head toward the forest with torches. Qianxian's team can hear the pirates' horns blowing. Qin Tian realizes that they need to hurry up. However, it will take them a day to reach the coast. They stop as they see pirates searching the area. Qin Tian tells everyone to hide in the meantime and wait for the pirates to leave the area. After half an hour, they encounter another search party. Just when the Lotta people were assured that they could escape, some pirates sniffed them out. Everyone from the tribe immediately moved out and easily suppressed half of the search party. The remaining pirates panic as they plan to blow the horn. They try to blow the horn, but Bakuma and Bahama arrive on time to shoot them with arrows. Qin Tian still can't believe how fragile life is after seeing the dead pirates. He then tells the Lotta people to move since the confrontation might have alerted the other pirates. However, the pirates immediately arrived in the area. Qin Tian thinks of a way to distract the pirates. He tells the lot of people to go while he distracts the pirates. He tells them not to worry, and to keep moving. He lights up another bomb and distracts the pirates with a smoke bomb. Nick tries to join Qin Tian, but her father stops her. The pirates notice Qin Tian running away and they all chase him, seeing that almost all of the pirates are chasing him. Qin Tian uses his superpower to speed up. The pirates assume that Qin Tian has the Fountain of Youth and blow their special horn. Qin Tian hears how ominous this horn sound as he continues to run away, but he notices how the pirates are doing a blanket search. He goes in another direction, but there are more pirates. He then decides to gamble on something. He sneaks behind a search team and throws a bomb toward them. Almost everyone gets blinded, but a few pirates discover Qin Tian. He runs toward a cliff and pulls something from his backpack while trusting Alex's craftsmanship. He jumps off the cliff and Qin Tian starts chanting Buddhist scripts. The pirates get flustered after they see Qin Tian jump off the cliff and disappear into nothingness. Everyone starts blaming each other's incompetence until Swamang arrives. He then asks Stein what happened and explains the fantastical things Qin Tian did. Swamang orders them to search below to find the Fountain of Youth. Stein gets scared to go and Swamang doesn't have a choice but to force him down the cliff. Swamang wants to see Qianxian's corpse. Meanwhile, Qin Tian sighs and folds his parachute while watching the disfigured Stein on the edge. He wonders how Jessica is doing. The morning comes and the lot of people arrive at the coast. Jessica looks for Qin Tian and Nick explains that Qin Tian took on the pirates alone. Everyone gets worried, but Jessica assures them that she will not put him in danger. Later, Qin Tian is frozen on the shore. He can hear other pirates trying to find a way to go down. Qin Tian feels that he needs to find a solution to escape. He sees some tree branches washed up on the shore and starts collecting them. Just then, Sand Eagle arrives after Jessica asks it to look for Qin Tian. Qin Tian writes down on paper his location with the best possible description. He gives the letter to Sand Eagle and the bird leaves. Qin Tian wonders how Jessica will save him at dusk while expecting that the rescue will arrive tomorrow. Qin Tian sees something coming. Nick and Kata look. They are rowing for an Olympic competition. Qin Tian is impressed by their speed. However, Ragna suffered being with those inhuman. They set up a tent and the group brought in food to eat. The next morning they all rowed the boat. They arrived at the coastal camp in the afternoon. The lot of people cheer as they see that Qin Tian and the others are safe. Jessica checks on Qin Tian and claims that everything and everyone is ready. They start sailing to migrate to the other side of the island. Jessica calls off for a break and orders the rest to put down the anchors. A tired Qin Tian slept throughout the night since they departed. He wakes up to the delicious smell of Jessica's cooking. Jessica asks what happened with the rescue and Qin Tian narrates everything while eating. Jessica is glad that her hero is back safely. The next morning, Swaming finds the tribal village and orders his men to capture the lot of people. However, the huts are all empty and the village is technically deserted. Swaming orders his men to look for them nearby. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, Jessica, and the lot of people arrive on the other side of the island. Qin Tian leads everyone to his campsite. The lot of people are scared after hearing a loud roar. Qin Tian assures them that it was his pet. Ellen comes out of the fence and greets them in Arabic. Everyone greets Ellen as the great mistress of the mighty one. Surprising her in the process, Qin Tian tells the lot of people to get inside, and he plans to explain everything to the confused Ellen later. Jessica offers to handle the tribe and suggests not making Ellen wait for him for too long. Qin Tian approaches Ellen and immediately receives a loving hug. Ellen cries as she mentions her worries for Qin Tian. Qin Tian apologizes and Ellen immediately turns around after getting embarrassed. That night, everyone feasts on the food prepared at the camp. Qin Tian and Ellen arrive after some time. Qin Tian realizes that they need to expand the base camp. Jessica wonders if the lovebirds' time is over and claims that it is her turn now. Qin Tian hugs Jessica and thanks her for everything. After their dinner, Ellen worries about where the lot of people will sleep. Qin Tian suggests letting the kids, women, and elderly sleep in the cave while the men camp outside in the meantime. After settling down, Qin Tian takes a bath to wash his tiredness away. Everyone gets to sleep well after knowing that some conflicts are over. Noon comes and Qin Tian just woke up. He discovers the girls embracing him in their sleep. He immediately wakes them up and receives different reactions. Qin Tian later leads a team to collect bamboo. Meanwhile, Jessica and her team go fishing. Other lot of people stayed with Ellen to help with various chores. The camp's development is still in progress. Ellen recalls the first time they set up a camp without other people. Jessica and her team return after harvesting a lot of food. That night, the lot of people danced around the campfire. Jessica pulls Ellen into the dance. Just then, Chief Frosong appears and asks if he can sit beside Qin Tian. Qin Tian notices how Chief Frosong speaks in English. Hamel wonders what they were talking about. Chief Frosong explains that they are using a special language blessed by the gods. Chief Frosong claims his English was learned from the British Army. He kneels and thanks Qin Tian, who makes it clear to him that he is not a mighty one. However, Qiantian's actions in saving the tribe are enough for him to be called one. Qin Tian acts humble and Chief Frosong asks for his future plans. The next day comes and Qin Tian discusses with everyone their housing problems. They were all divided into 3 teams. The first team is responsible for making bricks. The second team collects seashells and the third team is responsible for clearing the trees around the camp. Jessica's team returns with the seashells. Chief Frosong wonders if seashells can help in building a house. Qin Tian explains that they need it to make lime mortar. In the meantime, he asks them to crush the shells into powder. Afternoon comes and Qin Tian mixes sand in the powdered shells with water to make lime mortar. He then demonstrates how to use it with the bricks and makes a simple wall for the others to follow. One member claims that the wall is soft, and Qin Tian exclaims that it will take time for it to harden. The next day, everyone was impressed to see the wall harden overnight. Kata attacks the wall and concludes that this kind of wall is enough to protect them. Elder Hamel moves forward and cries that they always experience cold weather in the desert. He can remember how harsh the winter was when they arrived on the island, and everyone can deeply remember it. Qin Tian assures him that their winter this time is warm. Meanwhile, the pirates are still looking for the Lada tribe. Swamming did recall the report about them going into the fog. Knowing that they haven't experienced winter on the island yet, Swamming plans to give up for now. He orders his men to prepare for the winter. On another day, the Lada people are fascinated with glassmaking. As a craftsman, Alex is obviously fascinated by it. With Qiantian's suggestion, Alex immediately tries out the process. She feels embarrassed by her first product, but it is actually better than Ellen and Qiantian's first trial. Qin Tian hopes they can make a lot of glass jars before winter and leave the task to Ellen and her team. Qin Tian later focuses on making an outline of their camp. Jessica comes to fetch him for lunch. However, at the dining table, Qin Tian, Ellen and Jessica are already sick of eating fish. Elder Hamel wonders what is wrong, but the 3 claim that they are not just hungry. Qin Tian tries to think of something to increase diversity in food to improve their diet. Qin Tian asks Chief Frosong if the warriors can hunt a boar, and the chief confirms that they can as long as it is not a group. Chief Frosong wonders if they will hunt some, but Qin Tian claims that they will raise some in captivity. Qin Tian explains the idea to them. Frosong is happy to know that they want hunt for food in the future if that is the case. Them and Qin Tian reminds the others about their plan. The wild boars were just chilling until Shan Bai appeared to scare them. The boars scatter, but the lot of people have already surrounded the perimeter. However, there is a huge boar among them. Katai is present to knock it out with his brute strength. They continue herding the remaining wild boars until the animals fall into a hole they have dug in advance. Everyone celebrates as they capture a lot of wild boars. The others feel disappointed that one wild boar managed to escape, but Qin Tian tells them that there is no place for it to escape. Cages on wheels arrive and everyone starts pulling out the boars from the hole. The wriggling boars are giving them a hard time, and Katai offers to lend a hand. Qin Tian stops him and shows them a trick. The boar calms down as Qin Tian covers its eyes with a piece of cloth. They have caged all the wild boars and surprised everyone back at the camp with their accomplished mission. Jessica asks Qin Tian to check something on the wall intended as a pig pen. The lot of people continue to capture more wild boars until they have captured 21 boars. After a few days, Sand Eagle reports that there are no wild boars anymore in the bamboo area. The camp is upgraded to some extent and the system rewards Qin Tian with some points. He wonders what talent he should buy next and gets confused about what to do. Ellen suddenly calls his attention and he is surprised to see a lot of glass bottles. Ellen and Alex are proud of the craftsmanship. Qin Tian then announces the start of making bottled fruits for the winter. It was a simple process of boiling peeled grapes and pineapples. They later sealed them into disinfected bottles and sterilized animal skin. The others wonder if they can really keep the fruits for several months. Qin Tian actually wants rock sugar added to them to make them taste better and be better preserved. He assures them about it and starts explaining about microbes. However, Aruba and Ragnar don't know the scientific term. The next day, Qin Tian reminds the others that the pirates can invade them after the winter season. They should improve their weapons to prepare to fight the pirates. Elder Hamel assigns Nick, Kata, and Ragnar to protect their mighty ones at their next destination. The girls get worried for Qin Tian, who assures them that he will be well. Qianshan's team sets out and later sets up a camp to spend the night after some distance. Nick wonders what iron can do, and Qin Tian explains that it can improve their weapons. Qin Tian then shows them a pair of daggers and tells them that they are made of iron. Alex, who was trying her best before to make stronger weapons, can now see a way to improve things. She wonders if they can make the same weapon as the pirates with iron. Qin Tian tells her that they can make it better. The group soon arrives at the volcano, and Qin Tian reminds them not to swim on it. They start mining for pyrite, but they haven't found anything for 2 hours. After some breaks, they are still unsuccessful. During the night, they would fix and maintain the pickaxes. Because they have limited drinking water, Qin Tian teaches the others to collect water with dew. Soon after, Nick hits a hard surface and calls Qianshan's attention. What Nick struck was a volcanic rock, and they have collected a lot already. Qin Tian knows they will find pyrite soon. The 4th day comes and one complains about how he found another volcanic rock. However, Qin Tian notices something. He asks everyone to continue digging. Everyone gets hyped up and soon manages to find pyrite. Qin Tian is glad that there are still pyrite reserves. That night, Alex calls what they found as ordinary stones, but Qin Tian explains that the iron is inside those stones. Kata breaks one open and claims there is nothing inside. Qin Tian explains that it needs to be processed first, but Kata just ignores him. Early morning comes and they install blast furnaces. Qin Tian hopes they can smelt a lot of iron. He plans to make pickaxes and shovels first using the smelted iron. He pours melted iron into Alex's molds and cools them down with lime water. The next day, mining was easier with the new iron tools. However, they can feel the cold weather already and expect snow after a few days. Qin Tian expects winter after a month. But Ragnar explains that this is what usually happens on this island. Qin Tian can see that they have mined enough and tells everyone to clean for today. The next day, they all leave for the journey back to their camp. During their camp at night, Nick wonders how strong the iron weapons will be after seeing the iron pickaxes. Just then, Kata senses something in the bushes. A wild beast appears and Kata hits it with a shovel. Qin Tian sends out Shan Bai to fight the beast. Qin Tian is surprised to see a saber-tooth tiger. He tells everyone to be careful. Ragnar gets attacked by another saber-tooth tiger and he falls. Nick comes to the rescue and drives the beast away. A third saber-tooth tiger appears and Kata swings his shovel but he misses. A torch gets thrown at the beast's face and it hides back in the bushes. Everyone groups together as they take arms. Meanwhile, Shanbai gets injured as he fights one of the saber-toothed tigers. Qin Tian is anxious to see ferocious beasts fighting each other. He opens the system and waits for the right time. Kata accidentally drops his shovel and a saber-toothed tiger suddenly jumps into them. However, it was a feint and Kata dodged. The others block the saber-toothed tiger's escape route and Kata strikes it with all his might. While they focus on the other beasts, a fourth saber-toothed tiger appears from behind. Just then, Qianshan's system confirms receiving a gift. Qin Tian quickly slices the fourth saber-toothed tiger's belly. Kata strikes one of them. Nick confronts one but Qin Tian swiftly kills it instead. Everyone is impressed by Qianshan's speed and power. However, Qin Tian gets dizzy after using a superpower for a few seconds. Nick suggests helping Bai, but Qin Tian tells her to wait until Bai asks for help. He knows Bai has his own pride as a beast. Bai roars as he kills the saber-tooth tiger. The group continues traveling the next day and they arrive at the camp at night. Qin Tian wakes up and just notices how a lot of things have changed in the camp. While he has been away, he goes to the kitchen and Ellen is happy to see him up. Ellen is glad that they are okay after the saber-tooth tiger's attack. Qin Tian asks about the camp's development. Ellen reports that there are now a lot of different functional areas in their camp. They have preserved a lot of fruits too. Vera was leading the fishing every day. Frosam also found pheasants and kept them captive. Qin Tian then asks Ellen to tell the others, except those in charge of food, that food will be available in the afternoon. They will now start making weapons. The next day, everyone starts making improved furnaces and even frying iron pools for making steel. Alex wonders why they need to cook the iron. Qin Tian starts explaining that there are different irons and processes to be done to get the best iron out there. Qin Tian plans to get the best steel out there. They later manage to start smelting. Qin Tian tells everyone to be careful. Qin Tian plans to copy the process used during the Han Dynasty while he works on steelmaking. The women are making scabbards and handles for the weapons and knives. They also process the fish maw to get isinglass, a sticky material that can be used as glue. They later manage to process pig iron. Ragnar starts hammering on the ingot to remove the impurities. He wonders how many strikes he should make. He gets depressed after hearing that he has to do it 100 more times. After some time, Qin Tian can see that the first product is okay. Alex gets excited that it is now time to make weapons. With the help of kata, Alex starts processing the iron until they form it into a blade. Qin Tian puts some soil on the blade and returns it to the furnace. Aruba wonders if soil can help, and Qin Tian explains how it will turn out hard and sharp. The finished product is done, and Alex presents it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian exclaims that they can take on the pirates now. Qin Tian then starts a duel to test the iron blade against the pirates' blade that they picked up before Kata and Nick face each other. Nick moves first and the duel starts. Ellen gets worried, but Qin Tian and Jessica tell her not to worry. Everyone wonders who will win between the two. The two clash again and everyone hears a loud clang. Kata's sword, which is from the pirates, gets broken. Qin Tian applauds the two's performance. He then checks the two blades and thinks of making other weapons like an axe. The others praise Nick's skills and wonder if she can do well against Qin Tian. Qin Tian agrees and everyone gets excited. Elder Hamel gets worried, but Qin Tian also wants to try fighting Nick. After some rest, Nick faces off against Qin Tian. She menacingly attacks Qin Tian. Qin Tian activates his superpower and quickly reacts to Nick's attack. The two continue clashing swords, and Qin Tian is genuinely surprised. Ragna is surprised by the fight and Kata claims that Qin Tian is just training Nick. Everyone tells Nick to defeat Qin Tian, and he gets disappointed. However, he got his women to cheer for him. Qin Tian then realizes why swordsmen need to practice swinging 1,000 times. He then uses his superpower to attack Nick and blinks behind her. Nick instinctively reacts and throws his sword. Qin Tian dodges it and everyone is impressed. Everyone can't keep up with their speed. Qin Tian and Nick clash one more time. Their blades clash and everyone falls silent. Nick lost her blade and everyone praises Qiantian's strength. Hamel asks when he will marry Nick. Everyone is surprised to hear about their wedding. Frosong gets excited to prepare for the grand wedding. Qin Tian asks what is happening. Frosong then explains that in their tribe, when a man challenges a woman in a duel and wins, that is considered a marriage proposal. Qin Tian then exclaims that she will consider Nick's feelings. Frosong claims that women in their tribe hope to serve their stronger husbands. Qin Tian asks to let it slide. A lot of people can't understand them since the two are speaking English. However, Jessica and a dejected Ellen can. Frosong wonders if Qin Tian doesn't find Nick cute enough. Nick understands that Qin Tian doesn't want her and offers to leave the tribe. Frosong tries to console her, but Nick has already decided to leave. Everyone panics as Nick gets abandoned and rejected by the Almighty. Jessica steps in and claims that Qin Tian is not unwilling but rather will marry one woman every 3 years. She further claims that they need to wait 2 more years for another marriage because Ellen was the first one. Jessica will be up next and then Nick. She assures Nick that she is too cute to be rejected. Qin Tian doesn't have a choice but to go along with Jessica's script. The crowd disperses and Jessica asks for a reward. Qin Tian refuses because he wants to live a few more years. Look at that cute pouty Ellen. Qin Tian quickly retreats. Jessica tells him to live with them in the future, but Qin Tian refuses. After that, Alex has been making weapons for everyone. Others prepare for the incoming winter, and a few days later snow starts falling and Qin Tian recalls some memories from when he was still a student. Nick gets up early and greets Qin Tian. They both watch the snow fall. The other girls got up and Jessica wondered if they were talking about love. The two get flustered and Jessica can't help but hug the cute Nick. The children wake up and play in the snow. Everyone works in their houses, but Qin Tian is not finding the motivation to do so. The cold water brings back his senses and Qin Tian continues working on the matchlock gun's blueprint. It is an ancient weapon, but it will be effective compared to bows. However, they lack some materials based on the system encyclopedia. Qin Tian plans to make some changes. He then gets out to check on the others, and it is freezing outside. He goes to the townhouse and is greeted by thick smoke. His two girls come running to Qin Tian for a hug, thinking it might be worse. In December, Qin Tian plans to make charcoal. Aruba wonders what charcoal is, and Qin Tian explains it is something that they use to avoid smoke inside the house. He then checks on his pets and discovers them in hibernation. Seeing the pets accustomed to the weather, Qin Tian suggests focusing on themselves instead. The next morning, Qin Tian divides himself into two groups. One group is responsible for making charcoal kilns and another group is responsible for chopping the wood into pieces. Soon after, they put the chopped wood into the charcoal kiln. Qin Tian expects them to be dry tomorrow. He then asks Alex to follow him. Ellen is surprised that the next project is a gun. Alex is surprised to know that it is far stronger than a bow and arrow. However, seeing the blueprints, Alex can't see the lethality in them. Qin Tian claims it is missing bullets and gunpowder. But first, Qin Tian wants Alex to make the musket. Jessica can't believe that they just leapt in age. Ellen then comments on how they need someone meticulous to help Alex. Everyone knows she's talking about herself. After checking most of the blueprint, Alex calls Qin Tian the god of craftsmen. Qin Tian tells her to study the rest later. The next day they check on the charcoal kilns. They bake it for more and 10 minutes later they get the charcoal that they want. Qin Tian then tells them to test it out. They are glad to be warm without the smoke covering the room. Qin Tian advises them to still leave some openings on the doors or windows, so they won't be poisoned by carbon monoxide. Everyone then stores the charcoal in the storehouse. Qin Tian can see that Ellen and Alex are serious about the new project. He plans to take it easy now. He goes out and calls Kata, Ragna, and Aruba. He cheerfully asks them to make beads together. The men start melting iron and form it into a cylindrical shape. The others wonder what the new objects are, for Qin Tian then pours melted iron into molds with small holes. After cooling down, the pellets are put into the cylindrical apparatus. And they all spin. Qin Tian explains that these are bullets for the muskets that are more powerful than a bow and arrow. Aruba and Ragna are happy to have a powerful weapon. Kata comments about easily killing the pirates next time and avenging their dead tribesmen. The atmosphere becomes dark. They collect the pellets. However, Qin Tian can see that they are not yet perfect. He then asks the others to continue making pellets. After some time, the laboratory was finished. Now that the camp is complete, the others wonder what to do next. Qin Tian then tells them to enjoy their free time and do anything they want. Everyone gets confused and asks for confirmation if they can do anything. Qin Tian affirms and everyone celebrates. Qin Tian wants them to have time off for themselves while Ellen and Alex are still working on the musket. Also, to prepare their bodies for the upcoming battle that night, howls were heard throughout the area. Qin Tian claims that they are wolves. Nick and Kata come out along with the rest of the warriors, claiming that this is the beast's wave. Nick claims that it happens every winter. Jessica thinks they are searching for food outside the forest because it is winter. They only have a few soldiers and can face consequences. However, they can't just sit and wait for death. Qin Tian, Nick, and Kata plan to go out. Qin Tian tells the rest to keep the wolves away from the camp. The warriors then move out, nearing the source of the howlings. Just then, a louder howl was heard by the team. Previously, as a loud howl was heard by the team, Qin Tian and the rest discover the wolves fighting the saber-tooth tigers. Everyone stops to watch the fight. The beasts then attack each other ferociously. A black wolf appears and starts ripping the flesh of the saber-toothed tigers. Everyone is impressed by the black wolf. They notice that some wolves are protecting something at the back. Seeing that the wolves are losing, Qin Tian orders the others to support them. While distracted by the arrows, the saber-toothed tigers are attacked by the wolves. They can see that the battle is almost over. The saber-toothed tigers continue to struggle until they notice a few wolf cubs at the back. Nick also notices them and Qin Tian jumps into the fight. A saber-toothed tiger targets the wolf cubs. However, the black wolf blocks it. The two beasts furiously fight each other. The black wolf gets gravely injured. More saber-toothed tigers try to help, but one of them gets killed by a spear. Qin Tian and the others start attacking the saber-toothed tigers. Kata is happy with his new iron spear. Qin Tian is glad that the spear he asked to be made suits Kata's battle style. The others are also satisfied with their new weapons. Seeing that the wolves won, Fukuma wonders what Qin Tian will do next. Qin Tian orders everyone to go back to their camp. Everyone picks up the dead saber-toothed tigers as the wolves still feel wary of them. Everyone praises how kind Qin Tian is. Qin Tian claims it is not to ruin the ecological balance. Kata tells them not to ask anymore or the earth spirit will get angry. Truth be told, Qin Tian was just worried about the wolf cubs. On top of a cliff, the black wolf watches Qianshan's group go home. They finally get home and everyone greets them. Jessica is surprised to see saber-toothed tigers, but they are already dead. Qin Tian explains to everyone that there was a territorial war between beasts. Jessica can see why, because of the scarcity of food during winter. Chief Farsan comments on how they don't need to go outside anymore because they have a lot of already. In the next few days, everyone gets the sleep that they always need, but it is getting boring already. Alex finishes her project with Ellen. Qin Tian calls Kata, Ragna, and Aruba. He claims they will play a game. They all work on smelting and Qin Tian leads everyone. Qin Tian starts connecting some parts and Alex can't believe that her work turns out to be like this. Jessica claims that this is the birth of the steam machine on this island. Ragna ignites the fire pit of the machine. Qin Tian starts up the machine and everyone is amazed at how the machine moves by itself. It might not be perfect for now, but it is still usable. Alex inserts a log in place of the machine and reduces it to a perfect stick. Seeing that there is no problem, Qin Tian plans to start making gun barrels. A bamboo with clay will have its center pushed out by the fine wood and it will make a mud stick. Melted iron is poured into an empty bamboo with the mud stick. In this way, a smooth iron pipe can be created. Next is to use precious diamonds as a turning tool to polish the gun barrel. Qin Tian assembles all the parts and their secret weapon against the pirates is done. Qin Tian demonstrates how to load the bullet and tries it out on a target. He fires and the loud noise surprises the lot of people. Qin Tian is rewarded with points for making a matchlock gun. Everyone is impressed by the gun's penetrating power and loud noise. Kata and Bakuma can't see the bullet and know that its shield is useless against the gun. Farsang recalls that these are weapons similar to the British Army. Qin Tian announces to produce of more matchlock guns. With his newly added points, Qin Tian then checks the store. It is basically empty, so Qin Tian redeems a book about traps for now. He receives what he has ordered and checks the information. He sees all kinds of outdoor traps and starts drawing them on prints. He is also hurrying the production of the matchlock guns to the point that no one leaves the camp. Jessica checks on Qin Tian. She wonders if she can help him, especially with his personal needs after seeing crumpled papers around. Jessica notices that Qin Tian is designing a trap. Qin Tian wants to be fully prepared against the pirates. Jessica loves this ruthless side of Qin Tian. Qin Tian recalls that L&W was making snowboards. Outside, everyone watches Alu using the snowboard prototype. It will be beneficial for a winter battle. Aruba tries it out, but his weight is not suitable for the prototype. Seeing that Kata sinks deeper, Qin Tian asks Ellen to make 4 sizes for everyone. The next day, the others also start working on snowboards. Mid-November arrives, and they have finally created enough guns and snowboards for people to fight on the battlefield, for almost 30 people. Currently they are limiting the firing of rounds during training because of low reserves of gunpowder. The end of the month comes and Qin Tian is going to set out for the time that they are waiting for. Ellen and Jessica worry for Qin Tian. Qin Tian hugs his worried wives and tells them not to worry. Qiantian's team leaves the camp. This is the estimated time for the methane fog to disappear. It will be a fight to the death after some time. Qiantian's team finally arrives in front of the methane fog. Qin Tian orders everyone to rest and build the camp. After some rest, they start cutting down trees. They found a dry place to set up tents made of wooden frames and animal skin. They finally arranged the tents when the sky turned dark and they conducted a meeting. Qin Tian asks Kata's team to lay some sinking traps somewhere. Ragna's team will continue chopping trees but need to follow some special instructions. The others will follow Qin Tian to set up the dark bow trap. Warning comes and Qin Tian reminds them to prioritize safety first and whistles to notify others. Qiantian's team finds a nice place to set up their trap. Qin Tian gathers his members and demonstrates how to set up the trap. Aruba wonders how it works. Qin Tian throws a rock on the rope and the fixed bow launches arrows. Everyone is impressed by it and Qin Tian asks them to do the same. The lot of people quickly understood how the trap works and successfully set them up in places that Qin Tian designated. Kata's group is struggling to dig holes. Ragna's team is sharpening trees to make thorns. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fog, the pirates complain about the number of mosquitoes in the area. They joke around until their team leader, Larav, tells them to disperse. He takes a pee break somewhere and notices that the fog is disappearing. Larav orders someone to report to Captain Samundsen. Back at the pirate camp, Samundsen receives the report from Larav that the mist is disappearing. Samundsen rewards them and orders them to assemble the whole crew for tomorrow. He is really obsessed with getting the Fountain of Youth. Morning comes and the lot of people come out of an underground shelter. Ragna is amazed by their shelter and Qin Tian explains how it works. However, the tribesmen can't understand him. Qin Tian tells them to start a fire to eat and rest. Expecting that the pirates will come in 2 days, Qin Tian knows they can't fight them hidden. He asks Sand Eagle to observe from the skies. In the wetlands, the pirates start marching. One wonders if the Titanoboa will appear out of nowhere. They reach the border and discover that the deadly fog is now gone. Samundsen steps forward and Sand Eagle observes them as they make a camp. Qin Tian and the lot of people receive Sand Eagle's report. Bahama asks about the huge snake but Qin Tian claims that it is hibernating. It is quite unfortunate that the Titanoboa is inactive. Qin Tian claims it is better for them to avenge the dead themselves. He points to the map where the pirates are. They will conduct a night attack to weaken the pirates' forces. Farsong wonders when to do it and Qin Tian assumes that the pirates are still vigilant. He asks them to rest first and they will attack early in the morning. Later at the pirate camp, the pirates on night watch dare each other to take on the Titanoboa. Little did they know that Qiantian's forces are watching them. Ragna sees a lot of guards and Qin Tian tells him not to worry. However, Ragna also notices that Qin Tian is tense. Ragna cheers him up by placing full trust in Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiles and tells them to get ready. The pirates standing guard notice flames in the woods. Just as someone realizes something is wrong, a bomb rolls toward them and explodes. The pirates panic, assuming that the god of thunder is angry. Qin Tian locks onto a pirate who acts as the captain. After some hesitation he fires his gun and kills the pirate. The pirate wonders what just happened, seeing his comrades falling down one by one. Another pirate runs, claiming it is the curse of the devils. Grim menacingly looks at the shot pirate and slashes him. He discovers the iron pellet and declares that it is not a curse. Samundsen notices how the men in the east fell and realizes that the enemies are in the west. Just as Qin Tian is giving out orders to the lot of people, Kata notices something from the pirates' camp. Samundsen is running towards them, asking for the Fountain of Youth. The other pirates now realize that it was the lot of people attacking them. Qin Tian knows how strong Samundsen is and orders his team to retreat according to the plan. Samundsen arrives and clashes blades with Qin Tian. The lot of people attack the pirates with arrows. Bakuma ordered the archers to aim for the pirates' legs. Frosong instructed the others to prepare for an ambush near the traps, while he and Kata supported Qin Tian. Kata joined the fight, but they were still no match for Simonson. Qin Tian asked Kata to cover for him and he ran off somewhere. Simonson thought that Qin Tian had run away, but Qin Tian had only circled around the woods to attack him from the side. Kata also attacked from the front. Simonson smirked as he used his axe to redirect Kata's spear toward Qin Tian. But instead Kata blew Qin Tian away. Qin Tian could see how inhuman Simonson was. Just then a flash bomb exploded nearby. Rigert ordered everyone to cover their eyes, but some were still affected by the bombs. Frosong's team continued to run as the pirates chased them. Simonson sensed that something was wrong, and Qin Tian and Kata used this opportunity to retreat. Simonson chased after Qin Tian while demanding a greeting. Qin Tian apologized and greeted Simonson with a bomb. However, Simonson already knew how the bomb worked and leaped to dodge it. At the same time, he noticed some incoming arrows and managed to dodge them as well. Simonson got distracted and Qin Tian retreated with his team. Simonson's face grimaced. The pirates continued to chase Qin Tian and the lot of people. Seeing that the pirates are following them as expected, Qin Tian orders the lot of people not to fall behind. Simonson orders his men to continue the chase. Meanwhile, Nick and her team hide in the bushes as they watch the approaching mob. Qin Tian tells the others to be ready and alert to maximize the use of traps. Qin Tian and the others spread out. Simonson orders his men to chase everyone without fail. Qin Tian feels glad that Simonson chased him. He can just use his superpower to outmaneuver the superhuman pirate. Qin Tian gets past the trap and checks back to see if it will work. Simonson wonders why the mouse has stopped running and he trips on the trap. Multiple arrows are fired off towards Simonson. Some of the pirates also trigger the same traps. Another group of pirates chases Kata, but they fall into the pitfall trap. They immediately die due to the spikes. One survives and asks for mercy, but Bahama kills him. On the other hand, the trap was useless against Simonson, who realizes that they are being lured into traps. Qin Tian can't believe Simonson has deflected a dozen arrows just then. A horn sounds through the forest, knowing that the lot of people have prepared traps in this dark forest. Simonson agrees to conduct a retreat. As Simonson leaves, Qin Tian realizes that the pirates are communicating using horns. Originally, Qin Tian and his people were going to ambush them after the pirates went through all the traps. It is unexpected that they have retreated this early. The ambush team flinches as they see someone emerging from the woods. However, it is Frosong who informs them that the pirates didn't pursue them after the horn was blown. Qin Tian and the others have also returned. In a small camp, many pirates are injured. Simonson learns that most of his men have a slim chance of survival. Simonson orders Sigurd to ensure that everyone is safe without fail. He also asks Larav to guard Rigurd. Just then, Rigurd kills his patient. Larav tells the others not to mention anything they saw. Rigurd knows how scarce their supplies are after their warehouse was burned. These injured men will only be a burden to them. Meanwhile, Qin Tian receives a report on the rough estimation of the number of pirates killed. Qin Tian is glad that their forces have weakened significantly. Bairu worries that the pirates may already be aware that the forest is full of traps. Qin Tian tells them not to worry and to continue with their guerrilla plans. Everyone notices something, and Nick asks Qin Tian if he is okay. Qin Tian bids them good night and covers himself. Nick worries, but Frosong shakes his head. Back at the pirate camp, they dispose of the deceased. Just then, it is announced that those who survived will be rewarded. Simonson claims that this is necessary to boost morale. He then orders Grimm to be prepared to set out early in the morning to the snowfield. He begins talking about the gun. He knows that the tribesmen are nearby and their eyesight will be impaired in the snowy field. He knows they are being lured out. On the other hand, Qin Tian experiences a nightmare about the dead pirate. A corpse tries to attack him and a loud slap echoes through the shelter. Qin Tian wakes up to see that he slapped Aruba. The others then start making fun of Aruba. Qin Tian goes out and orders the others to follow him. Their team then discovers that the pirates have left their camp. Nick notices that they went to the plains. Frosong worries because they didn't set any traps on the plains. Qin Tian can see that the footprints are not in disarray and were left deliberately. He asks the twins to follow him while the others stand by. Qin Tian has the Sand Eagle scout the area. They see a group of pirates and Qin Tian asks the twins to lure some of the pirates into a nearby trap. He knows how skillful and flexible the twins are and they will not get caught. Qin Tian continues watching them but Samundsen already notices them. He informs Grim that he can strongly sense them. Just then, pirates in the front complain that it is the lot of people again. Bakuma and Bahama start firing arrows at the pirates. Samundsen tells his men to stop chasing. He orders them to keep a defensive formation and threatens to kill those who disobey. They continue their travel while in a defensive formation. Qin Tian notices how useless it is to lure them out and plans to make new arrangements. The pirates later arrive at the snowy field. Bakuma notices how slow they were. Qin Tian claims they brought everything like supplies. Biru worries that they are making a fire nearby on purpose. Qin Tian tells him not to worry. The pirates know that the forest is trapped and won't move carelessly. Qin Tian knows that the pirates will run out of food soon. Qin Tian and his team will be waiting and watching nearby that night. Samundsen receives a report that their supplies won't last long. He orders Grim to tell the others to rest for now. He knows that the lot of people are waiting in the trapped forest, and he also points out that they can't go back once the fog is back. Grim asks if killing the tribesmen is the only way. Samundsen knows the tribesmen are just out there, but he won't take the bait. Back at the campsite, Jessica and Ellen enjoy the morning sun. Ellen worries for Qin Tian and the others. Just then, she gets hit by a snowball and discovers Jessica playing with the kids. She tries to decline the invitation, but Jessica tells her not to think too much. She tells Ellen not to worry about their husbands. Ellen brightens up and plays with them. Meanwhile, Aruba is also playing with the snow, and Ka ruins the fun. Kata tells Aruba to always be vigilant, but Aruba points out that the chief is also fooling around. Frosong invites the others to play with him. Ragna is worried about the carefree atmosphere, and Qin Tian claims it has been a week since the pirates turned quiet. Just then, Bakuma notices that the pirates are moving. The pirates are organizing a hunting team. Everyone gets interested as they hear that there are rewards. Grim worries that the hunting teams will get attacked. Qin Tian can see that they are forming small groups and tells his people to get ready. The pirates' hunting teams then set out to find at least a snow rabbit. As they complain about how the older members are just relaxing, an arrow strikes one of the complainers. The lot of people surround the small team of pirates. One of them tries to blow a horn, but Nick swiftly kills him. Qin Tian reminds the others not to let the pirates sound their horns. Kata and the others easily subjugate the pirates, and the twins are also killing the rest with their arrows. After the fight, Aruba claims it would be better if there were a lot of pirates. Kata, who is busy burying bodies, tells Atuba that it would have been disadvantageous for them. Ragna comments on how the other pirates will notice that one of their teams hasn't returned yet. Qin Tian tells them not to worry since he notices that the pirates are already losing their supplies. He wants to reduce their numbers until they can take on the main force Hedon. Just then, they are surprised to hear a loud horn. They try to think where it came from, and Vera thinks it came from the two hills next to them. Qin Tian asks Sand Eagle to scout the area and notices that the hunting teams are just baiting them to pinpoint their location. Samundsen hears only 3 out of 4 horns and now knows where Qin Tian and his people are. Grim orders a group of pirates with huge horns to start. The horn sound is so loud that it echoes through the snowy mountains. Qin Tian tells the others to retreat, and they hear the echoes of the loud horns. It is even useless to cover their ears. Just then, Qin Tian notices something and orders everyone to fall back. The mountain rumbles as an avalanche occurs. Qin Tian knows that they can't escape. He realizes something and orders the others to cut down a huge tree. Qin Tian tells them to grab the trunk as the tree gets swept up by the avalanche. Qin Tian tells the others not to let go as the tree manages to ride the surface of the avalanche. However, there are trees in the direction they are going, so Qin Tian orders them to watch their heads. The avalanche crashes and Samundsen admires the sight of the power of nature. The other hunting teams return, and Samundsen rewards them. He wants to gather the ingredients for their next banquet. Meanwhile, Qin Tian and the others have survived, but some lot of people are either injured or unconscious. They notice that Viru is missing. Bahama also reports that the pirates are coming their way. Qin Tian orders Frasong to retreat with the others while he looks for Viru. However, Qin Tian forgot that the Viking pirates are accustomed to snow. Nick tries to defend Qin Tian after seeing the pack of wolves appear. Seeing the wild wolves, the lot of people prepare to fight. Qin Tian feels unlucky to be cornered by two enemies. However, the wolves show mercy. Nick and Kata try to fight the wolves, but Qin Tian stops them. Qin Tian stares at the black wolf acting as the leader. Later, the pirates are searching for the lot of people's dead bodies. Someone discovers blood nearby and Summonson rewards the pirate. Summonson notices wolf footprints among the blood trails. Grim thinks the wolves dragged the dead bodies, but Summonson still orders his men to give chase. Qin Tian and the others are aided by the wolves. Vera's life is also not in danger. Everyone is glad to hear the news and impressed that the wolves are following Qin Tian. Qin Tian claims that they are just returning the favor. The lot of people know that it was because of Qianshan's kindness toward them. They soon arrive at their camp and lay down the injured. 5 of them have lost the ability to fight and they blame the sudden avalanche. Qin Tian explains that the pirates caused the avalanche. Kata wonders if the earth spirit helped them, but Qin Tian corrects him, saying it was the sound their loud horns made. Aruba wonders how the pirates found out about their location. Ragna realizes that it was the horns the hunting teams made. However, the others find it ruthless to use companions as bait. Frosong worries about the next plan, but Qin Tian tells him not to worry. The sky darkens and Summonson and the pirates notice separate traces. Summonson orders his men to spread out and look for the lot of people's bodies in teams. A group of pirates scours the area and discovers the wolves dragging a lot of person. They hurry so they can gain rewards, but a pitfall trap surprises them. The rest are surprised that the lot of person is alive. Just when they try to blow their horn, some of the lot of people push them into the pitfall. Frosong looks down at the dead pirates. In a flashback, Qin Tian tells the others that the pirates have assumed that they are already dead. Using footprints and traces, they need to divide the pirates into smaller forces. They will ambush them one by one, and Qin Tian will use Sand Eagle to send information. Currently, Ragna's team has just eliminated a group of pirates and is worried about the others. Meanwhile, Nick and her team have also cleared some pirates. The twins' archer group has also killed a group. Qin Tian receives a report from Sand Eagle that things are going smoothly. Everyone is rushing toward the middle path. Qin Tian asks the Black Wolf for a favor. A monster is already coming their way. Kata and Qin Tian are waiting for their old enemy. Kata knows traps don't work on that monster. The two are preparing as they see incoming pirates led by Samuelson. Samuelson wonders why they are still alive. Qin Tian gives him a signal and the pirates fall into a pitfall. Samuelson uses one of his men as a foothold and escapes sudden death. He realizes how tricky these tribesmen are and tries to blow his horn. However, Kata and Qin Tian distract him. Samuelson doesn't have a choice but to fight back. He wants to talk with Qin Tian, but Qin Tian refuses to talk with the dead. The two then clash. Meanwhile, Grim is fighting Nick while being confused about why they are still alive, seeing that his team members are dying. Grim runs on his own. Nick tries to stop him. On the other hand, Samuelson's heavy blow cuts through Qianshan's defense. Kata saves him. Samuelson knew about Qianshan's speed, but his power was not enough. He smirks as he attacks Qin Tian while ignoring Kata. Samuelson attacks Qin Tian with a huge blow. Qin Tian is slammed to the ground. Kata attacks Samuelson's vital point, but Samuelson quickly moves and lets his arm hit instead. Samuelson smirks at Kata. Furious, Kata pushes forward, but Samuelson grabs him. Samuelson swung his axe and heavily injured Kata. Samuelson breaks free from the spear and runs toward Qin Tian. As Samuelson attacks, Qin Tian asks for someone's help. The Black Wolf suddenly appears and attacks Samuelson. Qin Tian and Kata hold Samuelson in place. Qin Tian asks the Black Wolf to bite Samuelson's neck. Samuelson can only scream. Grim arrives to help, but Nick is hot on his tail. Unfortunately, the Black Wolf also gets injured. Samuelson is enraged seeing his brother die. He runs to Grim, who didn't take long to die in his arms. Samuelson swears to use their skeletons as Grim's coffin. Qin Tian can see that the situation has turned bad. They continue the fight, but Samuelson easily beats down Nick, Qin Tian, and Kata. Samuelson menacingly walks forward with an axe in his hand. Nick and Kata tell Qin to run away. Just then, Qin Tian notices Sand Eagle. Qin Tian engages in a conversation with Samuelson to distract him. Sand Eagle dives to attack, but Samuelson dodges its attack. He wants to drain Qiantian's blood to relieve his heartache. Qin Tian claims that would be impossible. Just then, the lot of people start coming into the area. Samuelson is now forced to fight dozens of warriors and wolves. Qin Tian suggests calling his men for a fair fight, but Samuelson breaks his horn. Qin Tian starts talking about how villains lose their cool on the verge of defeat. A pissed-off Samuelson attacks him, but Ragna shields Qin Tian. Samuelson claims that he is always in the right mind on the battlefield. He calls Qin Tian a coward for using numbers, but Qin Tian claims that this is the battlefield. After some time and casualties, Samuelson comments on how different Qin Tian is compared to the lot of people. Qin Tian corrects Samuelson, stating that he doesn't have the fountain of youth. Samuelson attacks one more time, but he gets shot by more arrows in the chest. He wishes Qin Tian to go to the underworld. Soon after, Aruba freaks out after Qin Tian wakes up. He was out for a day and a night. It felt like hours for him though. He can feel the backlash of using his excessive talents. Bahama advises him not to move yet, but he tells them not to worry. He asks to be left alone. Frasong then tells the others not to disturb their mighty one. The lot of people begin building a bonfire. Qin Tian leans against a tree, reflecting on the recent killings and acts of violence. His heart feels heavy as he observes the others collecting the dead bodies of lot of people and wolves. Qin Tian falls into deep silence and he asks Bakuma about the identities of the deceased. Bakuma feels embarrassed about being discovered and Qin Tian inquires about Bakuma's injuries. Bakuma proceeds to recount the actions of the deceased lot of people. Boar hugged two pirates, jumped into the pit and perished alongside them. Wutu smiles as he sacrifices himself to protect the others. Charlie used his life to make a trap work. It took them a day to search for their bodies, but the wolves aided in locating them beneath the snow. The wild wolves departed afterward. Qin Tian recognizes that they were all courageous warriors. Aruba calls out to Qin Tian and Bakuma assists him in standing up. Qin Tian walks toward the already set up bonfire. Frasen passes him the torch and Qin Tian ignites the bonfire. The wolves howl as the fire continues to burn. The lot of people then commence their celebration of victory. Qin Tian falls silent once more. Frasen then taps his shoulder and asserts that companion sacrifice is necessary. It might be a loss or sacrifice for Qin Tian, but for the lot of people, the deceased become stars in the night sky. Frasen tells Qin Tian to grab the stars tightly in his hands, put them within his soul, and they will always exist within him always. They will always be stars in the sky watching over the living. In the camp, Jessica, Ellen and Alex talk about cars. Ellen then hears something from the outside. Jessica tells her to meet Qin Tian and the others. She knows how Ellen feels. They all go out to the gate and greet Qin Tian and his team. They are finally home. The warriors get treated. Of course, Qin Tian is tended to by Jessica and Ellen. Qin Tian worries that his voter might bother the girls. Jessica warns Qin Tian that she will pull the glued bandages off his skin. Qin Tian puts up with the pain and Ellen brings in a hot towel to soften the blood clot. Qin Tian tells Jessica to do a countdown before she peels the last layer. However, Jessica rips it out without properly counting down. She claims that experiencing short-term pain is better. Poor Qin Tian. Ellen wipes off Qiantian's sweat and blood. She worries that Qin Tian is badly hurt, but Qin Tian tells her not to worry. Qin Tian gets to sleep and rest in the cave and the two girls go outside. Jessica checks on Ellen, who immediately cries into her arms. She is emotionally glad that Qin Tian is back. 2 days later, Qin Tian and the others visited the sacrificial corner of their camp. Qin Tian throws a vase that contains the ashes of their fallen friends. The lot of people in Qin Tian pray for their souls. They probably return to the spirits of earth. Felt like a long time for Qin Tian. It was indeed unreal, like everything was just a long dream. Qin Tian is glad to have peace of mind in building the ship. However, it was reported that wolves are lurking around. Qin Tian wonders if the wolves followed them. The girls get confused. Qin Tian then explains it to them. A minute later Jessica gets excited hearing about the black wolf, while Ellen wonders if they will ignore them. Qin Tian wants to check on them first. After handling the pirates, there are no more outside threats for them. However, their main labor force is currently injured and everyone is forced to stay in their houses because of the weather. Qin Tian is also recuperating, and this is the most relaxing time he has had since he came to this island. One night, while Ellen and Jessica are talking about the wolves howling, Qin Tian comes out of the cave. Ellen wonders if Qin Tian feels better now. Qin Tian wants to go out and check on the wolves, but girls get worried and plan to ask the others to follow him. Qin Tian wants to go alone on his own. Jessica tells Ellen to let Qin Tian be alone. This time Qin Tian rides on Shanbai while dragging a butchered boar. Qin Tian and Shanbai travel through the harsh weather. Qin Tian notices that Ellen still sent some men to follow him. Well, Qin Tian understands her first wife's sentiment though. They finally arrive at their destination and Qin Tian tells Shanbai to relax. Qin Tian opens the quest to becoming the island owner and gets his reward points. He buys another slave beast seal, which is seriously expensive. If he subdues the black wolf, then he will have the entire wolf pack. He has already formed a camaraderie with them, so taming should be easy. Just then the forest turns into something like a thriller movie with shining eyes showing from the darkness. The wolves start coming out of the bushes, putting Shanbai on high alert. Qin Tian tells him to calm down and offers the meat they brought to the wolves as a thank you gift. Qin Tian does feel that the black wolf is intelligent and wants to understand it more. He uses the slave beast seal, but the black wolf is not yet tamed. It seems like Qin Tian needs some time to connect with the wolf first. Qin Tian sits down and confesses that he needs some help from the wolves again. A lot of people wonder what Qin Tian is talking about with the black wolf. Reina suggests asking Qin Tian later for more details. Qin Tian then explains that he plans to retrieve the supplies left by the pirates and that he needs the wolves' help. Aruba agrees because it would be hard to transport the supplies in the snow. Just look at Nick being silent. Knowing Qin Tian is behind the other two, they then realize that Qin Tian has been with them the whole time. The three then blame each other, but Qin Tian tells them to go home together. That night Qin Tian tells everyone about the plan and organizes some work for the next 2 days. Everyone is busy making ropes and sleds. They make enough sleds to be pulled by 30 wolves. On the third day, the children wonder what sound Qin Tian just made. He tells them about the whistle and how it works. Alex is also present during their discussion. Ellen calls Qianxin's attention because the wolves have just arrived. Ellen is amazed to see a black wolf, and Jessica explains that it is a result of crossbreeding, like domestic dogs in their timeline. Ellen wonders if there are domestic dogs on the island, but Jessica claims that it might be a natural mutation. Knowing how strange the island is, Ellen laughs and jokes that a golden and red wolf won't surprise her anymore. Qin Tian tries to convince the black wolf to be leashed, but it just slaps Qianxin's hand. The black wolf is really acting tough like a gigachad. Just then the children come to play with him and Shanbai can only laugh at him. Ellen wonders how long Qin Tian will be away again. With the wolf's help he confirms that it will take 2 days at most. Qin Tian then sets out later on. The travel is smooth, with Aruba getting excited with their speed. Nick can notice that Qin Tian is still walking on eggshells while passing by the corpses of the pirates. He recalls Suming's words that Qin Tian would also go to the underworld. He raises his middle finger, making thoughts of Suaming disappear from his head. Nick wonders if Qin Tian is alright because he looks tired. They then arrive at the lakeside to rest. The group then talks about the methane fog absence, which is unusually long this time. A lot of people start making speculations here and there. Qin Tian can also think of some possibilities, but their goal for now is to get to the pirates' camp before it gets dark. With the help of the wolves, the trip is quick, and they are able to travel smoothly on the snowfield. A lot of people didn't use the existing tents on the field and set up new ones. Their hatred for the pirates is really ingrained in their minds. Qin Tian orders them to look for things that might be useful. He goes to look for Suming's tent. He then finds a suspicious tent and discovers a huge box. Qin Tian opens the box and expensive gold and treasure are inside. However, Qin Tian had enough of them from the river nearby. He then finds some papers and reads them with surprise. The writings show how a son holds a deep hatred for his father. Qin Tian finds it interesting that a pirate loves writing diaries. The diary narrates how Suaming encounters Westerners for the first time and gets greedy for their women and huge ships. Qin Tian concludes that the pirates are from the 8th century. Suaming also narrates how he found the map that leads to the Fountain of Youth, which makes one immortal. His crew immediately sets out and later loses hundreds of crew members along the way. They also encounter Leviathan, the monstrous creature in the seas, along with a vicious storm. However, this made Suaming excited because it meant that they were nearing his goal. After some time they reach the mysterious island. They encounter indigenous people and start enslaving them. Qin Tian can see that Suaming came to the island through a storm just like them. Just then something catches Qiantian's attention. Suaming describes a ring that shows God symbols and draws 2 characters that he can remember. Qin Tian then turns his attention to the treasure box after seeing Chinese characters in the diary. Qiantian's group later harvested everything useful and left the pirates' camp. Burned. The trip back to the camp took much longer because of the spoils of war. They return 2 days later to the camp. After the mission, Qin Tian keeps inviting the wolves to stay, but they leave after getting their reward. The girls are excited to see lamb meat and ale. Bakuma and the rest wonder where to put what they just unloaded. Qin Tian checks the contents and finds wheat, a greater treasure than gold on the island. Jessica is excited to smell the scent of wheat bread. The desert people wonder what it is, and Qin Tian claims that it is food. Aruba hurriedly eats the grains and spits them out. Afterward, Qin Tian explains that they need to cook the wheat first. As long as they plant it correctly, they don't worry about food anymore. Later, Qin Tian, Jessica, and Ellen analyze the ring that Suaming has described in his diary. Ellen comments on how unfamiliar the sense of technology was. Qin Tian then asks them not to be surprised and shows them the futuristic technology the ring has. Both girls are amazed by the hologram. Qin Tian explains that this technology is way ahead of their era. Ellen notices the jumbled up characters while Jessica is fascinated by how technology has progressed. Qin Tian shows that there are different pages in the hologram and a map of the island where they are staying. Ellen feels like it looks familiar though, and Qin Tian confirms her feeling and claims that this is similar to Taiwan. The map also has zooming and positioning functions. Qin Tian realizes that the island is hiding something, especially the buildings on the other side of the island. The 2 girls are shocked by the new discovery. It should be near where the lot of people lived before. They then call the others to confirm if they saw it, but everyone claims that they haven't. However, the location is familiar to Vera, who claims that a huge hole is in the area instead of buildings. They don't have a choice but to wait for the winter to pass and go see it for themselves. Half a month has passed and everyone is living peacefully. Qiantian's injuries are also almost healed now. He then decides to start producing nitrate again. Qin Tian also plays with the wolves to form a connection outside the camp, but his naming sense is still garbage. I'm not sure if Qiantian's gags are effective, but more wolves are visiting near the camp. The black wolf gradually gets near the camp secretly, but the children discover him. 2 months later, the black wolf settles into the camp. Meanwhile, Alex, Jessica and Elon are using a stone mill they made to process the wheat grains. Qin Tian also returns from outside and checks on the flour the girls were processing. Qin Tian is excited to eat some dumplings. Alex comments on how Qin Tian keeps smiling lately, but Elon feels something different. Night comes and the whole camp starts their banquet. Qin Tian brings in some bundled bamboo, and the modern girls immediately recognize it as fireworks. Elon didn't know that it was already New Year's Eve. Qin Tian has been counting the days since they came to the island. Elon wonders how her parents are, and Qin Tian assures her that they are definitely in better condition. The fireworks are then lit in the night sky. The lot of people are amazed and compare them to flowers. They know the people who became stars can see the fireworks. Elon now knows why Qin Tian has been being secretive lately. The part about making the fireworks was easy with the prepared gunpowder. Qin Tian used various metals to add color to the flame reaction. As Qin Tian continues explaining, Elon notices his rugged hand. She hugs Qin Tian and commends his hard work. Qin Tian claims it was worth it as they all watch the fireworks together. After the fireworks show, everyone celebrates with food and drinks. They all enjoy the new menu, dumplings and malt beer. The middle-aged men are happy to see their tribe mates smiling widely. Qin Tian teases Kata to smile to snag some girls. Frosong teases Kata not to look sullen because the pirates are now dead. Nick notices how different Qin Tian is acting. Jessica claims that he is just venting his emotions. The night passes and Nick starts pulling a drunk Frost on back to their house. Qin Tian is also dead drunk, and the girls regret ignoring Qin Tian during the celebration. Jessica asks Ellen to take care of Qin Tian first while she cooks ginger tea. Ellen tends to Qin Tian, who then notices her. She can't believe the prettiest girl on campus is taking care of him. His head suddenly aches and he claims that it was just the alcohol. Ellen hurries off to get the ginger tea. However, Qin Tian grabs her arm and pulls Ellen into his arms. With a trembling voice, Qin Tian tells Ellen that he killed a person. Ellen's heart aches. She knows this is what Qin Tian has been keeping for the past month. Qin Tian cries like a child in front of Ellen. She then gets Qin Tian's attention and tells him that he was not the bad guy but the pirates. She calls Qin Tian everyone's hero. She keeps on repeating those words to calm Qin Tian down. Ellen kisses Qin Tian. Qin Tian is surprised. Ellen wonders if he feels fine already, and Qin Tian gets flustered. Jessica suddenly appears and notices the atmosphere. She knows something just happened. A flustered Ellen then pushes Jessica outside. Qin Tian lets out a deep sigh. Taming talks about how the kissing part of any epic legend is so disgusting. Qin Tian refutes Taming and calls him an illusion. He tells Taming to get out of his head. The next day, Jessica wonders how Qin Tian became energetic overnight. Qin Tian starts designing the ships. 2 months have passed and the methane gas has disappeared for real. Still, they prepare weapons against other dangers like the Titan python. The wolves were still arrogant and left the camp after the winter ended. The rainy season comes and everyone is getting bored with a week of rain. Ellen worries that the Titan python's hibernation will end sooner than expected. Our archaeologist, however, wants to see it up close. Just then, Sand Eagle reports that something just appeared. Near the wetlands, a huge shadow looms over the crocodiles and attacks them. The Titan python is back in town, but there are people sneaking on the sides. Just then, the Titan python notices Qin Tian, who greets him. Qin Tian wonders if his old friend forgot about him, but the python immediately attacks him. The others appear to be throwing Molotov cocktails at the monster. The python wriggles in pain as it gets burned and hit by arrows. It then tries to escape, but the twins are there to blind it with their accurate shooting. Everyone then gangs up on the python until it dies, earning points for Qin Tian in the process. Everyone cheers as they hail Qin Tian's presence in the fight. Qin Tian notices how low the points are compared to when he escaped from it. It seems like getting help from others lessens the points earned. Jessica cries out to see the python dead. Aruba tries to take a bite, but Kata stops him out of curiosity. Qin Tian and the others then wish that it would rest in peace. Well, getting snacked on by the crocodiles is not peaceful. Qin Tian's group continues deep into the swamp to retrieve Jessica's plane. If there is a treasure on the island, it would be Jessica's plane. Even if it can't fly, the parts can be used as materials for other things. A lot of people are impressed to see the flying machine that they heard about before. Jessica confirms that it can't fly anymore, but the engine is not damaged. Qin Tian still decides to bring everything back home and do what they can later on. Bahama worries that they can't lift the plane, and Qin Tian confirms that the plane is indeed heavy. Just then, Kata and the gang manage to lift it up and move it to the trolley. Jessica comments on how strong the physique of the Lotta people is compared to that of normal humans. Qin Tian just hopes they didn't drink anything weird. However, Kata accidentally snaps off the plane's wing. Noon comes and Qin Tian manages to create a simple hoist with a pulley with the others. The others are impressed by how simple wheels can help pull up a huge heavy object. He tells everyone to pull it off with such complicated calculations. Question marks appear in their heads, but they still get fired up to do it. Everyone then counts to 3 and they are able to lift the heavy plane. Everyone is surprised that it didn't take much effort. Qin Tian then tells his girls to go back to the camp with the plane while he goes to check on the sinkhole. The others had described. Qin Tian, Nick, Kata and Ragna then travel back in the direction of the sinkhole. They encounter a lot of snakes and they know there are still crocodiles around. They can't stay overnight in the marshlands. The group later arrives at the old village of the Lotta people where they stay for the night. The next day they immediately set out and traveled until Qin Tian could hear the sounds of waves. Nick warns her that the sinkhole is just in front of them. They got out of the forest and Qin Tian finally saw the sinkhole. Ragna comments on how the hole makes the people who visit it feel insignificant. Just then, the ring shows a hologram of an arrow pointing in a certain direction. Qin Tian then asks the others if they know what is under the sinkhole. Nick wonders if Qin Tian wants to go down. Qin Tian can see though that it will be hard to go down or up in this sinkhole. Kata warns Qin Tian that the underwater currents are vicious. Qin Tian is surprised that he knows. Ragna explains that all their warriors have gone down as a test of the spirit of the earth. Kata then starts explaining their spiritual beliefs. They had to retrieve the stone marked and thrown by the patriarch under the water to pass the test. Qin Tian wonders how deep the water was, but the meatheads don't care about it as long as they get the stone. Ragna suggests asking Viru or the twins about it instead. The group then travels back to the camp but uses a different route with the help of the ring's map. They actually got back to the camp earlier than expected. Qin Tian didn't mind other matters for now and asked others to meet up with him instead. Bahama claims that the environment under the sinkhole was a bit special. It was clean and free of plants, and there is also a deeper hole inside. It was a black hole that Viru accidentally discovered. Qin Tian really needs to check the bottom of the sinkhole by himself. Qin Tian then asks Aruba about his findings. But the other explains that Aruba only lasted 3 minutes and was the first to the surface. Since then, Qin Tian has been busy making oxygen cylinders in preparation for diving into the sinkhole. It was difficult to make the cylinder. They just need to pour molten iron into a mold. However, the other intricate parts like the bottle mouth check valves and pumps are harder. The production is kind of cumbersome. After some time, they have successfully finished what they need to finish. Qin Tian had Aruba pump the air inside the oxygen tanks and feels confident about it. The girls worry about the pressure making the cylinder hotter. That is why Qin Tian placed it in ice water to cool down the cylinder and the air inside. Ragna's help was not enough, so Kata and Persang also joined in to pump. Qin Tian tells them to rest and another group will take over. After everything was prepared, Qin Tian and the rest set out for the sinkhole. They arrive at the sinkhole and they start preparing for the diving operation. 3 days later, all preparations are done. Qin Tian, Kata and Ragna dive into the water. Qin Tian thought it would be too deep, but they already reached the bottom as soon as they dove. The ring continues emitting light and they all follow the direction it is pointing at. While looking at the unusual environment, Kata taps Qin Tian to stop. Qin Tian finds himself in front of the second hole that Viru has described before. Kata wonders if Qin Tian will go down. Qin Tian doesn't have a choice but to go down and check. He can feel the water pressure increasing as they go down into the dark waters. Just then, they discover a familiar building. Kata and Ragna find the place magical, but this is the building from the map. They approach the door and Qin Tian notices how tightly shut it is. Surprisingly, the ring emits a light toward the door, triggering something inside the building. The door opens and Ragna wonders if they will go inside. Qin Tian denies it because they might lose oxygen inside the building if it is submerged. They decide to go to the surface of the water first to plan things out. However, a man who is monitoring them from inside the building gets mad after he opens the door for them. He presses a button and the three get sucked in by a water vortex. They are forced to get into the building and reach a water surface to breathe. Kata wonders if they are on the surface now, but Qin Tian claims that the sky and clouds are fake. Qin Tian plans to follow the direction the ring is pointing. It has been half an hour and they are still swimming. Just as they are feeling hungry, a shark appears to have them for lunch. Everyone panics and the man inside the building can't believe the experimented sharks are still alive. It was unlucky for them to meet the ancient megalodon shark. Qin Tian pulls his oxygen cylinder and releases the air toward the shark, making the water distracted for a while. Just as they try to escape, another shark joins the table. Qin Tian tells the others to open the cylinder's valve to maximum and hold it. They continue to propel on top of the water until they notice a glass wall. Qin Tian tells them to dive and look for an exit. They see some small cracks underwater and smash them more using the cylinders. The three are able to get through the crack. The sharks chase them, but one got stuck in the sharp glass and bled to death. Qin Tian notices the room they are in with various instruments that he has never seen before. He recalls the different ancient animals on the island and thinks of something. Ragna taps him and points out that the stuck shark is now a bone. The other sharks are trying to get in. Qin Tian signals them to move. They reach out for a steel door and try to open it with all of their strength. The sharks are now hot on their tails again. Qin Tian notices a scanning device near the door and uses the ring on it. The door opened, but they still needed to pull it open due to the rust on the hinges. Seeing the sharks coming their way, they all quickly got through the gap and almost became sharks' lunches. One of the sharks got stuck on the door and Qin Tian worries that the other one will push the stuck shark to get in. However, the other shark seems to be teaming up with it to kill it. Qin Tian gets flustered by the other shark and calls it an idiot. The stuck shark dies on the spot. However, the one outside is still lively. Qin Tian opens the door a bit to let out the dead shark. The other shark charged forward, but it got stuck on the door too. The shark was really dumb after all. The man observing them feels disappointed that the megalodons had low IQs despite being a successful experiment. The three then swim to look for a way out. However, they are already dead tired from the shark chase as their bodies are getting cold. The three then make rafts from the pieces of wood they found. They spent a long time rowing and floating around the inside of the building, which looks like a maze. Just then, the ring lights up and their raft gets lifted midair. Ragna wonders if this is one of Qin Tian's tricks. Qin Tian denies it as they fly through the hallways. They hold on for dear life as they are heading toward a closed door. The door opens and Qin Tian can see someone. The three crash inside a blue room and Qin Tian notices the ring breaking. A scientist confirms that the ring has already used up its energy. Kata and Ragna got alerted because they didn't notice the scientist's presence. The scientist tells them to calm down because there is not much time. He creates some chairs and tells them to sit. He forgot that they are foreigners, so he launches a language translation system. Everyone gets dumbfounded and the scientist angrily tells them to bring out the cameras or recorders for the interview. Qin Tian informs him that they have nothing because they got swept into the island due to a storm and lost contact with the outside world. The scientist can't believe what he just heard and goes blank. Qin Tian wonders if the scientist is okay and asks if they can get out. The scientist gets mad and forces them to watch something. Instead, the television shows scientists panicking in the laboratory. The same scientist starts recording something. He is called Zheng Feng from Video number 2 Wufan Laboratory in the new era year of 336. Qin Tian can't believe the dignified person on the TV is the same as the one in front of them. Zheng Feng on TV is trying to explain the situation to anyone watching it, whether they are from the future or the past. He explains that Earth has reached its maximum usage of resources and energy. It has been a new era and humanity can travel freely through space and gather resources. However, it is still lacking. Because of that, they have opened the laboratories. They created a man-made island with the design of Taiwan. The main research of the laboratory is the eternal preposition of time for the scientific community. They managed to conduct research in three-dimensional space to solve the shortage of energy. However, accidents are bound to happen. Just when Zheng Feng starts talking pompously again, a foot pushes him aside. Another scientist tells him to run away. Zheng Feng claims that there is nowhere to run because the whole island is already affected by the turbulence. Just then, Zheng Feng in the present shouts as he got the password wrong for something. Continuing on the recording, Zheng Feng and his friend calmly took a tea break while the others were panicking. His friend is apparently the head researcher. Shuelin cutely introduces himself with a heart. Qin Tian can't believe these people are the heads of the lab. Shuelin explains that the whole island will jump for 200 years. In an instant, the whole island will disappear from its current timeline and disappear in the gap between time and space. However, because the time gap is extremely unstable, the island will appear irregularly in different places at different times and in different spaces, taking the missing ships and the Bermuda Triangle as an example. Shuelin expects the destined people will come to see this recording. Zheng Feng then asks if there is a way to escape their current crisis. Shuelin then shows them an escape capsule that can help them get out of the lab and can travel 500 kilometers per hour. Still, that is not enough to escape the turbulence. In other words, they can only wait for their deaths. Just then, Zheng Feng claims that their bodies might not survive the crisis, but their consciousness can. Zhang Feng and Xuelin are discussing the preservation of their consciousness as stored data when they suddenly realize that it is possible. They both begin working on uploading their consciousness. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng finally manages to guess the correct password. He asks Xuelin how it feels to be reborn. Kata and Ragna believe that Xuelin is a god. Qin Tian is amazed by the advanced technology he is witnessing. Xuelin then starts attacking Zhang Feng. Later, they all sat down to talk about how they got to the island. Qin Tian asks for a way to get back to their original timeline, but the scientists tell him to stop dreaming. There is nothing they can do. However, there is a chance for them to go back. Xuelin brings out a ring and gives it to Qin Tian. It contains all the data from the Wufang laboratory. They claim it should be familiar to Qin Tian because it is part of Homeland Plan Biosphere No. 3. Qin Tian recalls reading about Biosphere 2 during his high school days. Biosphere 2 was a miniature artificial ecology cycle system built in the of Arizona. It is basically a simulation for Earth's ecosystem to prepare for migrating to other planets. However, it was a failure after the ecological factors drastically changed. It became a warning to the world to protect the environment. The Homeland Project is the continuation of Biosphere 2. Baodao 2, the island they are currently on, serves the Biosphere 3. They are producing the raw materials on the island and providing them to Biosphere 3. Biosphere 3 should still be fine and not totally damaged like Baodao 2. Qin Tian can use the data from Baodao 2 to look for a solution to go back home. The ring can help guide Qin Tian to Biosphere 3's location. Qin Tian asks the scientists to go with them. However, it is impossible because their current bodies are integrated into the laboratory. Qin Tian wonders if they are not afraid that Qin Tian might misuse the data they just provided. They just realized it. Still, they entrust Qin Tian with it as long as he promotes the progress of civilization. At that moment, a realization dawns on them that the lab's energy is nearly depleted and will collapse in an hour. Qin Tian becomes filled with panic. Yet the scientists reassure him that the escape capsules can swiftly transport them to safety within a minute. However, Qin Tian harbors suspicions that these two individuals might seize control of their bodies upon laying down on the capsules. Zhang Feng then points a gun at Qin Tian's head. Xuelin punches Zhang Feng and tells him not to joke around. He claims that if they harbored ill intentions, they should have done it from the beginning. He asks Qin Tian to bring the data to Biosphere 3. They ask if Qin Tian needs something in return. Qin Tian then asks for high-tech guns or ships that can help the three of them. Xuelin can detect multiple life signs on the island. He tells Qin Tian not to overthink and claims that everything they have operates with reserved energy. The ring they just gave out can operate for up to 100 years. He then confesses that Baodao 2 is also operating on energy. After the lab collapses, the island will also start to collapse within the next 2 years. The early stage will be the disappearance of the mist. The middle stage is the awakening of the volcano. The last stage is the volcano's eruption, and its magma will cover Baodao 2 until it sinks. Qin Tian realizes that they have a year left to leave the island. Qin Tian then bids farewell to the scientists. The three get into their escape capsules. Zhang Feng hopes they didn't choose the wrong person. The two then start making their meal. They feel sad that they can't see the end of what they have started. The noodles are cooked, and the two enjoy the taste they knew a long time ago. The laboratory starts announcing the evacuation. They also regret not seeing their grandchildren. Zhang Feng suddenly gets serious and claims he needs to take a dump. 3 escape capsules come out of the building. However, the capsules are starting to decay. The capsules got destroyed, and the 3 finally reach the surface. He tells everyone to go back up immediately. An explosion occurs in the laboratory, and it starts collapsing. The explosion starts making the water in the sinkhole turn into a vortex. Jessica wonders what happened below because the 3 were underwater for 20 minutes. Qin Tian realizes that time flows differently in the laboratory. Qin Tian tells them to move back home because they don't have much time. Qin Tian gained a lot of information on this excursion and tried his best to explain everything to everyone. A lot of people didn't really understand everything, but they knew for sure that they needed to build a big ship. The next day, Qin Tian sets out with a team to cut down cedar trees for shipbuilding. It only took half a month to gather the necessary wood for the ship. It would take time for the trees to sundry, and everyone resorted to forcefully drying them. Alex wonders if they are cooking the dried wood. Qin Tian explains that cooking them in brine will make the wood buoyant. Qin Tian later finds some rose flowers that can be processed into medicines. The children also helped him pick the flowers. Qin Tian goes to the land they are tilling and tells the others to take a break. Alex wonders what Qin Tian is doing, and Ellen claims he is making an acid-base indicator. Qin Tian quickly makes it and tests the soil nearby. They find out that the land they are reclaiming is alkaline. He explains that soil testing shows how the land can either help the plants grow or die. Ragna worries that their hard work will turn into nothing. Qin Tian tells him not to worry and that they can just sprinkle the right amount of sulfur. Sulfur can help turn alkaline soil into something suitable for wheat growth. Everyone worked on what Qin Tian instructed. And Aruba couldn't help but get excited. However, Qin Tian tells him to wait 3 days before they can plant the wheat. Everyone realizes that Aruba is excited to eat dumplings again. The modern trio discusses their yield and concludes that the harvest will be enough for everyone for a year. Everyone then dries the wheat seeds first and starts building the dock for their ship. After soaking the seeds in water for a day, Qin Tian and the others planted them on the field they had cultivated. They managed to finish planting in a field the size of 10 football fields. Qin Tian knows that everyone is tired, but he hopes that everyone can persevere. He gives them tasks to be done. Alex will work on the lathe that will help shape the wood. Jessica will lead the wood transport through the sea because the land path requires more manpower. The twins, Pakuma and Pohama, will be their escorts. Ellen will take charge of the camp's agriculture while Nick will lead the camp security. Qin Tian will announce the members later and ask them to rest. After that, everyone starts getting busy, like working on irons and transporting bricks and wood. Even the children are helping. Just then the elders came to check on them. The elders came after feeding the livestock. Ellen tells them to rest because she assumes that they are weak due to old age. However, the elders feel bad that they are taking on the easy tasks and ask if they can help more. Ellen then claims that they can swap with the children in the water wheel. From time to time the elders get happy and remove their cloaks. They start pedaling on the water wheel with vigor and pure muscle strength. Despite being over 100 years old, they can sure pedal. They all work from dawn until the sky turns dark. They sail on the sea under the blazing sun. Time passed so fast and they did a lot of things: a warehouse near the docks, the upgraded lathe, and the completed transport of wood to the plain beach. When they return to their senses, everyone realizes that it is now summer. They all try whatever they can to survive the heat. Qin Tian then shows the upgraded map from the new ring he got. He can now see the names of the vegetation and search for them. Jessica then recognizes Rami, a natural fabric source coming from the Old East. Qin Tian leads a group to the location and they find the Rami plants. Qin Tian gets excited and asks everyone to gather as much as possible. Days later, Aruba flaunts a new dress made of Rami hemp. They manage to find a source for making clothing instead of using anime skins or fur. They then process it by drying it and later spinning it in a machine. They also successfully created a spinning wheel. Qin Tian is amazed at how Ellen is proficient with it as soon as she touches it. The Lotta children are impressed with how the machine works. The output is more surprising for them though, and they find the cloth more comfortable. Ellen feels sad that they don't have dye to put colors on the clothes. Qin Tian informs them that he has already prepared some. He had melon leaves soak in the water to get a green color. Ellen discovers that Qin Tian made more dyes from madder, comfort, and gardenia. The girls get excited as they can now add more colors to the woven clothes. Shipbuilding was paused for a while because it was more important to prevent heatstroke. Making more clothes is the current priority. Ellen was the most excited about making the clothes. A week later Qin Tian finally got a new shirt. Ellen calls for his attention and Qin Tian comes out of his cave. He sees a dazzling Ellen with her new set of clothes. Qin Tian can't help but call her beautiful. Of course, Ellen is overly flustered by her husband's sudden compliment. As Ellen tries to change the topic and check on Qin Tian's shirt, Jessica appears with a cheongsam. The university students approve of seeing a Westerner wearing a Mandarin dress. However, Qin Tian has different thoughts. Ellen drives him out while Jessica asks Qin Tian if he wants her to wear stockings too. The Lotta people are also looking civilized now with clothes on. Nick and Alu are also cute in their new clothes. The two modern girls come out and they all mingle with other female Lotta members. Now that they have food, clothing, and transportation, the only thing left is to leave. With clothes to protect them from the sun's rays, they all continue to work in shipbuilding. Ellen leads a team to collect food for the voyage. Everyone worked on their assigned tasks with no issues, and half a year has passed. Wild animals are starting to run away from the center of the island in panic. The wolves run to the campsite and the guards call Qin Tian. They all got woken up by the black wolves howling, and Qin Tian told them to pack up. They all move together with the wolves. As he runs, Qin Tian recalls the scene from minutes ago. Shanbai claims that the ground is hot and shaking. Qin Tian realizes that this is the time. He orders everyone to move to the beach because the volcano is about to erupt. They all move to their ships and leave the coast on time. The volcano erupts and Qin Tian tells the others to cover their mouths and noses with wet wool and towels. The eruption sends strong winds and clouds of dust in their direction. The animals are shaking in fear. The lot of people claim that the spirit of the earth is angry. The rumbling ends and Qin Tian checks on the others. Okoma and Frasong also report that their sides are okay. Qin Tian can see that the island is now covered in volcanic ash. The girls claim that the eruption is not strong enough to cover the island with magma yet. However, they had half a year left in the first place. The morning comes and they discover that the eruptions are done. Qin Tian feels the heat enough to burn trees, but there is no fire in the forest. He tells the others to return to the camp. The camp was still in one piece, but the lot of people stayed in the kitchen building because they were scared of the eruption. Qin Tian and Kata go out to investigate and find out that the lava only covered the volcanoes surrounding plains. What Xinfeng said was true, and the second eruption will be the final. In half a year things finally got relaxed and they all continued building the ship. The eruption destroyed the wolves' hunting grounds and forced them to move near the camp instead. Half a year later, snow starts falling again, and it has been 2 years since Qin Tian came to the island. Everyone is obviously excited because it is a new year. It will also be comfortable for them because the ship is done and they can leave at any time. As everyone prepares things for their departure, Qin Tian notices something. He sees the black wolf is fashionable all of a sudden. The black wolf growls as the culprits praise his gentlemanly look. Qin Tian feels bad because he can't save him. They then depart for the beach. After reaching the beach, they set up things for dinner. As usual, they light up fireworks and celebrate the new year. They eat and drink until they fall. However, in Qin Tian's case, he became a pillow for the girls. He gets up and checks the ship. The girls also got up and Jessica wonders what the ship's name will be. Qin Tian starts his name generator again and Ellen calls them Ordinary. As Qin Tian thinks of a better name, the sun rises from the horizon. Seeing that the dawn is coming for them, he thinks of naming the ship Breaking Dawn. Qin Tian followed the custom of not working for a few days after New Year's Eve. Instead of working, they strolled around Bao Dao too. They are just enjoying the rest of their time on the island. Qin Tian also informs the Black Wolf that the island is collapsing. The blacks didn't hesitate to join Qin Tian on their journey. After a few days of leisure, they find ways to cause trouble, like looking for treasure in the river. They start loading their food on the ship, and Jessica reports that they have less wheat than expected. That night, Jessica could see from the skies and stars that it would be a bright and windy day tomorrow. She checks on a busy Qin Tian, who is looking for more information about the island. He found some experiment logs by the dynamic duo of Zhang Feng and Shui Lin. They find out that gender attractions are related to the time and space cracks effects. Some creatures will also change habits or appearance, reach some breakthroughs, and gain faster recovery speeds. Well, that explains what they have encountered before. Ellen comes to report that she informed everyone of their departure. The lot of people are feeling sentimental about leaving the island, where they experienced a lot of things. Even the hard-boiled man Kata is crying. The next day, Qin Tian announces their departure, and they set sail. Everyone feels sad about leaving, but they need to survive nonetheless. Qin Tian then cheers them up and tells them to get ready to meet new friends. At sea, they prepare a whole pig and open its stomach. They plan to use it as bait with explosives for sea monsters. They let go of the bait, and Qin Tian reminds the twins to be alert. The twins continue to watch as something swims under the bait. As expected, Jessica can also navigate a ship after learning how to steer at the age of 9. Just then, Pakuma reports something. Qin Tian comes out and sees the same storm that they encountered prior to living on the island. It is the thundercloud that the scientists have mentioned. Qin Tian orders the others to go to their posts. Jessica continues to steer the ship. The warriors hold on to the sails. Ellen stays with the others in the cabin. Alex and some others continue burning the steam. Just then, Pakuma reports that Leviathan has come. The sea monster has come for the bait. Ragna can't believe it waited for them to get tired. Qin Tian pulls up a fire arrow and shoots the fuse connected to the pig. They also prepare their ballista. The sea monster turns out to be a mosasaur from the late Cretaceous era. Everyone starts firing the ballista bolts and hurting the mosasaur. Everyone tries to reload bolts, but the monster dives back into the water. The others wonder what to do. Qin Tian asks Jessica to start the paddle wheel. Jessica then asks Alex to start, and Alex starts increasing the fire below. The mosasaur comes out of the water to attack again. However, the paddle starts revving up and the ship goes off with more speed. The mosasaur goes back into the water and chases them again. Just then, something explodes under the water. The others wonder what just happened. Pieces of the mosasaur float on the water's surface and Qin Tian gets relieved. Jessica asks for a report and Qin Tian tells her to come out to take a look at the mosasaur. Just as Jessica plans to leave her post, she notices a huge wave coming in their direction. Everyone on board starts running toward the cabins. They increase the paddle wheel's power and also have other manual paddles. Qin Tian can't believe what he is seeing. He feels like Sun Wukong facing the Buddha's palm. They find the right timing and they rev up the ship's speed. They ride the huge wave and everyone is doing their best. The ship reaches the top of the wave and they safely get out of the predicament. Ellen thinks they have left Bao Dao Tu's magnetic field. They successfully got out of the stormy part of the sea. The weather becomes calmer and everyone takes their time to rest after the tiring experience. Qin Tian brings dinner for the animals and discovers they are seasick. Everyone then starts getting excited and runs past Qin Tian. Qin Tian then goes to the dining hall. He eats with the others and enjoys the food with no worries compared to the past. After dinner, Qin Tian can't sleep and checks on the points he got from killing the mosasaur instead. The girls also can't sleep without being in the same room as Qin Tian. Pohama is on night watch. Of course she is awake. The animals who feel liberated enjoy the sea breeze on the deck. Dawn comes and Pohama calls everyone out. Everyone enjoys the sight of the sun rising from the horizon. They then lift their anchor and continue traveling peacefully. The men's leisure time is fishing. They enjoy the peaceful times after the storm. Well, that is, until they encounter something. Qin Tian, Ellen and Jessica are studying the map of Biosphere 3 according to the ring. The Biosphere 3 is not just an island, but a continent with various climates and topographies. The map shows more information about the main topographic details. Nick comes to report on the thick fog they are encountering. No one can see anything now. They are surprised because the weather looked fine a few minutes ago. Qin Tian wonders how this fog will affect their travel. Jessica explains that most sea collisions are caused by fog. She claims it is better to turn on the fog light. They ask Pohama to turn it on. And Jessica explains that the light is necessary to indicate that a ship is on its way. Qin Tian then tells the others to stay in the cabin. He then follows everyone and finds Jessica telling ghost stories. She tells them the famous ghost ship story where the pirates are seeking revenge. They appear with an ominous-sounding bell. Nick feels ashamed of her scared father. She then asks Jessica about the fog light. Jessica wonders why she is asking about it. Nick points outside and claims that there is a yellow light. Qin Tian is creeped out by the coincidence. He tells the warriors to pick up weapons. Jessica asks Pohama to send a signal using the beacon light. However, there is no response at all. Jessica tells her to ring the bell instead. Aruba is already freaking out on the deck with no response to the bell. They conclude that it is not a ship. Qin Tian asks them to avoid it. He wonders if it is really a ship and hopes that it is not something dangerous. Just then, Pohama shouts that there is a ship full of bows. A huge ship appears before their eyes. Everyone panics when they see such a huge ship. Qin Tian prepares the ballista and the ship brings out a cannon from its side. In a panic, Qin Tian orders the others to fire the ballista. However, the bolts just pass through the ship. The huge ship fires off all of its cannons and Qin Tian tells everyone to get down, even knowing that they will not survive. However, nothing happens or explodes. Pohama then reports that she witnessed how the shells just passed through their hull. Qin Tian realizes that it just meant something. He goes to confront an incoming shell, but it just goes through his body. He is now sure. Aruba asks if Qin Tian is alright. He claims it is just an illusion. Jessica is glad that it was just a mirage. Ellen finds it a spectacle. Nick wonders what a mirage is, and Ellen explains it in terms that Nick can't understand. Qin Tian steps in and compares it to a shadow. Just then, Jessica flinches as another one comes. Qin Tian is amazed that mirages can move. Jessica is embarrassed for acting surprised. They later get out of the thick fog, and they are glad that the ghost ship is nowhere to be seen now. They continue traveling toward Biosphere 3 as they remember the fantastical moment they just experienced. They still encounter storms along the way, but Jessica is now experienced enough to navigate through one. It has been 2 months and people are getting used to the sea. Except for the seafood. Qin Tian can see that a lot of people are getting bored. He then decides to have rotational training for more Lotta warriors. Freesong worries because he claims that not everyone is born a warrior. There are only kata and a few others. If they encounter new enemies, they will have a low chance of winning. Freesong nonchalantly asks Qin Tian to train others enough to protect themselves, but Qin Tian needs his help on this matter. He suggests making the warriors to be hunt and bringing back a beast more powerful than a wolf. This kind of test assesses the Lotta warriors' combat power, wisdom, and hunting experience. He wonders how Aruba passed it. Qin Tian and Freesong chatted for a long time and decided to have the warriors defeat the wolves in groups. Qin Tian later communicates with the Black Wolf and Shan Bai, and the great war between humans and wolves commences. Small groups of Lotta tribesmen face groups of wolves for each test. The assessment took a month to complete. In the end, 13 tribesmen passed as warriors. Those who didn't pass the warrior assessment are now being taught archery by the twins. Ellen also got interested in it, and Qin Tian decided to teach her. Their training session starts with Qin Tian carefully leading Ellen. She wonders why she is training differently than the others, but Qin Tian wants her to learn the basics first. Meanwhile, Nick, Ragna, and Kata lead the others in harsher training. Qin Tian also trains in close combat after feeling that he was lacking during the fight with the pirates. A month quickly passes by and Jessica notices something. She announces to everyone that they are arriving at Biosphere 3. They just need to pass by one more thunderstorm along the way. Everyone then gets into their positions. Jessica puts the paddle wheel into full throttle and they travel through the thunderstorm. After half an hour, they finally see clear skies. Everyone can now see the nearby land. Everyone celebrates as they reach their destination. Qin Tian says it is going to take half a year to reach Biosphere 3. They stop in the nearby waters and they bring down a small boat for reconnaissance. Being desert people, a lot of people are fascinated by the mangrove trees. Jessica wonders what their exact location is, but Qin Tian's ring doesn't have a positioning function for Biosphere 3. However, based on the environment, Qin Tian concludes that they are in the rainforest area, also known as the D3 area. He claims it is dangerous to recklessly enter the rainforest because of the poisonous animals that frequently appear in such an environment. Qin Tian decides to look for a nearby area to dock the ship. He checks the map and sees hills that look like good anchor points. Qin Tian announces the plan to everyone and they just sail on the side of the island. According to the map, they can just follow the coastline to go to the A1 area. Everyone is bored again as they travel for 7 days. Qin Tian finds it weird that they are still in the rainforest area, which is different from the map. Just then, Bakuma calls their attention. He worriedly tells them to go out and check something. Everyone is getting confused. Qin Tian notices that they are in the same place where they arrived at the beginning. The three then conduct a meeting and Ellen wonders if they went around Biosphere 3. However, they can only see one kind of environment and it is impossible to circumnavigate a continent in 7 days. Qin Tian then speculates that they encounter a mirage and just travel in circles in the same area. The second speculation is that the ring's information is wrong. The third speculation is that Biosphere 3 collapsed and only left the rainforest area. Qin Tian claims the ring has been pointing to the rainforest since they were circling the area. Just then, the people on the deck noticed a strange monkey. However, it is a sloth actively swimming toward the shore. Jessica claims that it is their mating season. Once the male hears a female's cry, the laziness turns into horniness. Everyone was talking about whether they could eat it or not. Jessica then changes the topic to observing the mangroves during low tide. That afternoon, everyone embarks and looks around the mangrove area. The others get excited to land, but they suddenly slip on the muddy flats. They then check for more things. Even the children are discovering new things like a fiddler crab. The twins discover fruits, but Jessica explains that they are mangrove seeds and inedible. Qin Tian claims that they actually have thumb-sized fruits called lankian, which go with clams as a soup. The writer approves that it is tasty. Everyone then gets excited and goes off to search for the fruits. It didn't take long for them to find the targeted fruits. This will be a change of taste for everyone. After picking lankian fruits, everyone then collects clams and crabs on the seashore. During dinner, everyone exclaimed how delicious the soup was. Even the girls enjoy the soup made with seafood other than fish. After dinner, Jessica suggests taking all the warriors with Qin Tian during the rainforest reconnaissance. Qin Tian declines and tells her to have the others protect the elderly and children on the boat. Qin Tian spends some time alone preparing the materials to bring for the mission. Ellen did an idol and made more tight-fitting clothes with other tribes' women. Jessica is also working on making an insect repellent, especially for the malaria-carrying mosquito. The next day, everyone wished the recon team well. Qin Tian claims it will be difficult to move inside despite having the map. He tells everyone to follow him from behind. Half an hour later, they reach a dead end in the river. Qin Tian tells the rest to disembark and use the routes as steps. It is already noon and they don't have a choice but to move forward. They leave the boats and travel on the mangrove routes. Nick is surprised to see a fish on the mangrove tree. It is a cute mudskipper that has lungs that can breathe air. Aruba wonders if it is delicious. However, the black wolf scares it off. It just means that it is not delicious. Qin Tian tells them to hurry and find land before night comes. Previously, as Qin Tian tells them to hurry up and find land before the night comes, Sand Eagle continues to scout from the skies as Qin Tian and the others are scurrying through the mangrove area. They finally touch the ground after hours of stepping on roots. Qin Tian orders them to set up a camp just then. Wit-Eye starts picking up a smell and growling angrily. Kata can also detect the strong scent of urine. It just means that they are in the territory of a strong beast. Suddenly, a beast appears. A jaguar comes out of the woods. A lot of people had only seen lions before and Qin Tian explains to them that the beast in front of them is a jaguar. It takes a piss on a nearby tree to mark its territory and growls at them. Qin Tian asks Wit-Eye to tell the jaguar that they have already cleaned the area. However, the jaguar furiously charges at them. The night comes and the group successfully sets up camp. The poor jaguar is their main dish for tonight. Everyone had different opinions on the taste, but Kata claims it is enough to fill their bellies. The morning comes and everyone can hear the lively sounds of the animals in the rainforest. Fortunately, nothing happened overnight while they were sleeping. They continue their travel as they slash through the vines in the unfamiliar rainforest. As Qin Tian worries about the weather and their sweating, he discovers something on Kata's boots. It is a highly poisonous Amazon giant centipede. He orders everyone not to move. He tells Kata not to be scared and lets the giant centipede pass by him. Qin Tian then kills the centipede. Everyone is glad that Qin Tian notices it, and Qin Tian warns them that there are poisonous things around the rainforest. After a few more trips, they finally got out of the rainforest. Qin Tian suggests taking a rest because the deeper they go, the more they need to be careful. Mosquitoes bite them here and there as they continue in the dry woodlands. Aruba is of the mosquitoes. By the way, Qin Tian gives him repellent as the others are done slathering their bodies with it. Seeing the mosquitoes go away, Qin Tian is glad that he asked Jessica to make repellents. They continue their journey until Kata hears something. He tells them that he hears the sound of flowing water, and everyone claims that a river is nearby. Qin Tian can't believe he is the only one not hearing it. Qin Tian leads the way, and everyone arrives at the riverbank. However, Qin Tian is not sure if the water is drinkable. He plans to have Wide-Eye test it first, but Abba already went ahead and drank some, claiming that it was sweet. Everyone then chases after reckless Aruba, knowing that rivers are good landmarks. Qin Tian checks the map from the ring. The map displays lots of rivers and Qin Tian needs more references to determine their current location. Seeing that it is getting dark, he plans to camp out in the area first. They set up camp again as usual and got into action to procure food. Everyone can see that the fish in the river are small and won't be enough to fill their bellies. They will also be hard to catch. Kata suggests catching something like the jaguar again. Qin Tian, on the other hand, discovers something. He discovers some sorrel leaves that can be used to create traditional Chinese medicine, repel insects, and paralyze small fish. Qin Tian had an idea of what to do. Everyone then sets things up on the river, and Pakuma wonders if the leaves are going to be effective in catching fish. Qin Tian then put a lot of sorrel leaves in the water, and the fish started floating on the surface of the water. The rocks they put in advance prevent the fish from being swept away by the current. Dinner for tonight is a grilled dish, and a lot of people can't get enough of the taste of the fish. They were actually tilapia, which wouldn't survive on the previous island. Still, Qin Tian can't believe how rich the resources are. Just then he notices something, and a person can be seen floating on the river. First, Qin Tian tells the scaredy-cat Aruba not to freak out. Nick wonders what is wrong. Qin Tian points to the direction of the river and asks them if the shadow they can see is a person. Confirming that it is a person, Qin Tian runs first to save them. After some time, everyone observes the wounded person looking like a tribesman from an earlier civilization. Seeing the man's attire, Qin Tian can only think that this person came from a more advanced civilization than the Lada people. Kata notices how the injuries were inflicted by stone tools. Kata wonders what to do with the corpse, and Qin Tian tells him to dispose of it. Kata immediately throws it back into the water and prays for the person's soul. A typical Aboriginal water burial. After the dinner, everyone had a meeting and concluded that there are other tribes on Biosphere 3. Out of precaution, they started to have a night watch and take turns every 2 hours. The next morning, they all set out after eating small fish again for breakfast. After following the river, they reach an elevated area. Aruba notices how muddy the water is. Qin Tian recalls the vlog episode he watched about muddy water in a downstream area after a rain. And the survival host suggests going to higher ground to escape the torrent. Qin Tian orders everyone to get up the cliff with a rope tied to a tree. They all start climbing the cliff. Aruba wonders why Qin Tian is in a hurry. Qin Tian did speculate something based on what he watched before. Just then an earthquake occurs, and they all see water furiously flooding downstream. They then climbed in a hurry and barely escaped the torrent. They just realized how wide the river is. Fakuma notices something on the water, and it is an Amazonian anaconda. Aruba wonders if it is a Titan python. Qin Tian explains that they are different. Pythons have obvious scales, while anacondas are slippery like loaches. Qin Tian tells them to be careful, but a lot of people are seeing the anaconda as dinner. The cute anaconda sees a tree branch and slithers on it. What welcomes it at the end of the branch are the foodies from the Lada tribe, who see it as a dinner. Another poor wild animal has fallen into the hands of the Lada people. They all discuss how to cook the anaconda, and Qin Tian can't help but feel bad. Qin Tian notices how the animals they have met so far are normal, different from the mutated and ancient ones back in Baidao 2. Anyway, he can't believe the others are really bringing the whole anaconda, weighing 225 kilograms. Because of the flood, the team didn't have a choice but to continue traveling in the rainforest. As the skies darken, they start clearing out an area to set up camp. Dinner for tonight is anaconda meat sprinkled with salt. Even sand eagles and white-eyed vultures enjoy the food. Just then White-eyed notices something and growls toward the bushes. The sand eagle immediately reports that something is coming. Qin Tian tells the others in a hurry to put out the fire. After the fire is put out, they all hide in the bushes. What Sand Eagle described were more likely aboriginals. It would be worse if they were cannibals. Torches can be seen from afar, and 3 men who look like a patrolling squad appear. Qin Tian tells the others to wait. 2 hours later, they lit up the campfire again. As they heated up the cold meat they left, seeing the decorations on the men before, Qin Tian thinks that they are cannibals. Nick wonders if those men originated from their tribe because she understood their words. However, the others don't recognize them, and Aruba suggests asking Frasen later. Qin Tian asks for another confirmation if the men who passed by were speaking in Arabic, and Pakuma confirms it. Pakuma wonders if there is something wrong, and Qin Tian tells them that there is. Qin Tian clearly heard the men talking in Mandarin. Everyone then tries to figure out what is happening until Aruba's brain gets fried. Meanwhile, a person picks up a huge ant and lets it bite her thigh wound. She uses the ants to close her open wound. The woman pants as she looks over a village from afar. The next morning comes and Qin Tian's team finds a settlement. Kata wonders if the men from last night are from the village. However, Pakuma sees dead people using their telescope. Ragna now knows why the village is quiet, and Pakuma suggests leaving. Qin Tian agrees and tells them to go around the area. Just then they hear a baby's cry echoing through the area. The others ask Qin Tian to look for it. Despite being worried, Qin Tian tells them to move in vigilantly. They can see traces of a fierce battle. They approach the house where the baby's voice can be heard. They get inside the house and discover that the baby has soiled itself and needs a change of diaper. Night comes, and the wounded woman from before approaches the village. She stops as she hears the lot of people being noisy over changing the baby's diapers. The woman finds their clothes unusual. The baby calms down beside White Eye. The others notice how the village got looted, but Qin Tian decides to stay for the night. They are glad that they found the baby early on. However, Qin Tian worries about how to feed it when it gets hungry. Qin Tian's nightmare comes, and the baby cries out loud due to hunger. Aruba tries to feed it with a piece of meat, but Kata smacks him for being an idiot. Qin Tian lets it drink water for now, but it still cries out. Everyone continues to worry as someone sneaks around the area. The baby continuously cries as the woman outside tries to start a fire. Kata suggests knocking out the baby to make it fall silent, but then he notices the other houses burning. Qin Tian gets alerted, and they discover how the fire quickly spreads to the adjacent houses. They use their axes to bring down the nearby houses. Qin Tian finds it weird that the house suddenly caught fire. He knows that this is deliberately done, basically arson. The woman sneakily runs to get the baby, but Qin Tian discovers her. While holding the baby, the woman tries to slash Qin Tian, but Qin Tian manages to dodge her attack. Qin Tian just realized that the one who sneaked in is a woman. Qin Tian knocks her out after realizing that she is from the village. Qin Tian gets flustered as the baby starts fondling a melon. The fire soon dies out, and everyone concludes that it was the woman who started the fire. Ragna wonders if she is the baby's mother, and Qin Tian agrees that she might be. The woman wakes up as Nick greets her. She starts going hysterical and calls them demons. Qin Tian asks her to calm down. The woman realizes that there are a lot of them, and if their goal was to hurt her, they should have done it earlier. The woman introduces her as Sorum, and the baby is hers. Qin Tian then confirms if they can understand each other and comes to the conclusion that everyone in D3 can understand each other regardless of language. Qin Tian then asks Sorum to sit down and have a conversation. However, Sorum falls over because she is too tired and hungry. The morning comes and Sorum finally takes a bite of food. Nick tells her to eat slowly. She thanks Qin Tian and the others. Qin Tian asks her what happened to the village. She then starts talking about what happened 3 days ago. The village was suddenly attacked by other tribes. The villages rose to put up a fight, but they were outnumbered and taken as prisoners to become slaves. Sorum was given the opportunity to escape during the battle. Sorum couldn't hold back her tears as she recalled what happened. Nick confirms that Sorum fell asleep after crying too much. Qin Tian wonders if the Lada tribe can accept people from other tribes, but the others don't know about it. Kata confirms that this hasn't happened to them yet. Qin Tian suggests taking Sorum back to their ship, Breaking Dawn. However, they need Sorum's opinion about it too. For now, Qin Tian tells the others to sleep well for the night. Qin Tian initially planned to talk to Sorum in the morning, but she is still sleeping due to fatigue. He then decides to leave Ragna and Nick behind while he and the others look for food to eat. The group aimlessly roams around the wilderness looking for food. A curious Aruba discovers a spider and calls out for Pakuma's attention. Pakuma gets mad at Aruba and kills the spider. Qin Tian notices that there are Jero spiders around and clearly remembers a collector buying these for a fortune. The group soon arrives at a coconut field and everyone gets excited. They check for coconut fruits and Pakuma notices how they are different from the ones they usually know. Qin Tian explains that this type of coconut tree doesn't bear fruits, but the starch inside the trunks is edible. The others misunderstood him and started biting on the coconut trunks. The group cuts down one tree and Qin Tian shows them the edible starch. However, they need to filter out things first using water. The others are worried that they don't have water anymore and haven't seen any sources nearby. Qin Tian claims that there is a nearby source of water since Sarum's tribe mates have cut down some of the trees before. They see 2 trails with one showing signs of the trunks being dragged away. They soon reach the river and Aruba wonders if they can catch some fish. They then start extracting the starch from the trunk. They started chiseling the starch and also created some containers using the outer barks. They did some rubbing and then used a cloth to filter the starch liquid. They left it for some time until the starch gradually sank into the bottom of the container. Qin Tian explains that starch flour is basically the same as wheat flour. He then tells the others to start moving back to the village. Meanwhile, Sarum wakes up and thanks Nick. However, Nick tells her to thank the Mighty One instead. She claims Qin Tian is the messenger of the Almighty. Qin Tian's group returns and Sarum starts prostrating herself in front of Qin Tian while calling him a priest. As they cook the starch, Sarum explains that the priests in their eyes are those who communicate with God and lead others. Qin Tian then asks Sarum what she wants to do next. Sarum wants to go to the city-state, much to Qin Tian's surprise. She claims she only heard from the elders that the city-state is a large tribe with huge stone houses. Corn and cocoa are abundant, and there are kings and nobles living there during festivals or disasters. The king asks the priests to conduct a ceremony with offerings to seek blessings and protection for the people. Qin Tian falls silent upon hearing new information. The silence broke when the starch popped off. Sarum didn't know they could cook the starch that way. Meanwhile, Qin Tian ponders the fact that the pattern of the continent is indeed bigger than expected. Qin Tian asks how Sarum's tribe usually cooks the starch. Sarum explains that they usually make porridge out of sago starch. Qin Tian wonders if it was the priests who imparted their knowledge, and Sarum confirms it. Qin Tian knows that the word sago is modern. He then asks if Sarum really wants to go to the city-state. She overheard during the raid that the invaders plan to sell her tribe mates in the city-state. She plans to buy them back. Everyone goes to sleep as Qin Tian is still digesting the information she got from Sarum. He assumes that the city-state is in the center of the surrounding tribes. The tribes can plunder other tribes and offer the captured as slaves or human sacrifices to the city-state. However, Sarum doesn't know where the city-state is located, and Qin Tian plans to follow the directions that the rings point to. For now, he then worries about helping Sarum because it would be reckless to travel through the rainforest with a baby. He wonders if the priest is a modern person and can be asked to join them. The next day, Qin Tian and Aruba start digging under a house where money is kept. They dig until they uncover a skull. Aruba panics and Sarum explains that they bury the patriarch under their houses to have them protect them. They finally find a jar that contains coins. Qin Tian worries that it might be someone's ashes because the jar looks like a ceremonial urn. However, the jar contains colorful shells instead. Sarum claims that with those shells she can buy the clan back. Qin Tian wonders when she will leave. Sarum gets excited to hear that Qin Tian is willing to help her. She then asks Qin Tian to conduct a Hersmark ceremony for her child. It is a ceremony conducted by the patriarch or an invited priest to baptize a name for the child. Qin Tian asks when the ceremony is, and Sarum is glad to hear that Qin Tian agrees to it. She claims it can be done after a month. Qin Tian worries, but Sarum suddenly mentions that it will be in 20 days. Qin Tian is surprised to find out that there are only 20 days in a month in the calendar the tribesmen are using. Qin Tian and the rest start going off to their respective tasks. Aruba then suggests fishing, but Qin Tian remembers that D3 is basically a miniature version of the Amazon forest, with dangerous creatures like crocodiles and piranhas. They must be careful when working beside the river. Aruba has a lot of worms to be used as bait. He discovers Qin Tian, who has made another unique fishing device that will automatically hook the fish once it bites the bait. After setting it up, they catch fish easily while processing starch at the same time. Just when Aruba finds the process convenient, a line suddenly moves viciously and he asks for the others' help. Qin Tian notices that it must be a big one for Aruba to struggle. Despite having Qin Tian's help, the two get pulled into the river by a strong force. Kata throws a spear, but it just bounces off the scales. The water splashes, and an adult arapaima leaps out of the water. It is considered the biggest fish on the South American continent. Qin Tian knows it will be hard to pull it over once it goes back to the water. He asks Pakuma to aim for its head. Pakuma enters a state of concentration and hits the jaw of the arapaima with his arrow. The huge fish finally calms down in the water. After pulling it out of the water, they conclude that they have enough food for 3 days. Qin Tian pulls out the scales and explains to everyone that they are usable as armor. Seeing that Kata's spear bounced off them, Pakuma now realizes why Qin Tian asks him to aim for the head. However, Qin Tian claims he was not sure in the first place if the head was the weakness. Pakuma can't believe that he was just asked to do a chance shot. That night, they feasted on the Arapima's meat at the same time. Sorum is busy with something and Nick asks what she is doing. She is using the Arapima's scales to make armor. They didn't worry about having meat for the next 3 days, but they still need to process the remaining starch for their next trip. Meanwhile, Sorum and Nick are preparing things for the ceremony soon after. Priest Qin Tian leads the ceremony but finds the process troublesome. He just mumbles random numbers and alphabets as chants. A few minutes later, Sorum presents her child to Qin Tian. Sorum guides her on what to do, and Qin Tian lifts up the child and realizes something. He unconsciously shouts the name Simba. Qin Tian tries to calm himself after the absurd memory he just recalled. The others behind him also shouted the name Simba, thinking that it was a chant. Sorum then asks Qin Tian to introduce 9 items to the child to determine his purpose in life. Qin Tian then starts to present various things to the child. He puts down the child and watches him crawl toward the items. Surprisingly, the child picks up everything. Qin Tian wonders what blessing to say because he only prepared a speech for each item. He suddenly gets an idea and claims that the earth contains everything. Hence, the child's name is Earth. Sorum is glad that her child now has a name. Everyone is impressed by what they just witnessed, even though it felt like the Lion King for a moment. Night comes and Qin Tian checks on Sorum's injuries. They then show Sorum the map of the continent they are on. Qin Tian then asks, "Where is the village located?" She points to something near a river. However, Qin Tian knows that the map is kind of hard to use without the positioning function. They then continue planning the path they are going to embark on. The group sets out the next morning and follows the path Sorum's tribemates left. Qin Tian offers a set of clothes for Sorum, but she finds her current attire comfortable. The group later encounters a dead end and decides to camp for the night instead. The next day comes and Qin Tian can't believe he collected a lot of water from dews overnight. Everyone also does the same while Earth is chilling with white eye. The group continues to travel and Aruba is complaining about the weather. Sorum suddenly stops and feels the wind. She claims that it is about to rain. However, the others can see how sunny the sky is. Sorum exclaims that it will be heavy rain. Qin Tian can trust Sorum because she is a resident of this continent. He then orders the others to set up camp. After some time, the sky starts rumbling and rain comes pouring down. Ragna is thankful that Sorum gave them a warning. Nick wonders how Sorum did it and Sorum claims that she just needs to listen to the rainforest. Qin Tian is really glad he listened to Sorum. Seeing how the rain pours, the group realizes that it will go on for the whole day. It's a good thing that Jessica's tent has a bottom to keep the water away. The rain continues through the night and all they can do is camp out for the rest of the day. The skies cleared up the next morning, but the rain came back just like Sorum predicted. As the skies clear up again, the group continues to travel. However, their boots are too soaked from the rain. Ragna suggests taking them off, but Qin Tian denies his suggestion. Sorum gives out a signal again and Qin Tian tells them to set up the tent. It starts raining again but weaker compared to the beginning. This time they use an animal skin tent so they can put up a fire. Just then, Aruba notices that Kata has 6 toes on his feet. Kata looks down and checks on his foot. Ragna and Pakuma claim that they have the same thing. Qin Tian scolds them for not telling him about it early on. Qin Tian then starts asking them for symptoms. Qin Tian worries that they might be fatal. He then opens up the system store and uses 2,000 points to buy a book about first aid in the wild. Qin Tian can feel the information entering his mind again after a long time. He finds the information that he needs in his head and diagnoses the condition of the others as warts. The others are worried that they might die because of warts. Kata then starts leaving his will to Nick. Pakuma asks Aruba to take care of his twin sister Pohama. Ragna cries with a confused wide-eye. Qin Tian then tells them that a small problem won't kill them. The treatment is quite simple. Pour some hot water on the wart and cut it off with a knife. It won't even hurt when cut off. Kata wonders if it is done, but Qin Tian claims it might grow back again and they just need to cut it off. He presented another method using needles, but the others look scared. Sarum claims the rain is going to take a day, so everyone decides to rest for now. Qin Tian knows the cause of warts: long-term travel, friction, and the wet environment that let the bacteria breed on the wounds. Qin Tian tries to look for more books that can help their current situation, but I see something familiar in the store. Sheesh, other manhwas are uploaded on the system. Qin Tian is tempted to buy them. He quickly snaps out of it and continues to browse for something useful. He then finds an upgraded book about field crafts. Despite being expensive, Qin Tian buys the book and gains new knowledge. He then stands up and exclaims that there is a way. He then mixes lard with sodium hydroxide to make glycerin. He then mixes it with starch, baking soda, vinegar and water to make degradable plastic. Sarum is fascinated by the glass tube and Nick starts acting proud. Qin Tian continues mixing and the others are starting to wonder what he is doing. He claims he is making plastic that is waterproof. Half an hour later they acquire waterproof boots. Aruba then offers to do the test. He then starts stepping on a puddle like a kid and Kata punishes him for splattering water on him. Qin Tian is glad that they can protect the others from warts now and prevent them from redeveloping them. The rain boots were quite useful during their travels. It can even help them when they accidentally step on shallow puddles. The rain was really terrifying because it accumulated too much water in the forest. They even discover a shark in the river, which soon becomes a meal because of the climate. Qin Tian's group is traveling unnecessary distances. During their travels they encounter avocado trees that bear fruits that are highly nutritious. Our foodie friend Aruba starts climbing to pick the fruits. However, he notices something from afar. He shouts back to the others below that he can see fire ahead. However, Sarum claims it is not a flame. It is actually a colony of flying fire ants. They use their jaws to clamp human skin, which can cause blisters, burns, and even anaphylactic shock with the risk of death. Qin Tian tells everyone to run away while running. Aruba points out that it was just ants, but Qin Tian exclaims that this kind can kill people. Qin Tian realizes that they can't just run away from the colony. He brings out his lighter and asks the others to bring out the alcohol. They put alcohol in their mouths while holding torches. The fire ant colony comes and they spat out alcohol towards the fire torch. Unlocking fire breathing, killing the fire ants in the process. However, there are still a lot of them. Qin Tian tells the others to cover their heads and get out. The fire ants start biting them. Just then the sand eagle comes. Sand eagle uses gust. It is super effective. Qin Tian commends sand eagle. The fire ants target sand eagle. This time Qin Tian tells it to get away and throws the bottle of alcohol away. Pakuma shoots an arrow, breaking the bottle and causing an explosion. Qin Tian tells them to run. Qin Tian and the others run away from the fire ants. Qin Tian knows that fire ants don't have natural enemies. However, the system shows him Mahatma, a parasitic fly, and yellow dragonflies which both prey on fire ants. The ring points out a direction and they all run to it. They are getting near the yellow dragonflies' breeding grounds near the river. Qin Tian and Pakuma distract the fire ants again with small explosions. They finally arrive at the river and Qin Tian tells them to hurry. Everyone dives into the water and Qin Tian gives the fire ants the middle finger. The yellow dragonflies start to mobilize. They all preyed on the fire ants until nothing was left. Look at them burp. Everyone gets out of the water and checks on each other's condition. Qin Tian is glad that no one had allergic reactions. Sarum and Nick appear and they regroup. They set up their tents nearby and Qin Tian starts giving the others first aid, making the itch go away. This is the most embarrassing day for Qin Tian and the others since they entered the rainforest area. They take their time to recuperate their fatigue and stress. Their rain boots were also damaged in the encounter with the fire ants. However, they are lucky to camp nearby milk trees. Qin Tian explains that it is a tree that produces milk. Well, its sap has the same composition as milk. Qin Tian collects some sap and cooks it to remove the unpleasant smell. The smell became more pleasant and everyone got to taste milk for the first time. Qin Tian feels amazed by nature after encountering sago palm trees and milk trees. Later that night, Qin Tian comes out of the tent to check on Sarum, who is praying outside. He wonders if she is worried about the safety of her clan. She claims that there is a month left before the sacrificial ceremony. Qin Tian recalls that Sarum did mention it before and her clanmates might be the ones offering this time around. Qin Tian reminds her that it will be just a few days before they reach the city-state. However, Qin Tian's group doesn't know the exact location of the city-state. Hence, they can't estimate the distance that they are supposed to travel along the way. With the help of Sand Eagle, Qin Tian discovers other villages that range from small ones to larger ones. Qin Tian thinks the city-state is just nearby because of the villages gathering in its proximity. Still, Qin Tian and his group decided to avoid the villages to avoid unnecessary troubles. A few days later, Qin Tian's group discovers some traveling tribesmen. They think the path they are taking is toward the city-state. Just then, They hear something in the nearby woods. A man is running with his little sister on his shoulders while following a strong scent. He then stops as soon as he discovers Qin Tian's group. Qin Tian can see that the siblings pose no threat to them. The little sister then exclaims that she wants to eat what Qin Tian's group is cooking. The young man puts her down and tells her to wait. The young man brings out a deer's leg and asks Qin Tian for an exchange. Qin Tian smiles and looks at the others. The young man wonders if he needs to find another leg, but Qin Tian tells him that it is enough. Qin Tian plans to ask for information from the young man. The young man introduces himself as Tiger Claw, while the little sister is named Aya. They both thank Qin Tian for the food. Aya exclaims how delicious the cooked starch is and wonders if it is a gift from God. Tiger Claw wonders if Qin Tian's group will also participate in the sacrificial ceremony. But Qin Tian replies that they are not sure if they are going the correct way. Just like he expected, Qin Tian gained information from Tiger Claw. Tiger Claw explains that the people walking on the same path are going to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. In terms of their current location, it would still take them 2 more days to reach the city-state. Tiger Claw tells them to take their time because there is still time before the ceremony of the priesthood starts. Tiger Claw then reminds Qin Tian about the entrance fee. Qin Tian wonders how the fee is calculated. Tiger Claw mentions that shells are the main currency used to buy products like cocoa beans, tobacco, and corn. Qin Tian wonders how much it is per person, and Tiger Claw tells him that it is 20 shells per person. Tiger Claw suggests trading their items for currency and offers to trade some for Qin Tian's food. First things first, Qin Tian wants to know if plundering happens in the city-state after knowing that looting between villages happens. Aya then cheerfully suggests killing the other party to gain more things. Tiger Claw tells the anxious Qin Tian that others normally target other small groups. Qin Tian wonders if the siblings are in danger. Aya exclaims that her brother is strong enough to take on 10 people by himself. Qin Tian then changes the topic and asks for the exchange of shells for food. The siblings then receive food from Qin Tian with extras. Qin Tian now worries if Sorum can buy off her clanmates with her jar of shells. The 2 groups finished exchanging goods and shells and went their separate ways. Qin Tian and his group moved to look for another place to camp. He worries that the siblings are other tribe scouts. Meanwhile, the siblings talk about how nice Qin Tian is. Tiger Claw hopes he won't participate in the holy ball sports after the gods bless them. Just then, Aya starts shivering. Tiger Claw stops walking and covers Aya with this thick cloak. They spent the night as the older brother warmed up his little sister. The next day, Qin Tian's group takes a road different from the main road. Qin Tian tells them to wait and see. He recalls Tiger Claw's warning that other tribesmen target people on the road. Suddenly Qin Tian notices a glint in the woods. An arrow appears, and Qin Tian immediately has his superpower that speeds up his mind and movements. He knew that this kind of situation would come and didn't expect the tribesmen to be smart enough for an ambush. Knowing that they are nearing the city-state, this kind of ambush is a normal occurrence. Qin Tian can also see another party waiting for the result of the scuffle. However, it is a pity that they chose the wrong target. Qin Tian, Kata, and Ragnar quickly fought back and overpowered the tribesmen. Their modernized swords are enough to scare the tribesmen. However, the tribesmen are proud of their numbers compared to Qin Tian's group. Aruba now knows how the pirates felt when they were at an advantage with their weapons. Qin Tian is now worried about the enemy's numbers. They have just come out. A spear suddenly appeared between the 2 forces. Tiger Claw comes running with Aya on his shoulder. The other tribesmen freaked out after seeing Tiger Claw and bounced out of the scene. However, the strong man that the others are scared of tripped on a random rock. Aya skillfully jumps off of her brother and greets Qin Tian's group. Tiger Claw asks for their well-being, but it seems like he needs to check on himself first. Qin Tian helps Tiger Claw get up and mentions how the coincidence is so great that it looks like the siblings knew their location. Tiger Claw immediately spouts random stories and reasons for helping Qin Tian's group. The siblings even mention how God guided them to meet again. They suggest traveling and eating good food together. Qin Tian accepted their suggestion, and the way to the city-state was now easier with the siblings. Qin Tian's group can't believe seeing a sudden number of people. Pakuma wonders why the others are distancing themselves, and Tiger Claw mentions their clothes, saying that only nobles can afford to buy them. They then decide to sell their clothes and blend in with the people. On the other hand, they are all glad that they don't need to stay in the muddy forest anymore, and the skies show that the weather is good for the next few days. That night, everyone camped out. Tiger Claw expresses his shock as he discovers that Qin Tian's group has refined salt. He mentions how they only got it by simply drying salt water. Just then, they notice a sudden commotion behind them. People got their hands tied on their backs, and a menacing man shouted his order to stop. Tiger Claw explains that they are city-state soldiers that ransack human sacrifices and offerings from nearby villages. Qin Tian asks about the siblings' village, but Aya claims that they are strong enough to kill the soldiers. Qin Tian expresses his worry about the soldiers' retribution, but the little girl explains that the city-state won't know as long as they kill everyone. Sarum suddenly jolts up to check on the prisoners. Qin Tian lends her his telescope. Sarum checks on them and shakes her head, meaning it is not her clanmates. Later on, the siblings enjoyed using the telescopes for stargazing. It was interesting enough for Aya to trade her brother for one. They continue traveling the next day and see conflicts along the road. Everyone ignores these conflicts, including the city-state soldiers. After walking for 3 days, they finally see a huge structure, more than enough to know that it is already the city-state. Nick is genuinely surprised, unlike Ragna and Kata, who have already seen the laboratory before. Qin Tian asks Sand Eagle to survey the area and borrows its sight. Qin Tian is surprised by what he sees. Mayan pyramids appear before his eyes, and he can't believe it. Qin Tian asks if the siblings are Mayan people, but they claim they are corn people. Qin Tian can't be mistaken for thinking that these are Mayan pyramids. He does recall that the Native Americans cultivated corn way before others. Tiger Claw wonders if there is something wrong. Qin Tian shakes his head and asks to keep going. Qin Tian asks Tiger Claw if he knows about the 5th Maya prophecy, but the latter doesn't know about it. It seems like these people were also brought to the island by the time and space storms. Qin Tian can see that people are paying the gate fees with crops and such. He can also see a moat, which is quite unusual for Mayans. He wonders if some people have attempted to jump over those moats, which is doable. The siblings get flustered and mention that God is watching all the time. Just then, they see someone get in without paying, and Tiger Claw explains that the person is a resident of the city-state and always brings a special identification card. Qin Tian wonders how to become a resident, but Tiger Claw claims that there is no way. He further explains that one day the gods descended on a random village and imparted wisdom until it became a city-state. As they get further inside the gates, they see other people getting banned from entry. Afterward, Qin Tian's group sees wide farmland full of flames. Qin Tian discovers that slaves are being used to collect the fallen leaves and cornstalks and burn them to be used as fertilizer. After 10 more minutes, they can now see low-rise buildings. Based on Tiger Claw's explanation, the city-state is divided into 3 parts: the farmlands, the residential areas, and the temple in the center of the city-state. They arrive at the market and things are lively. Tiger Claw wonders where they will go, and Qin Tian wonders where they can see slaves. Aya calls him disgusting, but Qin Tian explains that he is only curious to see Tiger Claw point in a direction where slaves are being sold. A visibly strong man is currently being put on auction and everyone bids on their cocoa beans and shells. Sorum lets out a deep sigh. Aya soon learns that they are looking for Sorum's clan, which has been captured. The siblings just found out the reason why Qin Tian and the others came to the city-state. Sorum thanks Qin Tian for bringing her to the city-state and swears to repay Qin Tian in the future. Qin Tian also thanked her for leading them to the city-state, which was their main goal in the first place. Qin Tian wants to explore the Mayan structures, but he needs to help Sorum look for her clan first. The siblings offer their help to look around. It seems like giving them discounts before made the siblings feel gratitude toward Qin Tian. The city-state is wide and it already turns dusk. Searching for Sorum's clan, everyone gets hungry after walking around, and Tiger Claw wonders if Aya wants to eat her favorite. A man wearing a business smile sells hot cocoa. There are also other things to eat at the food stalls. Qin Tian hears the price of the hot cocoa, but he worries that the siblings already used it during their transaction with Qin Tian. Aya claims that is the reason her brother is helping people get paid now. Tiger Claw shouts and tells Qin Tian to help themselves, but Qin Tian wants to pay for their food themselves. Just then, the merchant wonders if Qin Tian owns the Golden Eagle. A bowl of hot cocoa is slammed on the table and Qin Tian, Ragnar and Nick are unaccustomed to the taste of cocoa with chili. Meanwhile, Aruba and the siblings are enjoying the delicacy. He tells everyone to thank the sand eagle for providing its feather as currency. Poor sand eagle got its feathers plucked out. Night comes and it is camp time again. Qin Tian recalls the rumors that the Mayan civilization was built with the help of aliens. Aya suddenly feels hot and Tiger Claw starts taking out some of the fire. Tiger Claw quickly leaves with Aya and tells Qin Tian's group not to worry. Tiger Claw easily jumps over the moat with ease. Despite warning Qin Tian during the morning, Aya continuously feels hot. Tiger Claw then jumps into a river while holding onto Aya. Poor Sand Eagle became their piggy bank again for the next morning's meal. Qin Tian was worried after seeing the siblings soaked in water and Aya unconscious last night. Some people then talk about the holy ball games in the temple. Qin Tian gets curious about it and Tiger Claw claims that it is a very sacred sport. Their group soon arrives at the temple and a lot of people are amazed by the Mayan pyramid size. Qin Tian finds the statues on the side interesting because they look like Chinese dragons. They get inside the pyramid and discover massive paintings on the wall. Qin Tian is amazed by them. Tiger Claw then starts introducing the gods depicted in the paintings. Aquiqua, the black god of war. Chuk, the rain god. Apush, the god of the underworld. And Eichel, the goddess of the moon. There is also the Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan, the lord, who has a giant snake on his head. Qin Tian then asks who the god is in the other painting, which looks like it was added recently. Tiger Claw explains that they are the god of wisdom, who descended from the city-state to impart knowledge. Qin Tian can't help but think of the ancient Chinese frescoes. However, the Mayan frescoes show more content in the process of their brutal human sacrifice ritual. It didn't take long for the group to exit the pyramid and later discover more of them like hills. The Mayan pyramids are concentrated in the middle part of the city-state. There is a square in the middle of the pyramids where the holy ball sports are being conducted. The cheering audience gets heated up as the participants play the sports. Tiger Claw explains that they need to throw the ball into the ring without using their hands and feet. They can only use their elbow, forearm, knee, or buttock. Suddenly, the participants start beating up each other. Qin Tian can't believe that they are allowed to punch others or even kill others while playing the game. Just then, the ball flew toward Qin Tian. Qin Tian tries to catch the ball, but its terrifying force is strong enough to throw it off Qin Tian. Tiger Claw, on the other hand, easily catches it. Tiger Claw checks on Qin Tian, who asks for the ball. The ball weighs at least 6 pounds and Qin Tian notices how it feels like rubber. The players then ask for the ball. Seeing the injured players, Qin Tian wonders if the sport is really dangerous. Tiger Claw claims that this only occurs when the priest hosts the game. Everyone seems competitive this time around. A man then joins their conversation and informs them that it is a priest-hosted game. Tiger Claw wonders if the sacrificial ceremony is over since the priest-hosted game happens after it. The man explains that the priest adjusted the time of the game and set it before the ceremony. Tiger Claw then grabs his sister and leaves. The siblings abruptly leave Qin Tian and the others. They wonder what happened to make Tiger Claw giddy. They think the holy ball contest is a big deal. Qin Tian orders the others to scatter to look for slave auctions and meet after an hour. The group continues their search for Soram's clansmen. Knowing that the holy ball games are important, people will flock over to them. It means it will be easy now for Qin Tian and the others to look around the regions. Unfortunately, they haven't seen signs of Soram's clan after searching for an hour. Just then, someone shouts for help. A caged talking bird shouts for help while mentioning Soram's name. A man puts up a price of 300 cocoa beans or 100 shells for the talking bird. He is also willing to trade the bird for a sand eagle or white-eyed hawk. Qin Tian tries to bargain the price, but the merchant ignores him. In the end, Qin Tian uses all the cocoa beans he got from Tiger Claw and some feathers from the poor sand eagle. The parrot continues repeating the words, and Soram. The lot of people are amazed by the talking parrot. Soram claims it was the bird that one of his clanmates was raising. She then asks the parrot for the whereabouts of its owner and the others. The bird then flies off somewhere and asks them to follow it. They soon reach another Mayan pyramid, which is still impressive for Qin Tian and the rest. Suddenly, the ring points toward the direction of the pyramid. The guards then stop them because the temple is ahead of the gate. Qin Tian calmly complies with them and backs off after finding out that a certain area is where the priest and king live. Just then someone called out to them, and it was the merchant from before with a nice business smile. He came to offer hot cocoa to the priests in the temple. He was chosen to present an offering because he got the best hot cocoa in the city. The guards then shout at them, and Qin Tian leaves as the merchant gets escorted inside the gates. Qin Tian tells the others to leave for now. He tells them about the area's tight security, which makes it hard to sneak in. He tells them to prepare so they can be invited inside the temple area. The others wonder how they were invited inside. Qin Tian reminds them how the merchant from a while ago got inside the temple. They just need to collect a lot of cocoa beans from now on. Qin Tian plans to make the most delicious hot cocoa after trading some of it from the market area. Qin Tian also discovers some sweet potatoes and recalls how America is their home. In addition to cocoa beans, Qin Tian's group also collected sweet potatoes and vanilla. That night, Qin Tian's group roasts sweet potatoes, and it is the first time the lot of people eat them. Qin Tian claims it is easy to use as a reserved food and can easily fill your stomach. However, it makes your stomach gaseous to the point that you fart like Aruba. Qin Tian gives them a clear warning using Aruba as an example. The main reason Qin Tian bought too many sweet potatoes was to get the syrup he needed for the hot cocoa after dinner. Everyone starts processing their hot cocoa. Qin Tian's group is responsible for getting the syrup out of the sweet potatoes, while Soram's group is in charge of dehydrating the cocoa beans. Soon after, the sweet potatoes show signs of sugar, while the cocoa beans are now being ground to pieces. Qin Tian lets the remaining water evaporate while the syrup is left behind. On the other hand, Soram adds herbs to the ground powder. After some time, all their ingredients are done. Everyone then starts cooking hot cocoa in a large pot, and Qin Tian adds syrup to add sweetness to the bitterness, milk to enhance the drink's smoothness when drunk, and finally, vanilla to enhance the flavor of the hot cocoa. Everyone takes a sip of the improvised hot cocoa, and you can see on their faces that Qin Tian was successful in making a unique hot cocoa. With Qin Tian's taste test, he realizes he needs to add more syrup to it, but Como wonders if honey can also enhance the hot cocoa sweetness. Qin Tian explains that honey becomes sour at a certain temperature, which is not suitable for a hot drink like hot cocoa. The next morning, a peculiar scent covered the market's food stall area. Qin Tian shouts and advertises their hot cocoa as the best in the city-state. The sweet, delicious smell is enough to turn people into hot cocoa junkies and push each other to buy some. The business was booming, and Qin Tian's group was selling hot cocoa like hotcakes. Everyone gets a taste of the new hot cocoa in town. It was delicious enough to hear the gods calling them. It was only an hour, but Qin Tian's group sold out of hot cocoa. They also got a lot of cocoa beans as payment for today's sale. Seeing that they are selling is pretty rewarding for Qin Tian and the others, but collecting currency is not their goal. They just need to get famous and reach the ears of the priests. Qin Tian's group sold their hot cocoa in various parts of the city-state, and Qin Tian expected that they would get the attention of the priests in less than a week. He wonders what is happening now with the holy ball. Everyone cheers hard as players attack someone who was wearing a haystack on the field. The punch was ineffective, and the haystack man easily flipped over his attackers. The attacker wondered what had happened as he punched the haystack. Qin Tian and Kata are impressed by the haystack man and even mention how that haystack man is stronger than Summon Sun. Just then, a kid calls out to Qin Tian and asks if he can work for them in exchange for hot cocoa. Qin Tian then hands out a large bowl of free hot cocoa to the kid. The kid hurriedly gulps down the hot cocoa, making Qin Tian flustered, and he asks the kid to put down his basket first. Qin Tian notices the contents of the basket. The stones are calcium carbide, which is a material for the production of acetylene and calcium cyanamide. Qin Tian asks if he can take a look at the stones. He then throws one into a bowl of water and the water starts boiling. Qin Tian asks the others to step back as he places fire on it. The bowl explodes as the calcium carbide reacts with the flame. This confirms that it is a real calcium carbide.